Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fourth and final part of What If Naruto Was a Deceitful God. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. After this video, feel free to head over there, where you can find about 40 other different stories to enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 16. Naruto was sitting on a tree branch, overlooking a bandit camp. It was within the Fire Nation, not far away from his beloved emperor's palace. He hadn't thought that people would be brave enough to set up a camp in this site. Not when Shinobi were a good distance away. They were probably targeting the many goods that were transported into the place every week. Too many people took comfort in the palace, they had to be fed. Those who lived for fun came here. Women, men, young and old. They visited the palace. For scums, it was a perfect opportunity to target the defenseless. It wasn't like every shinobi who saw it would do something about it. Many of the shinobi who visited this place lacked moral integrity. They were corrupted individuals who wouldn't think twice about ignoring a cry for help. And these scums made him rich. It was ridiculous, but Naruto wouldn't stop taking their money. To even think about it would be pure madness. The camp at least didn't have kidnapped women and children. They had valuables they had stolen somewhere. These corrupted bastards. Naruto loathed them. He felt nothing but contempt for such people. When they attacked a defenseless village, they always plundered everything. They raped and killed the woman. They took what they could take. If they were sadists, they would top it up by burning the village once they have sucked out its life and everything it was worth. Parasites. These were the kind of people Naruto wouldn't have a problem killing. They were a stain in the world. They caused nothing but pain and despair wherever they touched. In here, they were threatening his customers. His business. He couldn't just tell them to go away. They'd go cause chaos somewhere. There would be no mercy. They just had to be removed from this world. It was minus a problem. Wars weren't the only thing that ruined this world. Perhaps in the world of Shinobi, it was the bigger problem. But for civilians, it was nothing. They only experienced the despair if their loved ones fight in the war. If not, they didn't know. They lived peacefully. But these kind of people were criminals. They were terrorists. Shinobi didn't worry about them because they were weak. But every now and then you had a strong shinobi leading them. Naruto jumped down from the tree and started walking towards the camp in a leisurely pace. He would normally try to destroy everything with a lightning jutsu. It would erase everything. But he wanted to look into the eyes of these people. He didn't need to worry about traps or sneaking in. He could walk in through the gates. They were weak. He had concluded as much after observing them. His presence was quickly noted when he stepped into the camp. There were around 20 samurais, people from the land of ice. They were in the shinobi world to make a treacherous living. Sick. Oi, what are you doing here? Swords were being carried in case he made a wrong move. It was almost laughable. I came to remove you from the face of this world. Naruto responded in a cold tone. The man who had asked him the question walked toward him, his sword being handled carefully. They couldn't tell he was a shinobi because he didn't wear a forehead protector. Listen, I don't know WH. The man's words died on his throat. His eyes widened in fear as he arrived close to Naruto. A dose of killing intent completely froze him. Naruto took a step closer and grabbed the man by his face. He was squeezing hard. He lifted the man up into the air. A couple of seconds later, the skull shattered. Naruto had crushed it with his bare hand. He then dropped the body to the ground. The others quickly charged towards him. Naruto didn't waste time with them. He cut them up one by one with their own swords until it was just one remaining. He didn't take more than a minute cutting them up. It must be nice being you get to watch your lackeys cut down while you make a run for it, Naruto said in a casual tone, slowly walking towards the man who had been trying to run away. How many years have you been in this kind of service? The man looked at him, slowly backing away. Eyes wide, bathed in fear. This was a shinobi. He could feel death coming his way. Please hadn't done it. He knew when someone couldn't be bought. Then again, when shinobi came to see them, they came for death. There was never a time for negotiation unless they were dealing with rogue shinobi. He was trembling with fear. This person was giving him the kind of pressure that made it difficult for him to swallow or even look at those hypnotic eyes. If he could, He would have been on his knees apologizing. But he could not. With Naruto so close, his body froze. He stopped backpedaling. When he didn't receive any response, Naruto took a single blind step and grabbed the man by his throat. He started to strangle the man slowly. The legs kicked out as the man struggled to break free, making muffled sounds. He could see the life of the man fading. It was a frightening sight. Something that twisted his insides. It tested his resolve. Even when his heart was beating a bit quickly, Naruto didn't let go until something snapped. He dropped the body. "You truly are a cold-hearted bastard," Guren said as the body dropped to the ground. She was walking towards the blonde. Naruto turned to face the woman. He could see the contempt. The hatred. The masterfully hidden urge to lunge towards him. She was obviously bitter about what he did to her. And what he nearly did. Naruto didn't expect anything less. It was obvious if he showed her a moment of weakness, she would no doubt try to stab him in the back. This kind of life. Now he had to watch his back from people working for him. A treacherous world this was. But there was no avoiding it. They are bandits who have caused people to suffer. Like you. Naruto responded in a cold tone. I have no problem snapping their necks. They are just not useful, but you are. In any case, a bastard, cold, you can call me whatever you want, nothing will change. Guren's lips twisted scornfully. She knew trying anything would most likely get her killed. Naruto wasn't normal. And she had worked with Orochimaru, who was truly no longer human in every sense. She just had to swallow her pride and work for him. I was told to come here to give you a message since you are not planning to reach the Emperor's palace, Guren said in a cold tone. I usually don't mind, but your attitude isn't going to work with me, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. I don't have a problem if you hate him. You can loathe me until you kick the bucket, but improve your attitude. I won't tolerate it much longer. Guren was silent for a couple of moments. She didn't give a reaction to say she acknowledged his words or even comment on them. She merely gave her message. Konoha's hospital was destroyed. We don't know who, but it isn't any of the hidden villages. Naruto merely nodded. He already knew about this. He had already been told before he even visited the snow. Still, who could be so heartless enough to destroy a hospital? The sick, the wounded. A hospital was a place of hope and life. For someone to turn it to a funeral, it was just plain evil. Konoha was your home until recently, and I am told that you still visit the village. I was expecting a reaction than just a nod, Guren said. You called me a cold-hearted bastard, did you expect me to shed a tear? The crystal user blinked once before shaking her head. Despite her thoughts about him, she was expecting a reaction. The nod was just acknowledgement that he heard her. People had died. Innocent people had been killed, and you expected someone to give some reaction. Even Orochimaru wouldn't have just nodded. He would have probably laughed. As expected, but it was still a reaction. Did you cry when Orochimaru died, Guren? I'd already left when he died. I didn't even know he was dead until recently. Guren said with a shrug. If she had still been loyal to her master, she would have attempted to kill whoever was responsible. But she didn't care now. If she said she was happy that he was actually dead, she wouldn't be lying. With him gone, there wouldn't be anyone to haunt her. Well, only those twisted in his fingers would be sad that he is dead. To the rest of the world, it's a celebration. You should be gone along with him. Guren frowned. The people at the Emperor's palace had reminded her of all the things she did for Orochimaru. The many she killed. The many she kidnapped for his experiments. The many she watched kill each other for his little competitions. They had then made her put Yukamaru in the picture. It had infuriated Guren just thinking about that boy lying in one of Orochimaru's beds. She couldn't wish that for him. What is Konoha doing about this? We don't know as yet. It is difficult to get intel out. They have set up Onbu everywhere, Guren said. Naruto nodded. It was to be expected. They had to watch out in case something bad happens again. Anything else happening in the leaf? Sasuke Uchiha was there when it happened. But he wasn't the cause of it. He was seen with the Hokage, but we don't know what they discussed. Notably, they didn't try to capture him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, that was indeed a curious development. But nothing he should concern himself with. What was his former teammate thinking really? Naruto shook his head. He didn't need to know unless things involved him. Like with the Uchiha standing in the way of his dreams. That is interesting, Naruto said. You don't like him, do you? No, Guren said, But she didn't explain anything further. A similar incident occurred in other Great Five nations. They occurred in the space of a week. The situation is currently quite tense. Your name is appearing in both Kumo and Iwa conversations. They have increased their bounties on you. Why would my name appear in hospitals? It is petty and cowardly. I wouldn't do something like that, Naruto said. In these nations, I have only shown interest in Jinchurikis. You were seen in both incidents in the two villages, but only in those two villages, Guren said. Naruto frowned. This was a problem. And Naruto didn't have the energy to try to clear his name. Going after the Jinchurikis would certainly bring forth chaos. Yes, there would be nothing but chaos. The Great Five were under attack. And two blamed him for the attack. If he took their Baijuas, they would declare war on him and everyone else who was on his corner. This was going to be a serious problem. A big problem. His business wouldn't operate like this. The smaller nations he had developed relations with will start doubting him. But he couldn't stop with his business. It was fundamental that he continue with it. He would just have to improvise on methods he would use to ally himself with these people. He had already sent them letters. Well, things going to get dangerous from now on, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Has everything been delivered for the tower? Guren nodded. They finished delivering a couple of days ago. But they have yet to start building. I don't know what is wrong, but they should start soon. Have everything transported to the wave country. If the tower is built on this land, it will be easy to destroy. It just makes it a target. You will handle everything and we won't name it Uzumaki. We will give it another name to separate it from my name. You will be in charge. Figurehead or something. Logistics and daily management will be handled by other people, Naruto said. Why are you moving it there? Well, you can't put your power in the same place. It is better they are separate. The Emperor's palace isn't easy to destroy, even for Earth users. Chakra is heavily regulated by seals even when you are inside. Naruto explained lightly. You can choose if you want Yukimaru to go with to the wave or if he goes to another village. The wave is still fine since he can make friends there. It is unlike here. I will take him me. Guren's response was rather quick. You love for him is something else, Naruto said. Who could have thought that even sadists could love? Guren didn't offer a response. You can go on to do what I have told you. Make it quick, I wish to burn this place down. Wait, Guren said. You're not going to take valuable things? You can make use of it rather than just burn it. Naruto appeared to think for a moment. We will take the valuables. Put them in the lost and found desk. Have the information spread. If they are not collected within a month, they will be forfeited unless someone pays for them, Naruto said lightly. Thieves must be dealt with accordingly, Guren, Naruto said before throwing Guren a scroll. Seal everything there. Where are you going after this? I'm going to see what the situation is like in Iwagakure. This was unexpected. I need to see if I have to reevaluate my course of action. Naruto explained. The blonde waited patiently for Guren to collect everything she viewed as valuable. After a couple of minutes, she came back. I collected everything. She didn't want to leave. Not before she saw how he was planning to destroy this place. Naruto walked over to her. He stood just in front of her, staring at her eyes. She kept his stare. You look defiant, but your heart is making a rather troubled sound. He said with a smile. He took out another scroll. Plans for the trains. Every nation must be connected in one grid. We have already received permission from the daimyos. I drew routes there, you can get started as soon as you arrive in the wave country. Guren stared at the scroll. Why do I have to do this? I'm not suitable for this kind of work. I know you are good at killing the weak with a sadistic smile, Guren, Naruto said in a calm tone. I have people who will do the actual work. You are the boss. The supervisor. You make sure everyone is in line. You make sure when there are threats, you handle them. You see, things like this need someone strong to oversee. You are that person. Iwagakure. Iwa's Jinchuriki had yet to be returned to the village. They always stay away. But Naruto had been thinking that given his threat, Onoki would have felt compelled to bring them here for further protection. There was a danger to that nevertheless. If they brought them here, any battle would affect the village. Perhaps they decided it was safer for civilians if things were in this order. Either way, this arrangement made things easy for him. He could just go and strip them of their baijuas without fighting anyone from this village. Looking at things, the security was tight. Naruto thought of sneaking in, but he decided against it. It would take much of an effort to sneak into the village. He didn't have that time. He needed to get things ready. He wasn't getting any younger by the day. Naruto was standing about 2 minutes away from the village's entrance. He looked into the heavens and then released a heavy sigh. He wasn't supposed to fool around. Honestly, Guren's message didn't please him. It had bothered him more so than he was willing to admit. That thing was ruining things for him. And at this rate, he would have to betray everything he has said and wear the mask of a devil. He didn't want to put it on. Not now anyway. He wanted to do things in a peaceful manner. If they failed, then all hell could break loose. But for now, there was no need to wear a mask. Not when he had options. He would have to consult with Konoha about this. He did wonder what she would say if he told her about the dark thoughts he had if things went south. She had been on the path before, she would understand. Naruto didn't want to fight for his entire life. He wanted to get results and he would get them. If a peaceful approach cannot work, then chaos and death will do. It always worked with the elemental nations. It didn't take long for him to be surrounded by shinobi led by Kurotsuchi. They wouldn't let him reach their village. Not when he could cause destruction. Naruto attempted a smile but Kurotsuchi responded with a harsh glare. She really wanted to murder him. But he was never ticked off by it. Whenever he saw that look, he always wanted to say something playful. Something that would draw out her emotions. "You're ruining your beautiful face with such an expression, dear," Naruto said in a calm tone. He counted the shinobi. They were all at least jonin in terms of strength. But it was still nothing to him. They needed to bring Kage-level shinobi to land a hit on him. "A compliment from you makes me feel disgusted," Kurotsuchi said. "I wish you didn't say any of those things." Naruto shook his head. "I can't help myself. You are a very desirable person. I'm sure these shinobi around you can agree with me on that point. They might be afraid to say it, but if you ask, they will tell you." Kurotsuchi looked around with a sharp glance. She didn't want to hear it. But she could see it in their looks that they were agreeing with Naruto. Despicable. She dared them to say anything. Fortunately, they all knew their places and didn't say anything. "What do you want? Have you come here to destroy more buildings and kill more innocent people?" The contempt in Kurotsuchi's voice was unmistakably clear. She was obviously angry. If she hated him before, she loathed him now. Very soon, she would be unable to tolerate his presence without lunging forward. The atmosphere was tensed. The killing intent was directed at him. It was something else. But nothing that made him afraid. Naruto thought of just letting it be for a moment, but he shook his head. He couldn't allow them to get away with it. They had to know their places. And so, he released his massive intent. It was potent. A touch from hell. Whispers from the dead. The door of death hung open with an invite carried over by the stench of blood. The stench made the stomachs twist. Even the most experienced were momentarily dazed, paralyzed in fear. It had been for a couple of seconds, but it had felt like eternity. Naruto quickly stopped. Kurotsuchi released a breath. She was relieved. She was breathing calmly once more. She tried looking for Naruto, but her eyes blinked and her hair rose. Her body froze for a moment. He was standing behind her. None of the shinobi reacted quick enough to stop him. She looked at her right, his shining long sword was on her right shoulder. Lethally sharp. Dangerously close to her neck. He had moved when everyone was blinded by his killing intent. Kurotsuchi gritted her teeth in anger. He was fast. She knew that. Any wrong move and her head will be rolling on the ground. Disappointing. "Your men have been trained well," Naruto said. He didn't have to tell them not to make a move. They read the situation pretty well. "Turn around and face me." Slowly but surely, Kurotsuchi turned around to face Naruto. The blonde nearly took a step back seeing the murderous look on her face. He whistled. "Wow." He mouthed. "You truly are a hateful woman." He was almost disgusted by the level of hate on her eyes. "You killed innocent people. How dare he look at her with such eyes?" It made her feel conflicted. Insulted. He was the bad person here. Not her. Why did he have to look at her like that? Naruto shook his head. "I walked through your front gates and came to you like this. Do you really think I'd still hide myself when destroying your hospital? Think clearly. I have already declared that I will take your Baijuas. You already have me as your enemy. Why would I sneak in to do that when I can just snap my fingers and things happen?" He did just that. He snapped his fingers. A cold breeze washed over the atmosphere. It was too much of a coincidence to say he wasn't at fault for the change in temperature. Kurotsuchi stared for a long minute. Who knows why you criminals do the things you do? Really? Is that the best you can give me? Naruto was clearly frustrated. Kurotsuchi snarled. She was the one who had to be angry here. Not him. He had no right to be frustrated. Admittedly, the thought that it was him who was responsible for the attack didn't make much sense. Even though they did see him, it didn't make sense. She couldn't imagine this loathsome man coming to her village and leave without saying something to her. A henge was a trade for Shinobi. Anyone could impersonate anyone. But you could not take their abilities. Not unless you know them. They still needed someone to blame. Naruto was still any enemy. She couldn't smile at him. He was wanted. At this stage, whether it was for the hospital or for threatening Iwa really didn't matter. The fact was that he was an enemy. Do not disappoint me, Kurotsuchi. I at least expect the future Tsuchikage to be able to think beyond what she sees, Naruto said in a dangerous tone. Are you insulting my intelligence? If you really believe that I would do something so cowardly, then I am. Anyone is a fool to conclude that I am responsible for such petty attacks. If I won't attack you, I won't come from behind, Naruto said. What do you believe? It is irrelevant. Fact of the matter is that you are an enemy of the hidden stone, Kurotsuchi said in a hardened tone. You refuse to answer my question, Naruto said. I gave you a response. You just didn't like it. Naruto's eyes didn't move away from Kurotsuchi, but he suddenly leapt into the air. His sword never left the woman. It was touching her when he flipped, eyes watching her like a hawk. He landed behind her. The ground burst where he had been standing. A massive hole appeared. But there was no one there. I should have expected it. Naruto said with a shake of his head. I'd come to see if you were a reasonable person. Please make the right decisions for the sake of your village, Kurotsuchi. What is that supposed to mean? If you are going slap sins I have not committed on my CV, I will have a problem. I will give you real reasons to hunt me down. I want to free the Baijuas. That is all. Once more, he leapt into the air. But this time, he was floating. He suddenly twisted around in blinding speed and then, he was gone. Kurotsuchi didn't feel like giving a chase. She didn't even ask if they could sense him. She merely started walking towards the stone. She was a little embarrassed and conflicted. She really needed to speak to her grandfather. Minutes later, Naruto was slowly walking towards the fire country, hands inside his pockets. His body on autopilot. His mind was engaged in heavy thoughts. If he goes ahead with his plan, he would end up making things worse. But what did that matter if there was chaos in the end? He was willing to try a gentle method to work things out, but at the same time, he was also willing to do anything for peace. If he put on the mask of a devil, he'd have to betray the friendships he'd gained. They would loathe his existence. But for peace, that was a small price to pay, wasn't it? If things were going to burn, let them burn after he has taken all Baijuas. His reasons can be questioned and they could call him a liar for everything he has said to the Kages, but he had to get things done. He had to get the Baijuas. That's about right, isn't it, Kurama? Kurama didn't offer an immediate response. You have a long life ahead of you, there is no need to rush into anything. But don't forget that you are willing to shed blood for your dream. You should continue with what you have planned to do. You will look confused if you stop now. That wouldn't be good. Nagato would certainly demand to know why he bothered even dying when the person who shared his desires was going to get lost. And there was Konan, he wasn't going to let her down. Not when she has vowed to support his dream. He couldn't waver now. If the elemental nations were going to burn, they could burn. He would do what he wanted, regardless of what anyone said. I guess we should stop fooling around and show this world what it means to be a god of Shinobi. Don't get overconfident. Kurama cautioned. Naruto shrugged. It is a fact. He said calmly. We should look for Iwa's Jinchuriki. I don't have a problem with just outright murdering the two. But I hope they give me one hell of a battle. And if they don't bother fighting you? That would be disappointing, but I can't force them to face me just for a good laugh. Naruto said with a shrug. If we do end up a menace, let us do it in style, Kurama. Let us become the most infamous person the shinobi world has ever seen and will ever see. You are getting a little too excited. Naruto smiled. Am I? He asked. I guess I should rein in on that since we are going to be civil until things force us to change. Well, regardless of what, we are ready for anything. Konoha. Tsunade sighed tiredly. At this moment, she missed Jiraiya. She was starting to miss just how shameless he was. Well, that was part of what made him the perverted toad sage, her dearest friend. Everyone was now gone. Her family was gone, her sensei was gone, he was gone. And now Naruto. She frowned bitterly at the thought of that person. If he was here, she'd at least have someone she could call family. But he dumped her into this shitty village and went on to do as he pleases. Traitor. Now that she thought of it, Naruto had basically betrayed her. He betrayed his promise. He said he would take the hat from her, but he would not. He could not. Not with how things were now. That bastard, because of him she was having many headaches. If Jiraiya was here, things would at least be better. She would have someone to comfort her. No drinking during work, Tsunade-sama. Instead, she had this. The Slug Princess stared at Shizune for a long moment. She glared at the woman who has been following him around for a long time and then shook her head. Don't you have anything better to do, Shizune? And leave you to drink while working? It's not like I haven't done it before. But you can't hold your alcohol all too well. If you get drunk at work, I am the one who has to suffer while you have sweet dreams. Tsunade shrugged nonchalantly. I'm allowed to that. Besides, I just want to have one glass. She shouldn't have said that because Shizune moved closer and took the bottle. She poured some and then kept the bottle. I'm going to start throwing away your stash again. Tsunade glared. I will throw you out of the window if you go that far. She warned. Shizune didn't look concerned. Is it that difficult these days? She asked in a quiet tone. There was a bit of emotion in her. Tsunade nodded but didn't say anything, not until a minute passed. The current madness within the Great Five isn't making things simple either. We are blaming each other. And the real culprit is watching. We know that Naruto wasn't around when this occurred. We know he was in the snow, but the others don't know that. It isn't something we can share either. Regardless, there have been many innocent people dying. It's another thing when you have civilians dying needlessly. It just means that we are not doing a proper job. We have to figure out a way to stop things, but it doesn't look like it is going to stop. Shinobi might be next, and if Naruto goes ahead with his plans, there will be chaos and more reasons to worry. At this time when the nations are obviously under attack. They had to keep their Jinchuriki. It was their sense of security. If a major battle occurs, then there would be a need for their weapons to be released. Tsunade hoped that Naruto was able to read the situation. The nations would be more than willing to act more than ever. Kumo would push back, and if he succeeded, it would turn this world upside down with Shinobi hunting for him. The same could be said about Iwagakure, and at some point, Konoha would be forced to join in. There were things that they would obviously not be willing to tolerate from Naruto. If he went past a certain border, they would have to take action against him. At this stage, it almost seemed inevitable. Naruto wasn't concerned about being hunted down by the villages he was going to piss off. And on the other side, there was this unknown force that was attacking the elemental nations. Jiraiya was here, he would have some information to tell her. They absolutely had to find out who was doing this and put a stop to it. Do you think he will still continue even when things are like this? Yes, Tsunade said. But I really hope I am wrong, Shizune. Nothing good will happen if he doesn't restrain himself. Shizune could agree to this. She was also very worried. But what could they do? They just had to stop him, but at this point, stopping him wouldn't mean killing him? Shizune didn't know if Tsunade was willing to go that far. She couldn't tell if her master was willing to kill Naruto. But if he really wants peace, shouldn't he be working to stop this? If he wanted peace, he wouldn't have even left Konoha, Tsunade said in a sharp tone. At this point, Naruto is willing to do anything. He has shown it, and the power he has gained gives him the confidence. There is no peace, it is just madness. She shook her head with disappointment. Not what Jiraiya-sama wanted, Shizune said. She guessed this was what Tsunade was going to say after shaking her head. Not by any stretch, Tsunade said firmly. There will come a time when we can't ignore what Naruto is doing. I have to be ready to put Konoha first. But in the meantime, we have a terrorist we need to discover. They had almost finished rebuilding the hospital, but this time, it was built in such a way that the same trick doesn't happen again. People were being cautious, but a hospital was a hospital, they couldn't run away from it forever. Shouldn't we consider cooperating with other villages? We have a common enemy. Tsunade smiled. It was a bitter smile. I doubt either Kumo or Iwa will be willing to help. They will soon figure out it wasn't Naruto, but that won't change anything. He is still a threat, and I told them what wasn't my problem and refused help capturing them. Shizune shut off for a moment. If she could not help, why would they help? It didn't matter if the enemy was mutual, the fact was that she wanted help. They were not going to help. Isn't it better to be rejected than think we will be rejected and then not so anything? Tsunade sighed. You are right, she said. But I have a feeling that Tsuchikage will say he is only willing to join hands if I'm also willing to help them apprehend Naruto. Well, that would make things difficult, Shizune said. But still. She trailed off when Sakura walked into the office. Tsunade stared at the pinkette for a long minute without saying anything. The girl has truly been working hard for the hospital. Even when Sasuke had been here, she hadn't chased after him but focused on her duty. She has truly grown. It was moments like this that made her proud to call the girl her student. She was even better than Shizune when it came to medical ninjutsu. What is it, Sakura? Sakura hesitated for a moment, and as her master had an idea of what she was going to ask, her lips moved upside down, but she didn't say a damn thing. About Sasuke-kun. Tsunade had to hold herself from sighing loudly. She should have realized that this come up one of these days. Sakura cared for her duties. She was a kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf, but she also wanted to get Sasuke back. Seeing him that day must have made her think more deeply about the Uchiha's continued absence in the village. The girl didn't want that. She wanted him back. Was it love or an obsession? This has really gone past the point of being a young girl's infatuation. She thought it would pass, surely she was wrong. Sakura no longer cared for Naruto. She didn't want him back. Perhaps it was because he hurt her. That could be it. Even so, it was remarkable how she has changed her views of him. Tsunade wasn't going to blame the girl for anything. What of Sasuke? Sakura? She stared at her student firmly. Well, have you heard from him? Sakura asked. Of course, she knew if Tsunade had heard from the Uchiha, she would have told her. She just wanted something to break the ice. Not since that day, Tsunade said with a shake of her head. I see. Sakura paused. I want to look for him. He was here, so I think there is a chance that he come up if I convince him. She was firm about it. How could she even forget the day that he left? He had thanked her. She couldn't forget that moment. She had even been willing to leave with him. Had he permitted it, she would have left. Then again, she wouldn't have learned everything she has learned so far if she didn't stay. I can't let you do that, Sakura. Sakura stared. But Tsunade-sama. I have done what I need to do. Shizune-san is here if anything needs to be done at the hospital. I don't see why I can't. I don't need to explain myself to you, Sakura. Are you even trying to look for him? Tsunade sighed once more. She rubbed her temple, fighting off a headache. This was going to be another problem she had to deal with. It was annoying and frustrating. Why did she have to deal with everything by herself? This was delicate. She didn't want to end up having Sakura depart the village by force to look for Sasuke. It would be a disaster if something like that happened. Sakura, where is Sasuke? Tsunade asked in a very slow yet firm tone. Her eyes were staring deep into her students. Sakura blinked with confusion. She thought of it for a couple of moments before it clicked. I don't know, she said. You don't know where he is, but you want to look for him. Well, it is better than sitting here hoping that he will eventually return, Sakura said a bit defiantly. Tsunade shook her head. Can you even walk along the fire country on your own, without a map, and not get lost? Well, she hadn't traveled that much over the past years. And whenever she traveled, she was always with someone. She didn't have to worry about directions. She was capable of surviving on her own. She had the tools to survive. And as medic, she was best positioned to survive the difficult conditions. I don't know where Sasuke is, Sakura. And I can't allow you to look for him, Tsunade said sternly. But what I do know is that he is looking for Naruto. She watched Sakura, looking at her reaction. Naruto. Sakura bit her lip. She hated it. Admittedly, Sasuke had been a lot closer to Naruto than he had been to her. She had been just the annoying girl to him. Do you understand what is happening outside, Sakura? Konoha wasn't the only village that was attacked. All the great 5 nations were attacked, and we are currently suspicious of each. These attacks have created a situation where we don't trust each other. Very soon, You'll be hearing that our shinobi are killing each other when they meet. Konoha shinobi might not be able to enter the earth without being attacked. It will get dangerous out there. My concern is ensuring that Konoha is safe. If another attack happens, I need to have my best shinobi available. I need you to be saving lives while I fight if the need comes. Tsunade explained calmly. Sakura stared. She understood, but she really wanted to look for him. She was going to lose her mind if she just sat here. She needed to look. She needed to do something. I understand what you are saying, Tsunade-sama, but I really... Tell you what, I will keep my eyes open. If I hear he has been seen somewhere, I will send you. But you have to promise me that you will not fight him, Sakura. The same goes for Naruto, Tsunade said. Sakura beamed up. I promise, she said. Good, Tsunade said. Is there anything else? Sakura shook her head. She said something to Shizune and then departed quietly. Once gone, the black head spoke. Well, that went better than expected. Tsunade frowned. Yeah, but I have to send resources to look for Sasuke. Shizune blinked. I thought you were just saying that to silence her. If she didn't hear anything good, she was going to keep pestering about it. I did consider that, but after some time she will start questioning things and might say I lied to her. We don't want a situation where she feels betrayed by the people she trusts, Tsunade said. Of course that didn't mean she wouldn't be against withholding information if it was necessary. She was the god-I'm Hokage, her duty was to Konoha. But she still needed to take care of the people that made this village prosper. That would be a problem. She does get emotional when it comes to Sasuke, Shizune said. Should we update Naruto's status? Tsunade looked thoughtful for a moment. Yes, it should be SS rank, put everything we know so far in the latest photo. Update, Sasuke's well. We still don't know about him, so, just leave it as unknown, but do mention that he might be possibly an S-rank shinobi. Shizune nodded and departed from the office. Iwagakure. Naruto's words had really struck her deeply. Kurotsuchi had been thinking about them. Of course she did love her village and would not do anything reckless to damage it. This why she has even bothered to think about what he said to her. What was painfully obvious was that he wasn't someone she could take down. It had become clear to her, no matter her denials. Her confidence had certainly tanked after their last confrontation. Naruto was powerful. Ridiculously, and he wasn't someone who she could touch. It was bitter to swallow, but it was the truth. Her shinobi couldn't do anything to him. She had realized as much. But that didn't mean that she wouldn't try to fight him if he threatened Iwa. She would, but she was beginning to understand the gap in power. It was no wonder he felt he could come and then leave as he pleases. He has done it more than once. Hell, even the Raikage had been unable to stop him. He had fought the Raikage and then beat him. It was a difficult situation, but the reality was that they had a powerful enemy who couldn't be defeated by normal means. Perhaps the Jinchurikis would do it, but he was plotting to take them away. To rob them of that power. Kurotsuchi glanced at her grandfather. He looked like he was going to die. She did most of the work anyway. He wouldn't let her keep the job, says she still needed to learn. How long was she going to learn? Old man, she shouted. Onoki glared at Kurotsuchi. I'm not deaf yet. He said. Kurotsuchi moved her lips. Just to mess with him. She paused and stared. He stared back. She sighed. Do you really think that Naruto attacked us? Of course not, Onoki said. Kurotsuchi blinked. He didn't tell her, but he didn't believe so. What was wrong with this old man? Why not? He would have done it differently, Onoki said with a shrug. Then why do you blame it on him? Kurotsuchi asked. I thought it was also him who did it, you know. She would not say she stopped thinking that way until she spoke to him. The old man would question things. He would question her. He would question if she was falling for the enemy. It is convenient, Onoki said with a shrug. I know it is more than just that, Kurotsuchi said with a hardened stare. Give me some credit here. I am not even a little girl that you need to hide things from me. Onoki was silent for a couple of moments before speaking. There are some people, even shinobi, who don't particularly care if Naruto takes our Jinchuriki. Not everyone likes them after all. He is the enemy, but they won't see him as such. This was the reason to make them see him as an enemy. That aside, it is fine to let the real culprit think we were fooled. But we will be busy searching for him. Regardless of how you look at it, that was just evil. Her grandfather was willing to go this far just so people can hate Naruto? Wasn't it wrong? Kurotsuchi shook her head. She shouldn't be thinking for the blonde. He was the one who was wrong. They just want to protect what was theirs. Who do you think did it? Onoki shook his head. I don't know, but it is the same person who did it in other villages. I think this one becomes another problem, but Naruto remains the biggest threat. Kurotsuchi nodded. She thought deeply for a moment before speaking. You can't take him down and neither can I. We need something. Onoki frowned. He knew that already. He just wished that Kurotsuchi didn't admit it like that. They did need another village to beat him. Kumo was the safest bet. But he wasn't sure if the Raikage would trust him. This is why I am willing to do anything to stop him. He is powerful, and that alone is a major threat to our village's security. Within the Earth Country, Naruto was walking through the forest in the earth, looking for Iwa's Jinchuriki. He could sense their chakra, and so he wasn't in a hurry. He was walking slowly. Since he had just visited Iwa, it was safe to say that there wouldn't be shinobi coming this way. It would be troublesome if weak people came to him. At this point, he would end up snapping some people's necks simply out of frustrations. Shinobi were weak. Where were powerful shinobi like the Sandaime Hokage? Gone. The current generation did not have that kind of power. Well, it made things easy for him. Say, Kurama, if I suddenly decided to revive the Jubi and become its Jinchuriki, what would you do? He could do that. He had the tools to do it. The Geto Mazo was in his possession and the Baijuas were within his reach. If he managed to do that, he would certainly become an overlord of the shinobi world. But it would not be so bad. He could rule over humans for a while and then teach them good manners before disappearing from the face of the earth. I can't stop you. Kurama said. I just try to talk you out of it, but there is nothing I can do to stop you. What would you even do with all that power? Rule over humans? Naruto thought for a moment. Or I could just erase the human population and leave a couple of innocent people who I have brainwashed and then restart things over again. Perhaps people would do some good then. Kurama blinked. Your thoughts are becoming darker and darker. You think? Naruto asked calmly. That is what happens when you walk into this path. But I have you. I hope that I don't get corrupted though and get lost in the lust for power. It would certainly be a sad end to my miserable existence. Don't let your thoughts stray because you have me. Kurama warned. I might decide having you mad is better for me. Naruto thought about it for a moment before laughing. Well, you are known as the very powerful and evil nine-tailed demon. There are many who truly fear your name. If I let you out in Konoha, those people would certainly wet themselves. Your very name brings dread. Your appearance is despair. You are praising me. Kurama said flatly. If things don't work out, you won't have to worry about your performance as the evil one. I think you will play the role perfectly. At this Naruto smiled bitterly. Yes, but at what cost? Your humanity and friendships. You will lose everyone who have friended. Everyone in Konoha will look at you with contempt. Those people in Suna will feel betrayed by you. You will be alone. It will be you against the shinobi world. Kurama explained firmly. But for change, it will be worth it, isn't it? Naruto asked. Only you can answer that question, Naruto. Kurama said. Naruto didn't respond. Not because he didn't have anything to say, but because he was standing in front of two people he was looking for. They appeared ready for him. It was as if they were expecting him. Naruto smiled. Gentlemen. He greeted them kindly. I haven't seen Jinchuriki so old. You must be from the past generation. They were much older. Perhaps they were in the same league as Jiraiya or younger. The other Jinchurikis he knew were younger. But this just meant that he was dealing with people who were experienced. Shinobi who have seen many battles. Shinobi who could hold their own. It wasn't to say they could defeat him, but he did believe they could do something. With age came with wisdom and experience. That was something that was fundamental for a shinobi to survive this treacherous world. Han looked at the picture before him. And then back at Naruto. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto nodded. Yes, Iwa has sent a message, I presume? Han nodded. We were told that you want to take the Baijuas inside of us. Is this true? Roshi asked. Naruto nodded. Looking at you, although you don't stay in Iwagakure, you are not going to let me do what I want, are you? That should be obvious, Roshi said. Are you really the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Naruto nodded. If you can push me, you might see it. If not, It will be a pity. But I am certain that the Baijuis inside of you can tell that the Kyuubi dwells inside of me. Baijuis are very sensitive to each other after all. The two looked at each other for a moment. Iwa wants us to capture you. We were told to do this when you appear before this, and we shall do so. We do hope you came prepared. Ah, these two were good people. There was no contempt. They were just going to try to do their jobs. It was something else. Well, they were experienced shinobi. They were not young and hot-blooded. If it had been someone else, things would not have been going as they have been since he appeared. It was a pity he had to kill them. A pity they could not be friends. They were lively. Kurama, I will leave talking to the Baijuis to you. These people don't seem like they are the type who'll even listen to my reasons. They have a duty to their village and they are carrying it forward. I have not become your messenger. Naruto rolled his eyes. Just do it. You are going to leave me soon. It is best I make use of you while I can. Han stared at Naruto. There were two of them. The body language of the blonde was just comfortable. He wasn't afraid of this battle. Was it arrogance or just confidence? The message had said he was strong, but they had to capture. Orders were orders, they had to be followed. Even though the blonde wanted to capture them and take the Baijuis, he didn't seem like a bad person. There was no form of malice, but they had to do it. They had to follow orders. Well, he didn't want to die. The whole atmosphere around Naruto flipped in an instant when the blonde started walking over towards him. He had no doubt, the blonde was powerful. He could feel the oppressive chakra output, he could feel the aura of power trying to dominate his senses into submission. There was no going easy on this one. Are you Red? Han wanted to ask Roshi, but Naruto suddenly vanished from sight and appeared behind them, his back facing them. But they were not experienced shinobi for nothing. Instinctively, both leapt into the air while twisting around to face the blonde. Roshi was the first to launch a jutsu as Naruto slowly turned around with an expressionless mask. Yotan, Shikaryugen no Jutsu. Roshi launched lava from his mouth and then turned it into multiple boulders of molten rock. They quickly launched towards Naruto with terrifying heat. There was no need to needlessly use the abilities of the Rinnegan over everything. Besides, he had various jutsus he could use and powerful jutsus, why not make use of them against opponents who could take them? These were Jinchurikis, they couldn't complain if he launched massive jutsus towards the. When he couldn't think of a jutsu he could use to counter the lava, Naruto summoned his long sword and sped towards the boulders. He swung his sword vertically, slicing one in half with his sword shining brightly over the chakra running through it. He flashed into midair, appearing straight on the path of another boulder and cut it in half with his sword. Two more were just behind it and Naruto vanished from their path in great speed. He landed a distance backwards and then slammed his foot on the ground. Earth style, mud wall. A large wall burst from the ground. The lava boulders simply burst through the wall, but Naruto was already gone. When he landed on a good distance, he was welcomed by Roshi, who was covered in lava. The man had a punch heading straight towards his chest. Naruto leapt back slightly and then rocketed like a bullet before twisting in midair. He slammed Roshi straight on his forehead with his right foot, and when the kick connected he felt something and was quickly forced to pull away to look at what happened. He didn't even get to look at himself as Han flashed in front of him, right above the ground, his right leg charging towards his chest, steaming with lava. Naruto only positioned his sword vertically and held it with both hands to block the attack. When Han's foot collided with his blade, Naruto sent flying backwards in great distance. He landed gracefully on the ground. There was still no time as he sensed a spike of incredible chakra and looked up. Roshi was on four tails behind him, looking like a miniature beast. He released a pale blast of energy straight towards him. Naruto dropped his sword to the ground and held out his right hand, opening its palm. The jutsu hit an invisible barrier, but still pushed Naruto back. It was redirected to different directions. There were multiple explosions that occurred when blasts hit the ground where they were being directed. Once the attack was over, Naruto managed to stand up. He frowned, looking down at his right foot. It had been burnt horribly by the lava. It was dangerously, even though he didn't touch it. But the damage had already been healed by the Kyuubi, and yet the leg of his trousers was still missing. The boil releaser was a problem as well. Getting close to these two would prove dangerous. He glanced at his opponents and clapped his hands together. He breathed in, filling his lungs with oxygen before breathing out. Majestic breakthrough. It seemed like an explosion when powerful gusts of wind covering a wide area were released. The gusts were a natural force of wind that tore through the ground, raising up debris with a violent force. Nothing stood in the way as it slammed both Han and Roshi. The jutsu even uprooted a couple of trees in its wake. There was nothing that remained standing where it touched. It had created a clear path. Naruto smiled. When facing against large number of shinobi, this is a good way to create a room, he said. He closed his eyes and waited. Both Han and Roshi were unharmed when they flashed around him. Naruto stretched out his hands and the movement stopped. He could still feel the heat from Roshi's lava. Shinra Tensei. Gwa. It felt like a bone-crushing move as they were both slammed hard by the jutsu, sending them flying great distances. Roshi broke through several trees as the momentum of the jutsus carried them away. Han's armor had massive cracks after hitting his share of trees. He struggled to get up. Even with the armor, he had felt the full weight of that jutsu. He looked up into the sky for a moment as clouds began to gather. He really needed to transform or this would be over soon. Naruto could see both his opponents from where he stood. He did hand seals and thunder clouds grumbled loudly before releasing lightning strike attacks that hit both Roshi and Han. Naruto flashed before Han, to see the man on his knees, smoke coming out of his body, some pieces of his armor on the ground. This is Abu. He trailed off, sensing a massive output of chakra. He quickly disappeared from sight. Han transformed into the massive white Baijuu he hosted. The Baijuu sped towards him. Naruto could feel small tremors on the ground as the Baijuu ran. Its head down and horns rearing towards him. Naruto held out his right hand. Boom! The Baijuu slammed into an invisible force. The collision caused the ground to shatter, raising debris. But the Baijuu didn't take a step back. Naruto frowned when his body started to move back. He glanced back, only to see a huge fist heading his way. The Four Tails fist slammed him on his right side, sending him flying like a bullet. Naruto cursed when the monstrous fist collided with his shoulder, dislocating it. The force sent him crashing into multiple trees and he couldn't stop because of the momentum. When he finally came to a halt, he felt his body ache and had to sit down. He tried to put his shoulder to his rightful place, cursing as he did. He spat out blood and stared at it for a moment. Well, that isn't meant to hit the fragile body of a perso. He trailed off once more, as he looked up. The four-tailed monkey was above him, crashing down with both its hands held together, trying to hammer him. Oi oi! I think he is trying to kill me. Boom! The Baijuu slammed on the ground, lifting up chunks of earth. A small shockwave blasted dust into all sides. When its eyes looked down, there was nothing but a crater where its fist hit, but there was no sign of Naruto. He slammed his hands together. Wind tornado. Rotating winds picked up around the Baijuu him, before rising up high, and expanding marginally. The winds rose high enough to surround the four tails. The monkey responded by jumping into air, escaping the jutsu. When it landed down, he faced Naruto before starting to charge a Baijuu Dama. That was disappointing, Naruto said calmly before getting up. The Five Tails was also charging its Baijuu Dama. He frowned. They really are trying to kill me. He muttered. Oi, Kurama, I need your chakra. I will die if those jutsus hit me. You have been fighting just fine without me. You can survive. Well, if you don't. It will be a shame. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. My heart is starting to beat a bit quickly, you know. It's two Baijuu Damas, I can't absorb it all. Even if I survive, they'll cripple me and I won't be able to fight. I can always take over. That will heal you. Naruto frowned. While shortening my natural lifespan. You can solve that by sealing in the Geto Mazo. The two Baijuus released their jutsus simultaneously, both speeding towards him. Kurama was only able to give Naruto his chakra then. The blonde was cloaked in the orange chakra and disappeared in a blur. The two bombs were slammed into different directions. Boom! Naruto watched, floating in the air as two large mushrooms rise into the heavens. That was dangerous, he said. We should end this, he said before crashing loudly into the ground. The Kyuubi's chakra dispersed before he did hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu. In a loud terrifying roar, the Geto Mazo appeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto jumped off its head and relaxed, nursing his wounds. Why are you summoning it here? I want to see the statue in action. It has a mechanism to pull out Baijuus, but I can't seal them within it because it will become unstable. I just have to pull them out and transport them somewhere else. I can handle those too. You just want to show your superiority. You want to show me that even with half of your power, you can still take down 2 fully powered Baijuas, Naruto said. But we can't have that. It will damage the landscape. And the noise will attract Iwa. We can't have that either. Chapter 17 Tsuchikage-sama. A man said, bursting through the office, startling both Onoki and his granddaughter. The man looked behind the desk, only to see Kurotsuchi working there. It was a familiar sight. But he wanted to speak to Onoki. He looked around, and found the old man sitting on the couch, reading something. Something better be burning, Kurotsuchi said, glaring at the man who dared burst into the office without knocking. I'm sure he has something too important to say, Onoki said in a stern tone. There was a threat left unsaid in those words. No one burst into the office without anything good to say. The man looked uncomfortable. These were not good people and he was to bring in the bad news. Why did he have to take this job? Sometimes the bearer of bad news was the one who got yelled at. He should have just left the message with the assistant outside and make haste to return to his post. Well? Kurotsuchi stared impatiently. Naruto attacked both Han and Roshi. He took them away. There was silence. Onoki burst. His killing intent to be precise. The shinobi was scared to death. The Sandaimate Tsuchikage was old, but the killing intent did not wither like a flower. It was still potent and strong. When? Onoki demanded. We only received the message a couple of minutes ago. That said, the man excused himself and ran out of the office. Onoki's deep frown did not leave his lips as he silently plotted for ways he could kill Naruto. This was just wrong. It was bad. He shouldn't have allowed this to happen. Naruto had his Jinchuriki and both of them. Who knows what he was planning to do with them? Onoki didn't believe that crap about simply wishing to free the Baijuas. There was no person in their right minds who thought of something like that. Naruto had an ulterior motive. He was basically disarming them. And Onoki couldn't accept that. Worse, the blonde wasn't that weak that he would send a couple of his shinobi and deal with him. If that fool Deidara hadn't deserted, he would have been sending him on the mission to kill Naruto. But he was probably dead since Naruto had been hunting the members of the Akatsuki. There was no option to even hire the organization now. Curses. Chasing Naruto now would not do. The blonde was mobile. He didn't even know where he could find them or where he went with his shinobi. The Emperor's palace could be a start. But he doubted he would find the blonde somewhere so obvious and open for all shinobi. Konoha was being difficult and this was their shinobi. This was war now. And anyone who stood in the way would be crushed. Onoki would make sure of it. Even if it was the hidden leaf, he would crush it. Naruto would pay for threatening Iwagakure. He would pay dearly. Don't think too hard, old man, your brain might just crash, Kurotsuchi said to her grandfather. She was trying to lighten the mood since he was looking so focused you couldn't mistake he was plotting for someone's downfall. Onoki turned to his granddaughter. If not for this situation, he'd give her the role of Tsuchikage. But he wanted to be in charge of this situation. He had been refusing to retire because he wanted to keep busy. He didn't want to be treated like he couldn't walk on his own. Though, admittedly, it was a pain these days, hence the constant flying, even at home. You don't look surprised. Kurotsuchi shrugged. There is no need to be surprised, even from you, grandfather. We knew this was going to happen. He had warned us. I was thinking he wouldn't do it with what is happening and he was just here about 2 hours ago. Kurotsuchi did make sense. Now is the perfect time. We are busy trying to figure out who is attacking the Great Five Nations. It will be difficult in terms of allocating resources, Onoki said. We can't let this slide. His bounty has to be increased. Kurotsuchi nodded. Was this what Naruto wanted? This trouble? This confusion and fear in Iwagakure? All for what? To free the Baijuas? Ridiculous. She couldn't understand that. But admittedly, she did agree on him on certain things. He was mad to talk about saving the Baijuas, but he was not completely bonkers. But what were they going to do about him? He was too powerful and increasing his bounty was more like a child's petty anger. It didn't hurt him. Konoha had already marked him as not approach. He was powerful. He has proved that once more by defeating 2 Jinchurikis. This was going to make her busy. Her grandfather was going to push her around. Kurotsuchi was going to punch the blonde the next time she sees him. I will place the order. She finally responded to her grandfather. Write to Konoha once more and demand they do something about this. They must help us take him down. If they can't take responsibility for the actions of their rogue shinobi, I will consider them as enemies. Aren't you taking it too far? Onoki shrugged. Just a bit of anger to push them to do something, he said. He obviously had no intentions with starting a battle with Konoha. It was especially a problem now that he didn't have his Jinchuriki. The Leaf remained a powerful nation. You think they will bow to pressure? I don't know, Onoki said. We have to hunt him down. If we find his hideout, we can plan on how we are going to handle him. We need to know everything. His abilities. His height, the size of his shoes, and Konoha is going to supply us that information. They don't have a choice now that he has done this. They will want to avoid trouble as well. Kurotsuchi shook her head. Personally, she wasn't that concerned about hunting down Naruto anymore. Her concern was the person who has harmed the stone. The person who killed their innocent people. She wanted that person. And that was someone who she would happily hunt. Naruto was someone else since she already knew she didn't have a chance in a one-on-one battle with him. Should we contact Kumo and inform them? Onoki shook his head. We keep this a secret from them. They still have their Jinchurikis, and until we hear something from them, we won't say anything. We don't want them thinking we couldn't protect our Jinchuriki. He then smiled. Well, I did hear that Naruto has already defeated the Raikage. Even in this time, her grandfather was going to keep his cards to himself. There was still a competition. Kusagakure still has its Jinchuriki, we could take that before Naruto does anything. With the rest of the Great Five worried about Naruto and the attacks, nobody will even notice. Onoki nodded. If something happens, we are simply trying to protect the Jinchuriki from Naruto. Wave Country. The Wave, the country that hosted his first mission outside of the Hidden Leaf. Disastrous mission that had been. They made it. They succeeded, but it had to do with luck that they encountered a nice person in the form of Haku. Had the ice user been willing to take life, Sasuke would be dead and so would he. The Kyuubi was probably upset at that moment. Had he been killed, it might have been death to the Baijuu. A situation Kurama didn't want to see, even though he would eventually reform once his chakra gathered. It was perhaps that mission that should have made it obvious that Kakashi wasn't truly suited to be a sensei. The man sucked. He had failed as leader of the team. He was a good person who truly did care for those around him, but he was a failure for a sensei. Having seen that, Naruto would have made sure he did better if he ended up taking a team. He had an experience to lean on. Naruto looked at the graves of both Haku and Zabuza. For a moment, he considered digging up the ice user's body and revive him, but he shook his head. It wasn't necessary. Leave the dead to rest, he told himself. Haku was a great person there. Certainly someone who you needed when you were feeling down. He was going to have those moments soon. Life was turning upside down and he was likely going to be killing people. Naruto turned around and slowly made his way towards the people. The country was lively. It wasn't as poor as it had been when he last came here, and its economy was going to boom when once he finishes his projects. The hidden villages might feel threatened, but it was a good place here and he would protect it if there was a need to do so. He could have gone to Uzu, but he felt it was better here. Let the land of his people rest. It was a memory of how cruel humans could be. To wipe out an entire clan simply for its power. Ridiculous. But Naruto didn't think too much about this. It was a past. Something that happened during a war. 2 weeks have passed since he sent Guren here, and already the structure was starting to stand. Tracks for the trains were already put around the country. It was going to work well. He had done well by giving Guren this chance. He found the woman in a large house, sitting behind a desk, working on papers. He stood by the entrance and folded his hands together. You look busy. Guren glared at the blonde. She was going to kill him. She didn't know that she would be forced to do so much work. At this stage, she was even going to end up being made leader of the entire country. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that there was just too much work for her. She couldn't afford to take breaks because she was doing too many things at once. And she blamed this person. He was the one who was in a hurry to do everything in the same time. It was going to kill her. She didn't need this workload. She had been happy with Yukimaru in the forest. She had been content with her life. But she was here. Doing this work that she wasn't suited to doing but was learning to do because of him. Orochimaru didn't even make her work this hard. I wish I could quit any day. This is the worst. Well, it is better than being sent to kill people for your beloved master, isn't it? Children are no longer losing their mothers with you doing this kind of work. Guren gritted her teeth. It was a low blow and he knew it. But when had she been concerned about these things? I stopped that work long ago and was living peacefully before you showed up. But isn't it better? For both you and the boy. Naruto pressed in a hardened tone. Guren couldn't possibly say that this wasn't better, for Yukimura at least. She didn't get much time to spend with him since they arrived, but truly, he was happy here. He had even made a friend in the Tazuna's grandson, and that was something else to cherish. She wanted him to be happy. His happiness mattered to her, but it was a problem when she couldn't see it. Finally, she looked at Naruto and then spoke in a quiet tone. It is better for Yukimura. He is making friends. Living the life of a normal child. He is a bit frail, so being a shinobi isn't suitable for him. Naruto smiled and then finally walked into the large space. He sat on the desk and looked at Guren. I don't remember allowing you to buy yourself a house. I need a working station, Guren said. I was thinking I'd be just taking care of Yukimura before you showed up. Things happen, she said with a shrug. Naruto smiled. I'm pretty sure you were very nice with Orochimaru. Well, his humble servants basically worshipped him. Smiling bitterly, Guren nodded. He knew what he was doing, he knew how to convince people to follow him. Sometimes he'd kill your entire family just to make you feel lonely and then pounces on you. He was like that, she said. I did something like that. Well, that is the past, Naruto said. You are working here. With what I have seen, everything seems to be going well. Work being done quickly. But I'm working overtime, Guren said. If your body is tensed up, offer it to me and we'll take away the tension. Being alone here, I'm sure you do get lonely sometimes, Naruto said slyly. How unflattering, Guren said distastefully. I'm going to have to ban you from saying bad things to me, Naruto said. How are things? We are still good with money. Well, the Emperor's palace does make a lot of money. The rail tracks to Konoha and towns around the Fire Nation should start next week. I have already sent people who will start building another one that will go to Suna. But at the moment, if we finish the grid around the Fire Nation, we can expand to other countries. Guren explained. But the trains? Where are they going to be assembled? Don't worry about that. I have someone building them. Well, not someone. Different villages are building them and I will buy them from those villages. I had to come with something to give allies and partners. You really have to be willing to sacrifice something in order to gain something, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Shouldn't you have known this before you started negotiating? It is a basic rule, you don't go to the table if you have nothing to offer. Naruto shook his head. You can't be good at everything, he said. You also can't do everything yourself. This is why I have different people doing different things. I will do what I do best. You mean going around causing trouble? Guren asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto looked at the woman innocently. What do you mean by that? You know what I mean, Guren said. I'm in your network, so they keep me informed. She paused before asking. Is that like a rule that we must be kept informed of what is happening around the elemental nations? Don't you know? He that controls information controls the world, Naruto said. It didn't work well for Orochimaru despite everything that he knew. Oh, it worked well for him. Orochimaru was focused on his experiments. He gained knowledge about that and it worked well for him. That is why he was successful in his work, Naruto said lightly. I just cannot have ignorant people working for me. When I'm not around but you hear something, you'll be able to take decisions that you think are right. An informed decision is important in our situation. Guren nodded. Orochimaru never gave his people the kind of information Naruto gave. His people probably knew more than he did. She was told that Naruto knew things that he knew. Things that he had to know. He didn't get the briefings that she did. It does help, Guren said. Why did you let me come here if you are going to piss off Iwagakure? I was told they declared war on you. They are not going to let us do our work. Naruto smiled. Most of our work will be happening in fire territory. We have permission from the fire daimyo to do what we are doing. If Iwa attacks, they are pissing off the fire country. The wave mostly depends on its security on the hidden leaf. If they are having a problem, they'll likely call them. Guren stared at Naruto. But if it was in Uzu, they could have attacked freely. Naruto nodded. They won't be hindered from attacking, but this at least makes them act with caution knowing that they could earn themselves enemies. You are not a good person, Guren said. And you are a sadist, Naruto said with a shrug. You do know that you are putting this country in danger, right? Guren asked. Yukimaru has grown to like the people here. It would be a shame if something happened. Nothing will happen, Naruto said. This is why I even put you in charge. Your work will probably be the one that will be targeted. It will be your duty to protect it. But if anything dangerous happens, I will be here. Kiri sent the ships you leased, Guren said. Should we start transporting things? We have gained access of some of their port activity. Naruto nodded. You can, but you must be careful of pirates. Bothersome bunch who like going into uncharted lands. You sound like you have had experience with them. Guren said with a raised eyebrow. Well, actually I have. I'm going to tell you a secret, Naruto said. I actually live in the sea. You are not going to see me if you look. I wouldn't even try looking, Guren said. The sea is vast. Unless I know which sea, looking for you would be a waste of time. Whatever you have there is even probably hidden by a barrier. You are sharp, Naruto said. I'm going to live with you for the next couple of days. If you don't have enough rooms here, we can share. I'll behave at night. Why do you sound like you're really trying to get into my pants? I am. Guren blinked. She didn't expect him to say it like that with a straight face. Something was very wrong with Naruto. Were all people like this? No. She shook her head. They were not all like this. Are you a pervert? Naruto smiled. Guren noticed, it was a sad smile. No. But my sensei was. I do a lot of things and I will end up betraying friends. I ended my contact with them to soften the blow, but I have made new ones. To help me manage, this kind of talk eases up my worries. You can just go by if you really need to get laid. Naruto shook his head. Never, he said. I don't eat where any kind of animal eats. If a woman freely spreads her legs for any men with bills, that's her choice, but I am not going there. Well, never again. My sensei got me drunk and took me there. Guren laughed. You know, not everyone who is there goes there by choice. Some were sold, some really need the money, some are forced to go there, and well, to some, it is by choice. That is what happens in this world, Naruto said. It is no wonder my sensei really tried to change it. Or at least wanted to. He must have really meant a lot to you, Guren said. Your sensei, I mean. Your expression changes when you speak about him. Naruto silent for a couple of moments. He said. I was serious when I said I would be here for a couple of days. I will create an army of thousands of clones to start building the rails to the Fire Nation. Just to be on the safe side, I will make sure they transform. You don't have me running around the Fire Nation. Like you did when you helped build the bridge that is named after you? Yes. Naruto responded with a smile. He created a clone. Please fill in the clone on what is happening. From tomorrow, I will be in charge while you rest and spend time with your child. Are you insulting me? Just do what you told. Naruto's tone was sharp. It was the clone that responded. If you don't need the rest, I can leave you be. Guren blinked, stared at the disappearing Naruto and then the clone. If she found them together, she would not be able to tell which the real one is. This was indeed a unique clone. I'm surprised that you'd give me a break. The boss isn't a slave owner. The clone responded calmly. Konoha. Naruto had certainly lost the plot. Then again, maybe he really never had it to begin with. This wasn't going to bring peace. It was just making things difficult and chaotic. They were going to end up fighting war at this stage. If one village couldn't fight Naruto alone, they'd have to fight him together. Konoha would be forced to join in the fight because it would have no choice. At least the leaf never depended on the power of Baijuas. So even if the Kyuubi was gone, it wasn't a problem for them. Their strength remained intact, but a village like Suna had certainly taken a massive hit. Tsunade wished Jiraiya was here. She wouldn't need to send him after Naruto to knock some senses into him. He would be out there now, trying to fight for Naruto to stop what he was doing, to fight for the good side again. And he had been a good brat. A damn kind-hearted child. He had stepped into uncharted territory. If he had stopped with just saying things, they could have perhaps salvaged the situation, but now they couldn't do anything. Tsunade couldn't do anything for him. Even if he decided to return Iwa's Jinchuriki, they would still not forgive him. They would still demand his head. He had threatened them and they would not forget. Naruto was forcing her act against him. She would not forgive him for doing this to her. Tsunade placed the letter from Onoki on her desk. It was the third one since Naruto took their Jinchurikis. They'd been communicating with her since. Each letter angrier than the last. She wasn't rolling over. And she would not roll over for anyone. Even if she did feel responsible, she would not let Konoha be bullied. The leaf was still the strongest. Iwagakure would not command them. Danzo would laugh at her if he allowed this village to be bullied into acting. Anbu. Tsunade called. Hokage-sama. A masked man materialized out of nowhere. Get me Hitake Kakashi. Now. Hi. And he was gone. They are not toning down? Shizune asked of Iwagakure. Tsunade shook her head. No. On top of this, we are not getting anywhere in figuring out who is attacking the Great Five Nations. It doesn't make me comfortable knowing that the attacks have stopped. I know more is going to come. She could feel it, the past attacks were just the opening act. If someone was really attacking the Great Five Nations, they were going to come back with something bigger. They had to fight against that. They had to be on the lookout for that. But they couldn't prepare because they didn't know their enemy. Shizune really hoped that nothing more was coming. She hoped that the person was caught. This whole situation was bad. It was even affecting her master negatively. Hopefully we get breakthrough soon. Shizune was as hopeful as his statement. Kakashi appeared in the office with the Anbu. He had his book with him. You called, Hokage-sama, he said a bit lazily. Your former student. I'm going to kill him, she shouted, airing her frustrations. Every day it's a message from Iwa. It is always about him. Always. I swear he is trying to kill me. Kakashi blinked. Well, this wasn't what he was expecting to hear and see when he was called. It must really be hard for Tsunade. Kakashi really wished he could disappear from the village. Just so he avoid being made Hokage. At this rate, very soon, he was going to be made Rakudaime Hokage. He dreaded that day and he certainly didn't want to be the one responsible for troublesome situation as this. The Jonin smiled. Well, I wasn't much of a sensei to him, he said. I didn't ask how bad of a sensei you were, Kakashi, Tsunade snapped. And get that damned book from face. Well, someone is in a bad mood, today. Kakashi quickly put away his book safely before it was snatched away from him. This was going to be one of those days. Then again, the situation is serious. Oh, he knew. He knew that Naruto had already attacked Iwa's Jinchuriki and then took them. He knew a lot of people were now afraid, thinking that he was plotting something and was going to do something with all that power. He had the Kyuubi, 4 and 5 tails. And he was already powerful himself. Any reasonable person would be worried. Kakashi was sure, even he could not win against Naruto. He really had liked it when the blonde could still walk into the village and sit in this office. Those days were over. Naruto was officially an internationally wanted criminal. His sensei would be shocked. He was going to be shocked when he does tell him in the afterlife. It was a bit unbelievable that it was Naruto doing this. Sasuke? Yes, the Uchiha had always been very dark. But Naruto had been pure and very kind. Yet, he was now a wanted man. I guess Iwa is really demanding our cooperation now, Kakashi said. Yes. Tsunade nodded. Onoki adds it up by making blatant threats he knows he can't back up. Even though I know he won't do it, I can't help but worry, Kakashi. You have every reason to worry. I'm thinking of quitting and let you deal with this mess. Kakashi nearly thought of bolting out of the office. I failed at being a sensei, I don't think I will better here. He wanted to say it wasn't really fair for her to dump all the problems on him. He could commit suicide on the first day of work or even decide to follow one of his students just to escape the work. You have experience with failure. So this time around, you'll know what you need to do, Tsunade said with a shrug. Being a sensei and Hokage are two different things, Kakashi said. Once more, Tsunade dismissed his worries. You'll figure things out. Besides, you'll have Shizune with you. She will assist you and I will be around for advice when you need it. Kakashi stared. This was getting dangerous. He felt that Tsunade was getting serious in her talk. He knew there was no one who could take the position as things still stand, but still, she was doing fine. You are being serious, aren't you? Of course, I am, Tsunade said firmly. Think about it. I won't happen now. We have to get out of this mess and then we can talk. Kakashi merely nodded. He had to survive things though. With Shinobi, you never know. We will have to stop Naruto, Kakashi. I didn't want to do it and I didn't think I would have to do it, but this is getting too dangerous. We have to stop him. It has come to this point. He had 2 of his students who had turned away from the leaf. He was truly a failure. Had things been different, both Naruto and Sasuke would have been huge for the leaf. It would certainly be bad if they joined up forces, but Kakashi still didn't want them to fight each other. Those 2 would kill each other if they fought. But it might be that for things to end, they might have to face off. I am his sensei. I will be ready when you call. Tsunade stared at Kakashi for a moment before nodding. If he has gone to Iwa, he will eventually head to Kumo and strike. If he succeeds, it will be war. He won't have room to move because they will hunt him and we will be in the picture. If we refuse to help, they might see us as the enemy. Keep in mind that we still have another enemy that is unknown. This will make it difficult for us to win against this enemy should we be fighting against the other villages. So we have to help them. Tsunade nodded. I knew he said it. I heard him and I believed him, but I still didn't think he'd do it. He did it and will continue until they are all free or whatever it is that he is planning. It might come a point where we will have to kill Naruto, Kakashi. I would honestly prefer that than handing him over to either Kumo or Iwa. Who knows what they'd do to him. We can't keep him alive because really, we risk an invasion. Kakashi wondered just how much Tsunade was hurting just for saying those words. He knew just how close the blonde was to the woman. He brought her back to this village. They were like family. She lost Jiraiya and now she had lost Naruto. It was sad. I will do what needs to be done, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said firmly. He would ease her burden. She didn't have to do it. He would carry that burden. He would live with the guilt of knowing that one day, he was going to try to kill the son of a man who treated him like a son. Kakashi really felt like standing in the gravesite already. Tsunade nodded. Her sadness showed on her face. It showed in her eyes. They are building trains in the Wave Country and we have already given permission for them to come here. From what I understand, the Feudal Lords have agreed to them built in their lands. Although it stinks Naruto, we can't deny that they will simplify things. Transportation will be much easier. The danger is that Iwa and Kumo might target them. I don't know if they will target those coming into their villages since I heard that there are plans to connect all hidden villages, but they will try to destroy it because it has Naruto involved. Tsunade shook her head. I honestly don't know what he is trying to do with this. Whatever it is, we can be sure that he will be willing to defend them from destruction. More battles. It was going to be bloodshed. But if the villages couldn't get him, they would stick to destroying his work in order to draw him out. Kakashi hoped that innocent people would not be used just to kill Naruto. Just to draw out Naruto. He would even be disappointed with the blonde if he allowed it to happen. That is another thing that worries me the most, Tsunade said. I will probably meet the Kage soon and we will discuss the issue. I will try to talk against destroying something that will be helpful, but I doubt they will listen. Kakashi nodded. He could see that happening. I wanted you to be informed and aware what you will need to do, Kakashi. I know I am placing a lot on your shoulders, but I really don't have a choice, Tsunade said. I will watch Sakura to ensure that she doesn't do anything stupid. Like going after Sasuke? Kakashi asked. I got the feeling that we might not have to worry about him. He gave that impression, which is why I am not prioritizing him, Tsunade said. You can leave. Hi. Once the Jonin was gone, Tsunade leaned back to her chair, a rather miserable mask settled on her face. She had to make this choice. She had to do things she didn't want to do because of the decisions that Naruto had made. Why did it have to come to this point? Had Jiraiya been here, she would have been able to share the burden with him, or maybe perhaps he would come up with a better strategy. But she was alone. Jiraiya was gone. Wave Country. Guren stared at Naruto with curious look on her face. Every day since he relieved her of her duties, temporarily, he came to this office and sat down. He worked without complaining and with an expressionless mask on his face. He put in hours she couldn't think of putting. When woke up, he was working. By the time she went to bed, he would still be working. He did take breaks, but he was working too hard. Not mention the number of clones he had every day to help out. Everything within the Wave Country was done. The Uzumaki Tower was completed. Well, that was how fast things when you had 2,000 clones working on it. Didn't you say you were leaving today? Guren asked as she stepped into her office. Well, she was going to leave it and go to the tallest tower in the Wave Country. That hasn't changed, Naruto said calmly. I just need to finish a couple of things. You know, I was working a bit recklessly because I might never get the chance to look at papers like this again. That aside, we are still building, it is best to ensure there are no cracks to the foundation. Should there be any, things can fall apart at any moment. I want to avoid that. You're not going to focus on this? Guren asked curiously. She didn't think she would be running this for the rest of her life. She was thinking he was making her do the groundwork while he runs rampart around the elemental nations. Once down, he would return to take his rightful place. Naruto shook his head. In any village or organization, there needs to be a proper structure to ensure that things run smoothly. In our world Shinobi, we have a chain of command. It is very fundamental and we need this in the company. My focus will remain elsewhere and I don't have any real interest in working at the tower, so I have created a chain of command that will not need me. I have reviewed your work so far, and I'm happy with the decisions you have made. You will be informed, to ensure you make the right decisions. Saying this, I mean you will run the Uzumaki company, no one else but you. You will have people who will advise you, but you will be the executive. I will leave you with negotiating trade deals. Basically, you will do everything. But keep in mind that your sadism and the way you did things with Orochimaru have no room here. But you can still use information you receive to your advantage. Maybe it's ethically wrong, but like I said, those who control information, control people. Eventually, you will be made leader of the wave country, and when that happens. Naruto pointed at 5 scrolls. These have guidelines, a couple of plans, information you need for the business. I might come to check on your progress, but I won't get involved. He stood up and took the scroll in the middle and walked over to Guren. This scroll contains very important company documents, keep it safe, but don't open. You will know when to open it. For now, I have to go back to work. Guren stared at the scroll. She was curious about what was really inside that she couldn't see but could only open when the time is right. It was things like this that made her curious. He could also be lying, and the scroll was empty. Maybe this was a test of faith. He just wanted to see if she could be trusted. You going back to gathering the Jinchurikis? Naruto shook his head. I am not gathering them. I'm merely freeing the Baijuas. Of course, people don't understand this. But I am not concerned about that. Nevertheless, I do hope they come to understand it. You know, for some reason, I'm starting to think you really don't have any interest in using the Baijuas for some hidden agenda. Of course I don't, Naruto said calmly. I am even going to release the Baiju sealed within me. I would have to make some preparations to make sure I don't die. Life is unfair in the sense that you may have the ability to save other people, but you really can't save yourself. What is that supposed to mean? I can bring other people from the dead, at a cost of my lifespan, but I can't do the same for myself, Naruto said. If I am not careful and make proper arrangements before releasing the Baiju sealed within me, I will die. Guren merely stared. There was that risk, and yet he was going to do it. Guren couldn't understand his reasons. She couldn't understand what motivates him. She knew this company was going to grow so powerful it would influence politics played by villages. Naruto knew this, and he was creating it for this purpose, and yet, he could do something that would leave him without seeing the rise of his company. Guren followed him outside without saying a word. He summoned his large bird and then jumped atop of it before it flew off. Couldn't he use space/time ninjutsu? It wasn't the first time she was seeing using that bird as means for transportation. She shook her head and went back inside. Kirigakure. It was around night when Mei nearly jumped off her feet when she saw Naruto standing by the entrance of her living room. This was her house and she didn't let him in. In the last time he has been here, he has never been in her house. It was unprecedented and she was honestly surprised to see him here at this time of the night. She was already resting from another day in the office. She glanced at him curiously, he was staring back at her, his eyes almost trying to hypnotize her. She blinked once and then shook her head to thought of being hypnotized by those eyes. Can I come in? Mei thought of snorting. He was already inside her house. He could as well even just walk in here and take the remote while making himself comfortable. You have already stepped inside, I don't think you need my permission. Can I go back outside and knock at the door? Naruto asked. Mei raised an eyebrow at this. If you thought that was proper, you would have done it in the first place before walking inside. I didn't want to be seen around by your people. I am a very wanted person in the elemental nations. I'd rather not invite you to any pressures from other Kages. Naruto explained lightly. There could also be internal politics to consider. If she was known to be running around with a wanted criminal, it wouldn't do well for her reputation. Naruto didn't want to ruin that. His reputation could be in tatters for all he cared, for him it was fine. He didn't have to worry about it. He walked this path knowing that his reputation could be destroyed. But for the greater good, a little mud in his name was nothing. People have always had bad opinions about him. When he was younger, he was the QB brat, a demon spawn, criminal was nothing. After a couple of thoughts, Mei responded. That is rather thoughtful of you, she said calmly. You can come in. Naruto nodded and slowly walked over. He sat down beside the woman who was dressed in blue sleeping gowns. He'd never seen her in this kind of clothing, a grown woman, looking so pleasant. He looked at her hands, she was holding a cup, a bottle of sake on her small coffee table. Naruto smiled sadly and then went back to looking at the fine woman, but before he could say anything, the Mizukage spoke. Is there something that you like? Oh yes, Naruto said with a nod, a smile on his lips. It was no longer a sad smile. I'd always thought you were beautiful, but these clothes are a bit revealing and they just entice you to look. You have already welcomed yourself to my home, you can look until you are satisfied. The god Mizukage said before taking a sip. I'd think a bit deeply and wouldn't be able to stop myself from taking you to the bed. Or just tearing off the clothes right here, Naruto said slyly. Oh? Mei returned his smile. What is stopping you? I don't know if you are available for the taking. Ask, and you shall be answered. Naruto smiled but he didn't ask. He took out a storage scroll and unsealed his 2 bottles. It was moments like this when you could afford to get drunk. He had more sealed up. He could unseal them once these are done. There was nothing wrong with getting drunk, was there? This was a safe place. He had made sure of it before deciding to step in. Mei was a good gentle person. He knew that much. He wouldn't wake up in the morning with chakra seals binding his movements. Are you always this lonely? Naruto asked quietly. Well, I am not married. But yes, it is always like this, every night. Naruto closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort of the sofa. He took a huge gulp and then swallowed hard. Ah, it always hit the good spot. Do you want to free me from this loneliness? Naruto smiled. I'm a criminal, a wanted person by people who wanted to torture me until my body gives out. Mei shrugged carelessly. To those people, not to me. We haven't had many moments, but in those moments, I discovered that you are a good person. I also believe that you don't plan to use the powers of the Baijuas for any reason, you only want to do what you said you want to do. You even came to my house because you think I believe you, right? Naruto didn't respond immediately, he first took another sip before speaking. You know, during the past weeks, I have been reading reports about my intentions. I am an evil person who wants to use the powers of the Baijuas, maybe to rule the world. People don't want to believe that I really just want to free the Baijuas. If I was getting crazy, I'd think that maybe it is true, I have other reasons. Anyway, I did come here because I think I can trust you. Your village is away from the other nations inland, and I really do think you are a kind person. Perhaps we are both wrong, but we are here. I don't know much, but I came here because I wanted to. Doesn't that settle things then? Mei asked, without looking at the blonde. If I'm going to stab you in the back because people think you want to rule the world when I know it isn't true, what would that make me? A damn traitor, Naruto said. Which I am not and will not do. As long as we stay good. I'm sure we will be on good terms, Naruto said. I'm going to attack Iwagakure and the Raikage is going to fight, but he will not win. Once that is done, the rest isn't a problem and I can handle it in a single day. I wasn't the most liked person in Konoha. I really did struggle to make friends, but I did make them. People accepted me. Jiraiya was like a parent to me, he taught me many things, how to drink, the foundation of my skills, how to approach a woman. But now he is gone. There is Tsunade. When I first met here, she was a wreck, a woman who'd given up on everything because she had lost her loved ones. I convinced her that all was not lost and she went back to Konoha. She was a medic but with hemophobia, she suffered it for many years and only managed to fight it to save my life. We really became close. She lost Jiraiya, her past. I am here. Once I attack Kumo, she will have no choice but to turn Konoha's arms at me. It must be hard on her. To be forced into a choice where she has to kill someone she loves, to protect the things she swore to protect. Mei grabbed the bottle on Naruto's hand and poured on her cup, and handed it back before taking a sip. Bitter, she said. I'm going to get drunk quickly with this. I don't like slow poisons, Naruto said. The Mizukage laughed at this. She then went silent before speaking. Are you thinking of quitting? Naruto shook his head. I am just sad for her, he said. But I will not quit. I want to make this world a peaceful place to live in. You're not exactly getting close as things stand. If you manage to take Kumo's Jinchuriki, you become the biggest threat anyone has ever faced. There can be no peace as long as you live. People will always live in fear as long as you are alive. You will be hunted. Blood will be shed in search for you. Innocent people will get in the crossfire. Anyone that has a connection with you will be hunted. Some people will fight back. It is just going to be a chaotic situation. I know that. I knew that things could not work out with my presence after taking the Baijuas. But I had no other choice but to use force where necessary. If I had started with the campaign of influence and then go on to use force to take the Baijuas, everything would crumble. There will be no village with a Jinchuriki and I will make it impossible for them to get them. But my continued presence really does mean the company will be hindered and people will die. I have a way to deal with things. But I will need you to help me with it. As long as my villager isn't put in any danger. Things won't get that far, Naruto said. I will be making preparations but I will see. Once I take Kumo's Baijuas, there will be likely a situation where Kages have to agree to hunt me down. I will decide on the outcome of the summit on what I must do. Mei was thoughtful for a couple of moments. If there is a plan to hunt you down, you want me to agree with it? Naruto nodded. It is best for your village. I am just one person. But do fight against the needless destruction of my company. If you are willing to support plans for my death, they shouldn't complain. If that happens, you will know what I want you to do for me. Mei took a sip. This was just a bit too much. She was sitting with a good person who was saying she should support methods to kill him. He knew that there wouldn't be peace if he continued to live, and yet he wasn't willing to die. But why would she support the hunt of his death if he wasn't going to allow people to kill him? She couldn't understand. He did have a plan, and she was afraid to know more about it. What happens when you are finally cornered? Naruto smiled. You shall see, Mei. But if things work out well, I will die for the sake of peace. Perhaps I might even go out with a bang. Mei shook her head. What are you really planning, Naruto? If you can trust me, I will explain it to you, Naruto said calmly. That is that. Why do you afford to be alone in this world, Mei? I have realized that there is no better joy than being with someone. The union between a man and a woman is especially a sweet thing. I've always thought of being married, but I've never found anyone. Naruto smiled. When this is all over, when people are happy and the nations are able to sit together without the other pointing a finger at the other, let us get married. Mei laughed. Says a dead man, she said. Don't get my hopes up like that. Naruto shook his head, but I am serious. I don't know you well, and I can't say I am in love with you, but I think I can fall in love with you. I think I can live happily with you. He then paused for a moment before smiling. There is another possibility that also gives me hope. It is slim but a possibility. What? That the Raikage is able to understand my reasons if I make him understand. If that happens, there will be no fear. Kumo won't hunt for me. If Kumo resists, Konoha will step away, so will you and Suna. At that point, it will just be Iwa alone in the wilderness. In that scenario, I am able to live freely. That presents a more realistic chance of your marrying me. Naruto faced the woman. Then, shall we hope? Iwagakure. Gaara was honestly starting to have second thoughts on what he had to do about this situation that surrounded him. He frowned at the thought that things were going to get dangerous from now on and it will be worse if Naruto succeeds in Kumo. No, he shook his head, the blonde was going to succeed. Tsunade had made it clear that she thought he was going to succeed and she was working on that assumption. Well, considering that he has already gone to Kumo before defeated the Raikage, there was little doubt that he was going to fail. The problem here was that the Hidden Stone had basically threatened war with anyone who is known to shelter the blonde. Iwagakure was going to join in on the same path as well, and should that happen, Iwagakure could not afford to be seen as an ally of Naruto. If that happened, he would have to be concerned about the safety of this village and his shinobi. Gaara knew what he would have to do if his village was threatened, but he wanted to avoid a situation in which he had to take the decision he would have to do. Naruto had yet to even come here to this village. It was a problem. He already knew he didn't need Shukaku's power to control the sand. His abilities would not be affected if he allowed Naruto to release the Baijuo inside of him, and he thought it would also ease up things in the village from those who still feared the power inside of him. He wasn't just thinking about what Naruto wanted to do when he agreed to the plan's plan, H was also thinking about his village and he had yet to change his mind. But if it came to a point where he was the last Jinchuriki, there was a chance that he would find himself being shielded by other Kages. That would complicate things. What is Konoha saying? Gaara looked at his sister for a moment before staring at the letter from Tsunade. They have resolved to kill Naruto. Temari wasn't surprised really. It was only a matter of time before things went to this point. Yet, it had to have been a difficult situation for them. A hard decision for them to make. But who do they have who is capable of killing Naruto? She frowned, she felt somehow saying those words. Temari shook her head, she didn't need this now. Gaara shook his head. I assume they are going to make plans, he said. It is likely that we will be joining forces to fight him. We? The Kazekage nodded his head slightly. It apparently is the only option and I doubt Naruto doesn't know that this will happen. If we decide to stay out, Kumo and Iwa look at us with suspicion. It will be a problem if we have a summit while I still the Baijuu inside of me. Temari smiled, almost bitterly. So, now it is much safer for you to be without a Baijuu, she said. If we remain the only ones with a Baijuu, we become threat to those villages and they will do anything to remove that threat. They might also think that we plan this with Naruto in order to strengthen our position. At such point, soon as security becomes threatened, Gaara said. I really do need to talk to him. I don't know if I will be able to fight someone who saved my life. But I understand that the Kages might be forced to enter into an alliance to fight Naruto. The Kages are usually the strongest and in this case, normal shinobi will just get slaughtered if they fight Naruto. Temari was a bit bitter about that because she knew she was powerless against that person. She didn't even want to fight him. But it looked like they would be forced to fight not because he was their enemy but because of peer pressure. It was laughable. But we may not have a choice regardless of what Naruto thinks, won't we? Gaara shook his head. I don't know about that, he said. We also need to talk to Naruto about this new threat that we face. Do you think he knows something? Gaara nodded. He does. He had to know something and if he was on their side, he would say something about it. Konoha said it wasn't Naruto because they knew when the incidents happened, Naruto wasn't in the elemental nations. But Gaara hadn't thought that it was Naruto. The blonde would never do something like that. So if he does know, we can do something about it. That at least made Temari smiled. Her smile suddenly vanished when a thought came to mind. But do you think he will have any interest in helping if we let him know of what is being plotted? Yes, Gaara said with a nod. Temari, do you think Naruto is a bad person? She shook her head. I really do think he is a good person. Then if he is really a good person, he will help us deal with this situation. We can't let this threat go on forever. Hidden Leaf. It was never really a pleasant thing when someone came to you and said, we need to talk. Ino was nervous about the whole situation because she had a nagging feeling when Naruto spoke those words to her and now she was staring at him blankly. He wasn't smiling as he usually did. He had an unusually serious look on his face. It was like he was readying himself for a battle to death. So, what has been happening in the leaf? Naruto asked calmly. Nothing much, Ino said with a shrug. Things got destroyed. Sasuke was here and I heard he is looking for you. I heard about that, Naruto said. His presence in the village at least. Surprising, he'd just walk into the village and then leave. But I can understand why Tsunade didn't try to catch him. She does have much more important issues to deal with. Yes. You and the attacks. Naruto smiled. What did he want? How should I know? You know things your father knows. Aren't you learning under him? Asked about the Uchiha massacre, which is strange since we know exactly what happened. But they are asking about it since his questions raise the possibilities that there might be something deeper. There is still no shred of evidence to suggest otherwise. I don't think they will get anything no matter how they look. Uchiha massacre? Sasuke already met his brother, there was obviously something that happened between them. When they met, he seemed a little different. He hadn't been too bothered to ask but now he was curious. He wanted to know what the Uchiha was thinking and plotting. If he was asking about him, he would have to eventually see him to know what he wants. That is indeed a curious subject, Naruto said. Sakura didn't run after him? Ino managed a smile. She has grown, you know. She focused on her duties but she might likely go after him. She is getting frustrated. We are no longer teenagers anymore. She is tired of dreaming being in his comfort, holding his babies. Naruto laughed at this. Oh, what a poor girl, he said. Your dreams as well? I'm not a child anymore, so of course, I have dreams. Don't you have them? It is honestly difficult for me to dream. Most of my thoughts begin with if only. That is that, he said with a sigh. Ino stared at him for a long minute. What did you want to talk about, Naruto? Listen carefully, Ino. I'm already marked as an international criminal. I have been safe recently, but tomorrow, I will be in Iwagakure, fighting there. From now on, people will die when facing me. I will have blood in my hands. People will desire to kill me. They will hate me. They will hate everything that is connected to my name. I don't want you crying for me, I don't want you to throw your life away. You can still love someone and have a happy future. Ino glared at Naruto. You're not going to waste my time and then dump me, Naruto. That aside, I don't care if you are a criminal. You're not getting rid of me. Naruto sighed, he should have known that this would happen. I won't be seeing you. At least not now. I will be busy with missions and trying to ensure that things take off. I would rather not have my plans fall flat in destruction. Just make sure that you make an appearance, Uzumaki, Ino said. I swear I will hunt you down until I find you. Yes, he never told her anything about his work. It had been safer that way. He was now starting to see the benefit of keeping things to yourself. Not everyone had to know everything. Ino was especially a risk he could not take. But he was glad, perhaps a bit pleased that she was still willing to walk with him even though he was now branded a criminal and would be known for killing people. Did he ever think that there would be someone who would stick with him no matter what? No, it was a first. And it was over love. What a funny world this was. But hopefully, the Raikage understands things and they are able to work out things without anyone hunting him down. That could work. Chapter 18. Yugito's body froze. Naruto was standing in front of her. This was her home. Her place. He had come for her. How did he even arrive in the village without anyone seeing him? She was a bit afraid. She knew why he was here. She was afraid of tomorrow. Afraid of the life she would have to live without her Baijuo. She wouldn't know how to live. She was used to being a Jinchuriki, to have the beast live inside of her. She couldn't imagine life being any different. She had tried to think about. It had given her some ideas. But she was confused. Did she even have a tomorrow? Would she be alive? Iwagakure's Jinchuriki were nowhere to be seen. He had taken them. They were probably dead. He was here for her. Was she going to die as well? Was he going to kill her? Was he going to take her as he did to Iwa? Yugito couldn't tell. But he had seemed honest back then. He had seemed like he was telling the truth. Even the Baijuo inside of her had confirmed it. He could not have tricked them, could he? Yugito relaxed slightly. She stared into those eyes of his. He was looking back at her, hands folded against his chest, an amused look on his face. What was so funny? She couldn't see anything amusing. She was thinking about life or death here. Are you going to let me in, Yugito? Naruto finally spoke. If I stay around here, I might be seen by someone. Yugito stared. He'd infiltrated the village, she realized. But he was still waiting there, waiting for her to invite him into her home. I'm sure this place will become a battleground if that were to happen. You understand then, Naruto said. Yugito didn't nod. I do, but why shouldn't I call for them myself? I'm going to be suspected of being an accomplice if I'm seen with you. Can I come in? Yugito stared. She stepped out of the way and he walked in. She closed the door and leaned against it. She locked it. She didn't want anyone seeing her with him. She would be in danger. He saved her life. She was grateful. But she didn't want anything that would risk Kumo or the life that he saved. She tensed when Naruto leaned over to her. His hand touched her chin and he stared into her eyes. She could feel his warm breath. She could feel the overwhelming power being mightily suppressed. Suddenly, he let her go and she breathed once more. He went on to make himself comfortable. She followed shortly. I can understand why you are concerned. I have not been having good stories being written about me. And somehow you don't even sound concerned by it, Yugito said. Naruto shrugged. I have thought of things. Looking all displeased isn't going to solve anything. But it is a fact that I did take Iwa's Jinchuriki. And the attacks? What of them? Yugito hesitated. He was being blamed for them. Both Kumo and Iwagakure were blaming him for them, but not Suna and Konoha. They had different thoughts. Yugito didn't know much, even when it came to his movements. Perhaps they are worried that she will take his offer and choose the life of a normal kunoichi without a Baijuu nesting within her. That was the possibility. She hadn't made decision to become a host. They had made it for her. Everyone is saying you, but for some reason, I don't think you did it, Yugito said. Am I wrong? Naruto shook his head. No. You are not wrong, Yugito. I did not do it. Someone has a grudge against me and is trying to frame me. Do you know who? Naruto nodded. I have seen him once, he said. He wants these eyes of mine. I know why, and perhaps it is good that I have them. Because what he plans to do with them is very dangerous. The blonde shook his head. Problem is, I don't know who he is and where he dwells. I just have to deal with him the next time he appears before me. Yugito nodded. Silence fell for a moment before she spoke. So, are you here? Yes. I am here, Naruto said. I thought you'd be hidden as the Raikage's brother, he said. We are not the same. B isn't a bad person, but the Raikage is very protective of him. He doesn't allow him to even leave the village unless they are together. They only used to do missions together before Asama became Raikage, but after that, he's been very protective of B. No same treatment then, Naruto said. But you can go. You are here. Are you the bait? Maybe, Yugito said with a shrug of her shoulder. To them, I should have all reasons to have this burden lifted off me. So that makes me suspicious. Well, in our younger days, we all wished we were not Jinchurikis. We wished we were normal. But we get used to it over time, Naruto said with a small smile. I will also release the Baijuu inside of me and I will forever be a Jinchuriki. Yugito looked confused. What is that supposed to mean? To protect the future, Naruto said. Why do you think the Akatsuki wanted to collect Baijuus? I don't know, Yugito said with a shake of her head. They wanted to give birth to something that once lived before. What do you get when you combine the power of all 10 Baijuus? Naruto asked. Something ridiculously powerful? Yugito said with a raised eyebrow. Naruto smiled. Yes, he said. Do you know that in its full power the Kyuubi could possibly defeat all other Baijuus on its own? Yugito stared. She was honestly surprised. She knew the Kyuubi was the strongest, but she didn't think it was that powerful. Are you sure you are not overstating its strength? That is the truth, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Just because the Hachibi has 8 tails doesn't mean that it is only 1 tail weaker than the Kyuubi. Even if you match the 5 and 4 tails doesn't mean that they will equal the Kyuubi. This is why even when all the Baijuus were captured, it remained. How did it get captured? In the current generation, there is no one who would have the strength to subdue it, Naruto said without responding to Yugito's question. Do you know the story of the Sage of 6 Paths? Yugito nodded. Kumo used to have many tools that were once said to have been tools of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. But she didn't know much even though she nodded her head. What does he have anything to do with the Baijuus? In response to this, Naruto smiled. You should ask the Baijuu inside of you, he said. Understand the history, the origins. Perhaps you might fear something that I could do since I'm capable of doing it, but I'm telling you to learn the history. But keep it to yourself, it should open your understanding of Baijuus. I haven't told any of the other Jinchurikis and I would rather have them ignorant of it. They can know if they ask. But they won't. This was all something Yugito was not expecting. Here she was, having a pleasant conversation with a man who was wanted by her village. Wasn't it wrong for her to do this? Kumo wasn't going to be pleased. She would be treated with suspicion for the rest of her life. That was something she could not have. Her loyalty towards her village was unquestionable. Anyone who questions it would be insulting her, but she would be questioned. I am going to have the time to even do that? Yugito asked. I'm assuming that you came here in order to take her away from me and I don't think there is actually anything I can do to stop it, she said in a defeated tone. Don't sound so miserable, Naruto said with a smile. You'll make me feel bad. As you should, Yugito said with a stare. Because of you, I will be questioned and I am in this situation. Tell me, why did you save me? Why didn't you just do it there instead of making me return here like this? Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before responding. I wanted to give you time to think. I wanted to give you a choice. He shook his head. It isn't really much of a choice, but we enjoy the freedom to make choices for ourselves and what is best for us. For once in you can be allowed to be selfish. You will never experience the joys of life, happiness when all you do is sacrifice yourself. It is good to give yourself to others, And perhaps you might die without any regrets, but if you experience happiness, making choices for you, you are even content with your life. We have not been given much of choices in our lives. You were put into this situation. For most of your life you have fought for this village. You love it. And still think to continue to fight for it, and I don't want to take that away from you, but I want to give you an opportunity to live, without being called a Jinchuriki, without the burden. Of course, I do understand you may no longer consider it a burden, but I must still do it. Iwa's Jinchuriki? Yugito asked curiously. You think they are dead? It was a statement, not a question. Well, I can't blame you for thinking that. They are very much alive. But they are somewhere. Since they didn't have that good of a relationship with their Baijuas, there will not be a connection between them. They should nevertheless return to Iwa in the near future. I do think they are likely to be dismissed. They are treated as weapons. What use is a weapon that no longer functions? Yugito frowned upon hearing those words. She really hoped that she didn't suffer the same consequences. You need not worry, Naruto said in a firm tone. I told you, you'd still have a connection with the Baijuo within you. And you'll be able to use some of its powers. You won't be able to transform, but you won't be completely useless. Yugito sighed and stared at the ceiling for a long minute. This was happening. She had already talked it through with Matatabi, but the Baijuo appeared to be content with everything she was willing to do. Any decision was fine. Naruto could be trusted, she said. But it wasn't about trust, it was about what this decision would do to Kumagakure. I don't suppose if I said I wanted more time to think, you'd walk away, Yugito said, eyeing Naruto at the corner of her eyes. Naruto shook his head. I think I have given you plenty time to think. You know what is happening out there. The clouds of war are beginning to gather. I can't afford to take things slowly, he said. You still want to talk some more? Yugito stared at him fully before shaking her head. It's strange that I can talk to you so freely, she said with a smile. I may have been hated in my younger days, but I wasn't that much of a bad person when it came to communicating. My training days with Jiraiya-sensei also taught me much about communicating. That aside, we have something in common to discuss, Naruto said with a slight shrug of his shoulder. Admittedly, I think I am giving you the special treatment. I was more than ready to fight Iwa's Jinchuriki, perhaps it was because they had no close bonds with the Baijuo sealed within them, he said with a shake of his head. Special treatment? Yugito asked with a laugh. Perhaps, she said, standing up. Let us do this. But you are going to fight some people. Naruto nodded. He was expecting it. He wasn't going to tell her that some people would die if he was pushed. He didn't want to make her an accomplice to this situation if she was asked. Naruto stood and allowed Yugito to drag him to a secluded place. It was a rocky terrain, not too far from the village. Looking around, Naruto nodded, this would do. But he would still have to teleport the Baijuo to some place safe. Show me your seal. Yugito stared at him for a long moment. Why do you want to see it? Naruto raised an eyebrow. It isn't on your thigh, is it? He then smiled at the thought. If it is, I'm not going to close my eyes when you strip. Can you be so shameless? Naruto shrugged carelessly. We are both adults, he said. Then? Yugito showed him the seal. The blonde stared at it for a couple of moments before shaking his head. This is no wonder Uzumaki were the best, he said before his fingers glowed with chakra. Since you are willing, I will do it this way, but it will be painful and you will die. The dying part hadn't been something that Yugito had brought up with him, but before she could say anything, unimaginable pain shot through her after Naruto loosened the seal and began extracting Matatabi. It took no more than a minute for him to take out the chakra and the Baijuo roared to life on the side. Yugito's body fell on the ground lifelessly. Naruto stood still, the Baijuo's power was making waves. Kumo's people would be coming at any moment. How does it feel to be free? Fine, Matatabi said without any excitement. Are you going to revive her? Naruto stared at the person on the ground before speaking. Do you know what it costs to revive someone? Suna has a forbidden jutsu for reanimation. You basically exchange your life and offer it to someone else. Reviving a single person shouldn't be a problem. Matatabi asked. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto merely smiled. He didn't respond to the question but held his hands together. As this was happening, hundreds of Kumo shinobi surrounded the area. Naruto didn't mind them. He revived Yugito and then turned to face Matatabi. He needed to get the Baijuo out of this place, but he first needed to give Yugito some of its chakra. Give me some of your chakra, Naruto said, walking towards the Baijuo. They were not making any moves because they could see the Baijuo was free. Naruto was thankful for this. Yugito was still recovering. He could move. Without questioning him, the two tails gave him some of its chakra. Naruto then walked over to Yugito and did a couple of hand seals. He slammed the palm of his hand on her gut. The moment he stood up, he felt lightning cracking. He summoned Kurama's chakra and held out his right hand. The Raikage flashed before him, Shinra Tensei. The jutsu slammed into the Raikage and sent him flying away from Naruto. Kushios no Jutsu. He did hand seals and slammed them on the ground. A perfect replica of him appeared in a puff of smoke. Transport the Baijuo to Uzu, Naruto said. The clone didn't say anything, it disappeared in a blur and appeared atop of Matatabi. Within the blink of an eye, they disappeared in a flash. If you want to play, please enter the field. A walk towards, he was unharmed, a heated glare on his yes. I see the snake has decided to shed its skin, he said to Naruto. He spared Yugito a glance before arming himself fully with the full power of his lightning cloak. Where is my Baijuo? Ridiculous, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I have been playing nice with you people. You want a reason to loathe my existence? Yes, I will give you one. Now, if you want to fight me, face me. I have other things to do. The Raikage disappeared in a flash. He appeared in front of Naruto, slightly above the ground with a punch head towards Naruto's face. The blonde jumped back slightly to avoid the punch. The moment he touched down the ground, two shinobi appeared behind him, flashing their swords towards his back. Two chakra hands burst out and grabbed both shinobi by their faces. They were brutally slammed to the ground. Black lightning wolves lunged towards him in blinding speed. Naruto summoned his sword and twisted once before cutting through the jutsu. He was forced to jump up when he sensed lightning striking from the heavens. He avoided the jutsu and landed a distance away. A man flashed in front of him, right foot swinging towards his upper body. Naruto's long blade cut through the air, and sliced the man in half. When no one attacked, he stopped and paused. This is boring. He muttered and flipped his sword over to his left hand. He held out his right hand, and formed a small Baiju Dama, but he added wind chakra into it. The jutsu's center was dark with pale wind blades spinning furiously. He flung the jutsu towards Kumo Shinobi. Upon contact, the jutsu exploded into a loud work of flames and powerful gusts of winds that caused those who were not caught in the explosion to make a run for it to shield themselves. There was a large mushroom that picked up from the explosion. Naruto wasn't given time to admire his handiwork as A suddenly flashed in front of him, punching him straight on his chest with a ferocious strike that sent him flying. He flipped several times before landing on one knee. A was above him, his right foot crashing down on his head. Naruto jumped out of the way and watched as A's foot crash to the ground. He then lifted his right foot and tried to kick A on his left shoulder, but the Raikage disappeared in a blur. Naruto charged towards the man and made contact while the Raikage was still in mid-air. Naruto had tried to punch the Raikage but his punch was blocked. Chakra hands burst forwards and tried to grab the man's legs, but once more, the Raikage sped away. Naruto frowned as he too made the distance and landed on the ground. For a second, he opened himself and A lunged forward. Lariat. The moment he made contact with Naruto, the blonde activated his jutsu. Gakido. The jutsu worked quickly in absorbing the man's chakra, and before A could make an escape, Naruto grabbed the man's left hand. Naruto swung his sword, his swing hit in a lightning-fast motion, and by the time A separated away from Naruto, his left hand remained behind. Naruto was holding it. He didn't even look at it as lightning burst forward with incredible power and turned the hand into ashes. Raikage-sama. He could hear the shouts, but Naruto didn't care for it. He stalked towards the bleeding man who was now surrounded by a shinobi. In a lightning-fast motion, he threw his sword towards the group. It was coated with wind chakra. He had increased his weight to the maximum before throwing it. The speed in which it traveled was ridiculously fast. The sword pierced through the back of one shinobi and continued its march towards the kneeling Raikage. Out of sheer instincts, A tilted his head to the side. He watched the sword fly over the right side of his face, but he noticed it as it went by. His lightning cloak was being absorbed. Unexpectedly, Naruto switched places with his sword. No one moved in time as the blonde grabbed the Raikage by the back of his neck with both his hands and then disappeared. Naruto appeared next to his sword with the Raikage being lifted up in the air, his lightning cloak gone. Naruto had absorbed the man's chakra to the point of near exhaustion. If I keep you alive, you'll continue to chase after me. I have the power to destroy this village and kill everyone in it, but I do not have that desire. I want to believe that you are a reasonable person. Perhaps I am naive in thinking that if I spare your life, you'll consider things carefully. Even so, I want to believe. Naruto slammed his left palm on A's chest. I am giving you a choice: stop trying to fight me and leave me alone. Should you fight me, you will definitely burst. He dropped the man on the ground. A clutched his chest with his remaining hand. What did you do to me? What you need to know is that with a snap of my fingers, you will die, Naruto said. I will fight you till I die. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before sighing. Such a shame, he said with a shake of his head. I was hoping you'd like to keep your life, but since you want to end it that badly, we'll end it. Naruto picked up his sword and then swung it in a vertical slash, trying to separate A's head from his shoulders. Yugito flashed on the path of the blade, protecting the Raikage. The blade stopped just inches away from her. Please, Naruto. If you don't really want blood, please spare his life. If you care for my future, please don't do this. She begged him. She was begging him to spare a man who was going to hunt him for the rest of his miserable life. Naruto thought for a moment before retreating. There will be no next time. The blonde said before disappeared in a flash. Yugito breathed out a sigh of relief before falling on the knees. She was relieved. For a moment, she thought he wouldn't stop. She was happy though, the Raikage was alive. Some men may have died, but the important thing was that their leader was alive. Before she could even turn to face the Raikage, Yugito found herself surrounded, blades pointed at her. She smiled sadly. She wasn't angry. She was sad. They would point their swords at her when she just saved their leader's life. You let him take the two tails without fighting. He was not manipulating you, you allowed it freely and then he revived you. Confirm this or deny it. Minutes later. Killer B, Naruto said to the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. From what I have been told, you have a very good bond with your Baijuu and will probably not agree to me taking it, isn't that so? B stared at Naruto. Without question, Naruto was dangerous. But he didn't want to be separated from the Gyuki. He didn't wish for it. This was his partner and it would continue to be his partner until he breathes for the last time in this life. Aren't you going to hear him out, B? If not, you are going to have to be careful, this isn't an opponent you want to fight. The Hachibi said. Naruto not only had the Rinnegan but he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, that was just way too much power for just one person. He knew that he was the second most powerful but still against the Kyuubi, he really could not win. I know. V said with a nod. If I say no, what are you going to do, yo? I will naturally remove the Baijuu inside of you by force. Naruto explained lightly. And you really cannot stop me from doing so. It is either you want to do it the easy way or the hard way. I am fine with either way. Can we win if we decide to fight? I doubt, but you can never know unless you try. Right, there is nothing to lose if we lose, right? I really wish you don't make me go through a pointless exercise, B, Naruto said before slamming his hands down the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. In a loud roar, the Geto Mazo appeared in a puff of smoke. He then transformed into the Kyuubi right there and there. Must we do the inevitable, or do you want to end this quickly? Naruto asked. My assurance to you is that you will continue to live, and you will still be able to talk to the Gyuki. The only difference is that it will no longer be within you. That is what I want. I want to remove it. If the Gyuki wants, it can leave some of its chakra with you so that you can still be able to fight beyond normal means. What is your response, Killer B? Later that day. To think she'd end up being locked up in a cell while the higher-ups decide her fate, Yugito could only shake her head with disappointment. She loved her village dearly. But this was a bit too much. It still didn't make her angry or betrayed. She's always known her position in the village. But really, she wasn't going to tell them that she still had some of Matatabi's chakra with her. What difference would it make? She had willingly allowed Naruto to take their Baijuu. She didn't deny it and would not deny it, it was the truth. She could not say she was still loyal. They didn't believe her. At this point, she was a suspect who had conspired with a known enemy against the village. Matatabi was theirs and she had given it away. They were not happy with that. They wanted their Baijuu. It wasn't her decision to make. Even her action in saving the Raikage's life was being questioned. It would not save her from what she did. Yugito thought the situation was ridiculous. But Iwagakure has always been a bit power-hungry. It attempted to steal the Byakugan once and then went on to threaten war with Konoha when it failed. Power was everything in this land, and she had given it away. She hadn't thought of Iwagakure, she had thought of herself before making a decision. Couldn't she just be selfish for once? Yugito looked up when she heard footsteps. She could feel that it was two people walking towards her. She waited patiently and was surprised to see the Raikage and Samui. The latter gave her a small tiny smile, which she returned. I have just spoken to B, said to Yugito in a stern tone. His Baijuu was also taken away, but he said that he still can communicate with it and has some of its chakra. He paused and asked. Is it the same with you? Yugito nodded quietly. She didn't say anything else, a nod was enough. A sigh in defeat. This is really a troublesome situation, he said. B also said he didn't fight. If you are going to be punished for doing the same, then he too must be punished. I'm not unfair, so you're free to go. The Raikage turned away from Yugito. He then stopped. Thank you for saving my life. Admittedly, I would have died, he said. But I imagine if I keep you locked up, he will come and break you out, don't you think so? Yugito had to think about it for a moment. He had saved her life and they got along pretty well. Maybe. I shook his head. Tell me, if you had to fight against him, would you do it? If I was ordered to do it, I would. I am still a kunoichi of the Hidden Cloud, Yugito said. But regrettably, no longer a Jinchuriki. The Yondaime Raikage said. Although I am freeing you, I don't know if it will be safe for you. You are likely to be hated for giving it away without a fight. After saying that, he walked away. Samui unlocked the cell and held out her right hand. Yugito took it gently and then got up. You don't look angry at all. I have no reason to be, Yugito said with a shake of her head. I am a bit sad though. My home village did this. Perhaps also by the fact that they can't understand the situation. Samui glanced at Yugito. She looked ahead for a moment before speaking. You mean the fact that you think Naruto has no plans to use the Baiju's power for anything evil? Yugito nodded. That much. But they have never really listened to him. They just think he is a man who is after the powers of the Baiju's. I think they will understand soon. Well, at least I think A-sama will, Samui said. B spoke to him and he understood. I do think if B had been killed, you would have also followed. But he is starting to see things clearly now. You all still have connections with your Baiju's and have some of their powers. Surely, this wasn't just a plan to take the power for himself. You could argue that he could have just taken them away and leave you without anything. Yugito nodded. But will he see that? She asked. He was almost killed and Naruto did say that he really doesn't need the powers of other Baiju's to level this village. He doesn't want that. But will they believe him? I don't think there is a choice, Samui said. Not unless Naruto threatens Iwagakure in some way. But I assume he is going to speak with the other Kages about this and they'll decide what to do. Yugito really hoped that things would become better and that they would understand that Naruto didn't want a war with anyone. He didn't want to turn this world upside down because he had some hidden agenda. He just wants to free the Baiju's. Was it really difficult to understand or believe? Did people always think the worst about everything they see? But the question won't be that he understands the situation, isn't? Yugito said. He still asked me if I would fight him. He probably plans to fight Naruto again. Iwagakure has always valued strength, Samui said. Even if A-sama understands, Naruto won't be safe. Do you allow someone who has the power to threaten any great nation to continue living? That is the question they will ask during the summit. Most of them will probably say no. And an action will be taken. Days later. Was it really something worth celebrating? Kurotsuchi didn't think so. She didn't think the fact that even Kumo had lost its Baiju's was something that she had to celebrate. They were the same, but it was nothing that would make one happy. Perhaps her grandfather was becoming cynical. Perhaps he was losing his touch with old age. Kurotsuchi couldn't tell and she wouldn't ask, but she could tell that something was very wrong in this situation. Well, at least Kumo still had its shinobi. They were alive and well but no longer valuable as Jinchurikis. Was this world really going to enter into a stag where no village was in possession of a Baijuu? For years, the beasts have been used as some sort of power balancers between the great nations. But that balance was being broken. No, she shook her head, it was broken. As far as she was concerned, only Kazekage and Sunagakure had their Jinchurikis, but that didn't matter much. Kuzo was weak, it was a small village and their Jinchuriki couldn't be compared to others. But Iwo was still going to try to capture her. It was going to cause problems with other villages. Kumo wouldn't be pleased. Neither would Konoha. Then again, the latter has never been known for using Jinchurikis to complement its power. Wasn't that just a testament to its power? Was Naruto happy now that he was closer to his goal? He removed the bigger threats first, and now he had to deal with the weaker villages. It wouldn't be a problem. For some reason, she hoped that he gets Takuza's Jinchuriki for Iwa. Kurotsuchi didn't want to deal with the trouble that would come after this. Regardless of how you explain it, it was an attack on another village that didn't even threaten you. It was going to cause a big issue. Kurotsuchi looked at her grandfather. He wasn't smiling anymore. This is unexpected. He suddenly said. What is? I thought with Naruto having cut off his arm and taken his Jinchurikis, the Raikage would be willing to discuss measures to stop Naruto, Onoki said. The Raikage was weakened now. He was missing an arm and both his Baijuas. Then again, Onoki was old and even in his state, the Raikage would probably still be able to defeat Kurotsuchi. It bothered him greatly. He wouldn't have been displeased if the man had died in his fight with Naruto. This simply meant that Iwa was likely to be below Iwagakure. He didn't like it. Out of the top three, Iwa would be the weakest. It was displeasing. And in this situation, the hidden leaf was still sitting pretty at the top. Well, it is also many of its shinobi. The Sanins, it was just Tsunade remaining. The last Uchiha was running rampart somewhere around the elemental nations, and Minato's son was causing this massive imbalance of power. He's not? Kurotsuchi asked. She was surprised, but not saddened by this revelation. If she was in charge of Iwagakure, her focus would be in trying to fight the man who was attacking the great nations. That was the bigger threat, not Naruto. It was almost amusing that she has changed her thoughts about someone she had looked at with contempt. She was sure she wouldn't smile when seeing him again. Onoki shook his head. It appears not, he said. But maybe I am not reading it right. He is calling for a Kage Summit in 2 weeks. We will see what the other Kages are saying about this. It doesn't please me that Suna still has a Baijuo. Kumo even got their shinobi back. Our Jinchuriki were only present when there was a need for their power. Basically in war, Kurotsuchi said in a firm tone. I don't think it makes any difference if they'd return to us. They wouldn't have come back to the village, anyway. You shouldn't think like that, but you do have a point, Onoki said. I'm sure Suna will lose their Baijuo as well, Kurotsuchi said confidently. My guess is that he started with nations that refused him and could have offered him a challenge in his quest. We can't read his silence as to say he isn't going to go to Suna. I doubt it, but we will see, Onoki said. Like Konoha, Suna has a special relationship with him. Some part of me is even thinking that the hidden leaf is behind this move. He shook his head. I might be getting old for this. Might? You are way too old for this, but you are stubborn, you don't want to quit, Kurotsuchi said with a shake of her head. I really hope that you're a careful grandfather. You don't want to do anything that gets us in trouble. At this case, if Kumo is no longer interested in hunting Naruto and we go on ahead to forcefully take Kuza's Jinchuriki, we become the aggressors and the other villages will be looking at us. We can explain the situation, Onoki said with shrug. But if Kumo really has no interest, it will become another story. But hopefully, we are still able to get answers on who is attacking us. I want to get to the bottom of this before we deal with Naruto. I don't think you'll be able to do that. Onoki narrowed his eyes. What is that supposed to mean? I mean, Naruto is strong. And if you are going to win against him, he'd have to surrender. If you declare war on him, what makes you think he won't declare war on us? He hasn't touched our village, he has had many chances to kill me, but he hasn't. If he really wanted war with us, he would have started it already. But should we declare war on him, it will become another matter. Because then he would have to fight us to protect himself. Do you not think he would be willing to attack even this village? Sunagakure. Aerial threats were always a problem for major villages. They didn't always know how to defend against enemies that came through the heavens. Naruto could understand why Akatsuki could successfully destroy a village by bombarding it with bombs. Someone like Deidara was successful in this path. If Naruto had intentions to attack Suna, he could do so easily. He was even flying over the village, viewing everything with interest. Once he had seen enough, Naruto allowed his bird to disappear in a puff of smoke before falling down. He landed atop of the Kazekage tower. For a moment, he stood there, waiting. Gaara formed just behind him, looking stoic as always. Naruto glanced over to the Kazekage for a moment before looking at the peaceful village. He could understand if Gaara was having second thoughts. Iwa was certainly increasing its efforts for cooperation in hunting him down. Naruto didn't put it past Onoki to try to bully other nations into helping him. That old geezer was no longer fit to be a Kage. Naruto would have to eventually end his life. I have been waiting for a while for you to finally show up, Gaara said as he walked over to Naruto. Naruto didn't say anything until the god Kazekage was standing on his right side. There were things to do and plans to revisit. At some point I was asking myself if this was the right way to go about things. The Kazekage was honestly surprised to know that even Naruto had questions, doubts. It was amazing, but he didn't show his surprise, he merely nodded in acknowledgement of those words. We are living in an unpredictable world. Things don't always go in the direction we want them to go. It is in that moment that we must decide. But doubts are not always bad. They are bad if your conviction is weak. If you are strong, when you think about things, your resolve strengthens. Gaara wondered, what would other Kages say if they knew he was saying things like this to Naruto? To the person some of them were planning to kill. It was going to be troublesome. He was more or less encouraging the blonde to be strong in his conviction. Well, there was no backing down now. If he backed down, it might mean death or just a life on the run. Either way, he had to face the wrath of those who wanted him dead. It would be pity if Naruto fell. He had to finish what he started. This person who came to him, this person who saved his life could not be known for failure. He had to die with a smile. He had to leave this world knowing that he had managed to achieve his dreams, he had worked hard to make it work. There is something that I have also come to realize, you cannot really predict the human emotion. You can't calculate how people will react to your actions. Gaara looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. I read Kumo's message regarding the coming summit. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. I haven't really went into that, he said. What is the Raikage thinking? He wondered, was Yugito even alright? If she was okay, Naruto would be happy. He would be relieved. He really hoped that the people who were in charge of Kumo didn't make things difficult for her. Perhaps she would hate him for it. But if she was put in a difficult position, Naruto would burst her out. He would break into Iwagakure and take her away. Imagakure would become her new home. It is hard to tell, but he doesn't seem like he is planning for your death. He merely called a summit to discuss the attacks and how the others plan to deal with it. Naruto nodded. Since you people are going to discuss me, it will be better if I make an appearance. Nothing like a conversation with all the Kages. You want to try to discuss things with them and see how they react to it? Yes, he said. It will be good to clear things out. I want to know how I have to live going on forward. Gaara was silent. He thought about telling Naruto that Konoha had resolved that it would kill him if things went too far. Konoha has resolved that it would be willing to kill you and has asked us to join on those efforts. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before shaking his head. I can understand that. But it will still depend on what the Kages resolve to do in the Kage Summit. If I have to be killed, you all will agree to it. If not, we might work things out. I'm sure the Godheim would rather you work things out, Gaara said. But so would I, he said. Well, if the Raikage is willing to listen to my message, then there might be a way to talk things out. I was close to killing him. That brought Gaara's silence. Why? He was attacking me and threatened to hunt me down until I die. I couldn't have that. That kind of action will only lead to chaos around the elemental nations unless I am captured. I told him that my intention isn't destruction or anything that threatens them. I just want to free the Baijuas. Their shinobi are alive and I have even permitted them to wield some of their former Baijuas power. Is that what you do when you want to weaken them? I could kill the Raikage at any moment. I showed it to him. I told him destroying Kumo wasn't impossible for me, but because it wasn't my intention, I wasn't just doing what I said I would do. He was insisting on hunting me down. He was being irrational. My actions have already led to some instability, but he wanted to tilt things deeper. I could not permit it. I gave him a choice: live your life and stop trying to see me as your enemy when I am not. Or face death. He chose to die, and nearly did it. But his former Jinchuriki begged me to stop him and I did so. Well, that could understand his slight change in tone. Gaara. Does he know that his Jinchuriki are still able to contact their former Baijuas? Naruto nodded. I did this just to assure these people that I have no intentions of using the Baijuas power for myself, Naruto said. If given all that I have given, how do you still not believe my intentions, Gaara? I don't think it is a matter of whether you are honest in what you say or not. I think it is a matter of self-preservation. You are also strong. People always fear what they cannot control. If the Kages cannot control you, then you are a threat that must be removed, Gaara said in a calm tone. I think that is the major problem here. Do you think that we will be able to do things without them getting out of control? I want to believe so, Gaara said with a nod of his head. But if Kumo has indeed changed its view, then there might be a way. I don't want to think of what might happen if things don't go according to plan. Many things. Death. Perhaps a one-sided massacre, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. Are you ready? I feel that I have to check on Yugito once I depart from here. It will be cold-hearted for me to leave her to fend for herself because of my actions. Even after I had told her that I wanted her to be happy. Even after all this time, you still can't help it, can you? Naruto smiled. It was a bitter smile. I am no longer as kind as I was, Gaara. I do not blink when taking lives. If things force me to turn the other way, I will be responsible for many deaths, he said with a shake of his head. If things work out well or not so well, I have made preparations and I will require you to take a role in them. What role? Naruto smiled. You'll know, he said. Come on, we need to go somewhere away from the village, he said. Later that day. Wow, Naruto said in a hushed tone, hands in the air. He was under a henge. He quickly undid and smiled. It's me. Kurotsuchi took a swing at him. That doesn't change anything. Ah, come on, Naruto said, looking frustrated. I thought we were hitting it off and so I came to visit you tonight. I had the sense that you were a sexually frustrated young woman. Kurotsuchi glared at him before taking another swing. He caught her on her wrist. And lifted up her arm. When she tried swinging her free hand, he did the same. She tried struggling but his grip was firm. He had more physical power than her. Her glare intensified as she stopped trying to struggle. Her spine reacted with intense emotion when he looked up into her eyes, a sly grin on his lips. He leaned closer. His face is just inches away from hers. She stared defiantly, not willing to back down. Naruto looked amused. He leaned over to Kurotsuchi's right ear and blew warm breath. I'm doing my best not kiss you right now, he whispered softly. Kurotsuchi felt his tongue touching the edges of her hair. She shivered slightly. She wasn't going to fold nevertheless. She tried struggling for a grip once more, but still failed. Naruto let her go while pushing her backwards. She was off balance, falling. He suddenly moved in, wrapped his left hand around her waist and pulled her closer. His hold was tight and her body was pressed against his. She felt hot. Uncomfortable. But most of all, her heart was pounding. She didn't know if it was excitement or just fear of what he might just do to her. This man, he has been openly flirting, complimenting her. And now, he was here. In her room. The night was dark. People were in their beds resting. She was here, wrestling with a known enemy of her beloved village. She felt disgusted, yet, oddly enough, she didn't loathe the experience. She did want him. Not for him to touch her, but to talk to him. It was about her village. If she had to talk to him in her bedroom, then so be it. Kurotsuchi shivered once more, his right hand. A gentle touch with warmth on her chin. He was amused. Amused by her fierce look. Perhaps it was almost like she was daring him to do his worst. But she didn't want that, did she? My worst? It would be ripping off your clothes and then throwing you into the bed. Naruto suddenly said as if he could read her thoughts. Kurotsuchi glanced at the bed. The white sheets were pure. They'd not seen action. This was the closest she has come to a man since she grew boobs. This close proximity. It wasn't so bad. But Naruto was bad. He was a problem for Iwa. Yet, she didn't feel like kicking him in the nuts. Can you let me go? Kurotsuchi asked in a quiet tone. Please. She begged, struggling to control herself. Naruto did as asked and she quickly made the distance before sitting on the edge of the bed. Naruto followed her and laid on the bed. She quickly tried to get up but he caught her, a bit roughly. She fell on his chest. He was smiling at her but no longer touching her. Kurotsuchi quickly got away from him. You're not looking at me with the same eyes you used to give me, Naruto said with a smile. Kurotsuchi shrugged. There has been time to reflect on your actions. And think about the long-term future. I'm listening. Why haven't you killed me? You've had plenty of opportunities to do it but each time, you have left me alive. Why can't you kill me? It's not a matter of whether I can or can't kill, Naruto said in a measured tone. Before I answer your question, do you want to end your life, Kurotsuchi? Of course not. She was quick to say. Only miserable people want to end their lives. I still have too much to do in this world. Naruto smiled. You have your answer, he said. I just don't want to. I think you'll make a strong leader, Kurotsuchi. If I fight for the future, I cannot possibly see to end you when you are the future of Iwagakure. My desire is in chaos. Perhaps I am misunderstood, but it isn't like that. I don't understand your actions either, Kurotsuchi said. She could not understand why someone would want to simply fight for the freedom of the Baijuis. It didn't make sense to her. Who had such feelings? Baijuis were just power sources. They didn't need to be freed. They were just weapons that Shinobi could use. It has always been that way. But I do understand the danger. Or perhaps I just want to believe you because I know you are powerful. Dealing with you will be difficult, so maybe I'm looking for a way to avoid it. I do hope that I am not wrong and you are not planning to use the Baijuis power. You do worry about that, huh? Of course I do, Kurotsuchi said firmly. I don't care about other villages, but my main interest is Iwagakure. I only want my village to prosper, and I will do everything possible to make it prosper. If anyone threatens it, I will fight for it. Well, everyone is always concerned about what they love, Naruto said calmly. But Kurotsuchi, if Iwa's prosperity depends on invading other lands, you will pay for it. You see, I have allied myself with the small nations and have offered them my protection. If for some reason you think of invading them, I will crush you. Cold words. Kurotsuchi had to glance over her shoulder to see if she was talking to the same person. He'd never used such a tone when talking to her. It was a bit disturbing. For a moment, she just thought of stabbing him there where he laid. She could claim a huge victory. To be quite honest, Kurotsuchi wouldn't be against invading another nation. So long as it made sure that Iwa prospered, she was willing to anything. You sound serious. I am, Naruto said. I haven't been killing anyone in this village. But it doesn't mean I am afraid of death. I have grabbed people by their throats, strangled them to death without even flinching as I watched their lives disappear. In Kumo, I cut down some enemies. If you do anything wrong, I will not show you mercy. You become disqualified as a leader. Kurotsuchi snorted. You want to play judge? Maybe, but if any nation that is my ally calls me to say they are being attacked, I will defend them. If they haven't done anything wrong, I will wipe out those who dare attack them. You are okay with invading other nations, but you'd curse and swear vengeance if someone else decided to invade your village, no? That is without question. So why should those who are being invaded have same thoughts? Are you going to play the strong card? If you are going to play that card, you smell hypocrisy. If you do something that is so wrong purposefully, I will decimate you. Right now, this talk was dangerous. Kurotsuchi wanted nothing more than to kill Naruto right now. Just so she could avoid a situation where they could become real enemies. Everything was possible in this world. Tomorrow, she could decide to invade another nation. Don't give me that look, Naruto said. I have no ill intentions towards Iwa or you. That doesn't fill me with comfort, Kurotsuchi said. What would fill you with comfort? Your death. Naruto shook his head. Not now at least, he said. Tell you what, marry me to ensure that I don't attack you. Or I could strip now and we try for a baby. If I knock you up, you have something to protect yourself with. Kurotsuchi shifted away from Naruto. Not going to happen. Naruto turned around and faced the woman. Are you sure? I am lying in your bed, a most wanted man by your village, and you haven't thought of kicking me out. That is because I wanted to clear some things with you. If I pulled you to this bed right now, strip you naked, and look for all sensitive spots with my hands, you wouldn't feel the urge for me to put it inside of you? Kurotsuchi watched his hands, moving around the sheets as if he was looking for something. She wrapped her hands around herself, trying to block him. You need to leave. Okay. I think we have talked enough for today. But we shall speak again, Naruto said, getting up. He didn't leave. He walked over to Kurotsuchi, who backed away until she reached a wall. He smiled and put his hand on her chin once more. He leaned in and then their lips touched. He then kissed her. Kurotsuchi's body froze. A goddamn enemy of Iwa was kissing her. This was treacherous. And yet, her eyes closed for a moment as she returned the kiss. The second she did so, Naruto pulled away. He was smiling. I think we might just become lovers. And you get to keep me, my power to yourself. He then paused. Oh, I have already offered myself to someone else. They might take it. And they gain a powerful ally. He was gone after those words. Had she just kissed him? Did she just betray her village? Kurotsuchi felt disgusted. Angry that she had liked it. Chapter 19. Once more, Karen felt that immense power heading towards their way. Her body froze. It should be illegal for someone to possess as much chakra as this person. He just had too much chakra just for one person, and you didn't even account for the Baijuu that was inside of him. The combination was very wrong, and even Sasuke couldn't be compared to what that person has. She calmed herself and tried not to focus on the overwhelming power. When she stopped, everyone stopped and turned towards her. Is there something wrong? Suigetsu asked, seeing the Uzumaki's body language. Karen faced Sasuke and spoke. Your friend is coming our way, she said to him. Sasuke seemed to think for a moment before uttering something. He grunted and spoke to his team. Let us stop here, he said. The only other person Karen could call his friend was Naruto. He had been searching for the blonde, but Naruto was never at one place. He was always moving around the elemental nations. He had been thinking of just giving up on the search and wait for the blonde to come to him, because he was going to end up going around in circles. He was prepared for anything to occur now, but given their last conversation, he was at least hoping that there wouldn't be sparks flying because of what the blonde has been doing. At this stage, Sasuke really didn't care for what Naruto was doing. A friend, huh? Yes, they had been friends. Naruto had been his one and only friend, his rival. Perhaps a side of him was a little jealous now with how the blonde had become powerful. Naruto was going around the elemental nations doing whatever he wanted, and they couldn't touch him. He had certainly become powerful. But this had been his friend. He wasn't going to allow the rivalry he once shared with the blonde turn him into something else. Sasuke, is it really safe for us to be associated with someone like him? Suigetsu asked. There was no need to panic over anything, but he could not deny that the heat around Naruto was too much. If people knew that they were associated, they would also turn on them. It was an unwanted attention at this point, since they haven't even done anything. It doesn't matter what the nations think, Sasuke said with indifference. But we don't want to attract much attention to ourselves at this point. We have a mission that we must do, and it won't go well if we are not able to move around smoothly with people looking for us. That is why I am asking, Suigetsu said. He is here, Karen said as she felt Naruto's presence. A second later, Naruto landed behind the ground and then walked towards Karen. He stopped just in front of her and smiled. What? Naruto had never really thought about people in the Uzumaki clan. But he had seen Iwagakure, he had seen his ancestral home and what was done to it. Karen was probably the last remaining full-blooded Uzumaki in this world. It was sad, wasn't it? An entire clan decimated, and now he was the only one left along with this girl. A very good censor. And special chakra. Then again, it does appear that special chakra was a trait of the Uzumaki clan. Growing up, he hadn't known he was from a clan. He hadn't even known that the Uzumaki were a clan. Perhaps if he had known about everything, he wouldn't have been so miserable. But he would have still been a lonely person. I'm just thinking that we are the only ones who have Uzumaki blood left in this shinobi world. Perhaps there is no pride in that because you never knew about anything, isn't it? Karen glanced at Sasuke for a moment. She was really nervous, but Naruto wasn't giving her murderous intentions. She could tell that his smile was real, he meant what he was saying. I guess, she said in response. I am not giving her to you, Sasuke said to Naruto in a firm tone. I wouldn't even leave if you tried to kick me out of this team, Karen said to Sasuke in a firm tone. She was going to be with him forever. There was nothing he could do that would get her to dislike him. When Suigetsu tried to say something, Karen sent him a harsh glare. Naruto turned towards Sasuke with a smile. If I was going after her, it would certainly create similar dynamics to when we were a team. But the only difference here now is that you really want to keep this one, he said. We do have something similar once more. Both our clans are nearly extinct. I will revive mine, Sasuke said in a firm tone. It had been his dream and he would do so. But we do need to talk, he said. Naruto nodded his head. Well, that is why I came here. I heard that you were looking for me when I visited someone in Konoha, and I heard that you were by the Emperor's palace. I had been a little too busy to come see you. But now I do have the time to see you, he said. Sasuke stared at Naruto with his Sharingan activated. He didn't want to miss anything. You have been busy, that is for sure, he said without revealing his thoughts. What are you really after, Naruto? I don't think that the person I once knew has suddenly become an evil person corrupted by power and seeks nothing but ruin. There has to be something, a reason behind your actions. I have already explained myself to the Kages, they just don't want to believe me, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. He certainly wasn't going to explain himself to Sasuke. There was no need to do so, and if the Uchiha wanted to stand in the way of his dream, he too would be crushed. Naruto wasn't going to allow anyone to get in the way of his dream. No one. Sasuke stared for a moment before nodding his head. I believe you have done so. You have always been a bit too nice. Perhaps it is why Konoha hasn't even been actively trying to hunt you down. I haven't done anything against the leaf, Naruto said. And I hope it stays that way. Naruto's eyes sharpened. He could sense a threat from the Uchiha. There was the danger there. Or what? He asked calmly. Did Sasuke think that he could end him? Was he confident that his Sharingan gave him enough power to topple Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto wouldn't say it was ridiculous. The ridiculous thing would be for him to think that no one could touch him because of the Rinnegan. I will stop you, Sasuke said calmly. Naruto looked amused for a moment before laughing. This is truly amusing, he said with a smile. Not long ago, I was in the Hidden Leaf, promising to become its cage, and you were running after Orochimaru, cursing and swearing to kill Itachi. I am no longer in Konoha and have turned my back on it. You are here, telling me that you will protect Konoha from me. This is an interesting turn of events. It is, which does make me want to question what has happened to you, Sasuke asked. I really want to know what has happened to you. You have grown, but you don't feel very different from your previous left. I'm not wearing a stupid foxy grin anymore, and I have become the most wanted in the elemental nations. That is what has changed. I have my dreams and hopes, that is why I do what I do, Naruto said lightly. What has happened to you that your eyes no longer shine with deep hatred? I learned things that shocked my beliefs and understanding of how things work. I said I would protect the leaf from you, but it can happen that I might turn against it myself in the near future. It might not happen. I am merely looking for answers and trying to understand this world better, Sasuke said. What do you want to do, Naruto? To change the world, Sasuke, Naruto said calmly. I want to change how Shinobi do things and how the hidden villages handle things. This world is corrupt and flawed. There are many things that go wrong. Perhaps I can use my own clan as an example, and you also can use your clan as an example. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. So you do know about what happened to my clan, he said. Naruto just waved his right hand without confirming or denying it. My actions have so been just a start of things. I want to change things, and I truly hope that you don't get in the way. Sasuke shook his head. It will depend on you, he said. If you do something that I don't agree with, my team will join the hunt. If not, we won't have anything against you. I don't understand anything about the Jinchurikis, but I understand that the Baijuas have been a source of problems for many years. This is why I don't have a problem with you removing them from the hidden villages. But tell me, what will you do if they try to hunt them again? Naruto merely smiled and didn't say anything to respond to Sasuke's question. It does appear that we at least have something in common, he said. But I'm not working with you, Sasuke said firmly. You can help me intel though. That can be arranged easily enough, Naruto said calmly. Anything else you want from me? What do you know about the person responsible for the attack at Konoha and other great nations? Thinking of the disturbance, Naruto frowned deeply. That was one mystery that he had yet to solve, but he needed to do something about it. That person was going to ruin everything that he does, and it wouldn't work well for him. He really did need to find out more about that person before facing him to remove him from the face of this world. Nothing much, but it does appear that you have met him. Sasuke nodded. Yes, he said. I will be going after him. I am going to check around Orochimaru's hideouts to see if he knew something about him. If I find him, I will kill him. I hope you will do the same, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Yes, he said. I want stability in the near future, and I won't have the shinobi villages to be fighting pointless battles. But this person is going to ruin things. The attacks make the hidden villages panic, and it creates unnecessary tensions. I really can't do anything with this instability. I don't think you need to blame the attacks on the instability, Sasuke said with a stare. You have done that all by yourself. If you hadn't been doing this, there wouldn't be this thing, and you wouldn't be blamed for it. Naruto shrugged. I'm not blaming anyone for my own actions. There is going to be a Kage Summit and I'm going to solve things during the summit. I think that will be where the Kages decide my fate. It would be pleasant if that person is handled before the summit. And I hope no more attacks will take place. It is pointless to hope, Sasuke said. If the attacks don't continue, there will be something bigger occurring soon. I just know it. That is a possibility, Naruto said with a nod. Well, this was a good talk, he said before turning away from Sasuke and turned to Karen. I hope you live a long life worthy of Uzumaki. Have a kid to make sure our blood doesn't die out. And you are not going to do so? Naruto smiled. I will do my part, he said. If the last Uzumaki dies because of you, consider yourself dead, Naruto said to Sasuke and then vanished into thin air. Iwagakure. There was no question that her grandfather was calling her to complain or say something about Naruto. At this point, it was safe to say that Onoki was obsessed with the Uzumaki. Naruto was powerful, ridiculously powerful that it unnerved her to think that there was no one in this world who seemed to be close to fight him on equal footing. She was concerned about this, but there was really nothing she could do. Obsessing over it wasn't going to solve anything. Her grandfather was insisting on destroying Naruto. The blonde didn't seem to have those intentions with him. If he truly wanted destruction, he could have done so long before. But he has not done anything, and she was truly beginning to believe that he didn't have any evil intentions. But you could not deny that his power disrupted the balance of power. It was especially a problem now since Baijuis didn't play a role anymore. You could not use them in battle, you could not count on them for anything because Naruto had removed them from the picture. They had to fight on their own, without Jinchurikis. Perhaps she could have an issue with the fact that Kumo's former Jinchuriki are still within the village and are rumored to still have some power of the Baijuis, and Iwa didn't have that. Naruto didn't return their Jinchurikis. Then again, it was not easy to say that those two wouldn't be happy to return knowing that they would be discarded because they no longer had the power they once wielded. Still, Kurotsuchi thought of speaking to Naruto about it, but after what happened last time he was in her presence, she didn't want to see him. She didn't trust herself. She didn't know if she could behave in front of him. These emotions within her were troubling and she wanted to bury them before they become a problem for her. When Kurotsuchi stepped into the office, she found her grandfather in conversation with 3 jonins. She tried not to listen to what was happening and decided to turn towards her raging thoughts about Naruto and what he did to her. That was seduction, wasn't it? He was most definitely trying to seduce her. She would not fall for it. She loved her village and would not fall for the enemy. Not when she was still sane. Onoki banged his desk forcefully to get Kurotsuchi's attention. The granddaughter of his turned towards him to look at him with a raised eyebrow. You'll hurt yourself if you do something like that, she said. You know your body is a bit fragile now, she added smiling. Onoki frowned. He most definitely wasn't in the position to fight tough battles with his body. If he was getting in a fight against someone like Naruto, he would not last long. This was why he was trying to get allies to fight with him. Don't remind me, Onoki said bitterly. Now, that is surprising, Kurotsuchi said. You usually don't like admitting things like that. Onoki shrugged. I am old, even if I try to ignore it, it doesn't change anything. The truth is that I have stayed in this position for far too long. I can't fight any battle and hope to come out of it alive. At this stage, if I go anywhere near Naruto, I will most definitely die. You cannot underestimate his power. Maybe I did that some time ago, but now it has become clear that he isn't someone who can be handled easily. Kurotsuchi frowned. Despite everything, and maybe she did disagree with her grandfather on this subject, but she didn't want him to die. He was her grandfather and she loved him dearly. She didn't want to lose him in any battle. If you know that you won't survive, why do you persist with hunting down Naruto? They could try to hold a conversation with Naruto to discuss a way forward. Naruto seemed like the kind of person who could listen, and since he has said that he doesn't want trouble, he would surely give them an ear. But her grandfather wasn't going to do anything like that, was he? He would rather have Naruto talk while he was bound and unable to do anything. There didn't seem to be any turning point for him. It was likely that he would not quit until he either died or Naruto was dead. I am fighting to Iwa's safety. I don't have a problem if I die trying to protect this village's future, Onoki said firmly. The Sandaime Raikage died protecting his shinobi. He was the ultimate shinobi with the ultimate defense. But he had sacrificed himself to allow his shinobi to live to see another day. Kurotsuchi wanted to remind her grandfather that there was no one who was actually threatening this village's safety. Naruto was a threat, yes. But that was just because of his power and his latest actions, but he hasn't done anything to actually threaten Iwa's existence. He has had the chances, but hasn't done anything. Kurotsuchi shook her head, now she was becoming his advocate. That cursed bastard was playing tricks with her. She was going to hold him and brutalize him for making her go through such things. Are you sure you will die protecting this village, grandfather? Kurotsuchi asked in a calm tone. If you die with Naruto still alive, it will do nothing to save this village. But we would have lost you. If I die, the shinobi will have more reasons to fight, Onoki said firmly. At this point, he didn't care much for his life. He had lived long enough anyway. It was Baijuous today, then about tomorrow? If Naruto was allowed to do as he pleases, there was no telling what he was going to do tomorrow. Someone who was this powerful could not be allowed to continue living. That is just one possibility, Kurotsuchi said. They will indeed hate Naruto. The village will be filled with people who want to do nothing more than butcher him, but it still holds back the village from moving forward. If we are going to focus all our assets in just killing one person, we are in danger of being left behind. There is also the chance that your death could break the morale of our shinobi. Onoki could not deny that. You are thinking clearly now, he said to his granddaughter. You must always think about all possibilities, Kurotsuchi. You need to think about everything and how to deal with things that could happen. You must always be ready for anything. As a leader, you must never waver, you must always step up when your shinobi needs you. Importantly, don't let anything stop you from doing what is right. Above all things, your objective must be Iwagakure. That sounded like a goodbye message from the old man. Kurotsuchi narrowed her eyes. Are those your last words? She asked without emotion. Onoki shook his head. No, he said. We still have a Kage Summit to prepare. You are coming with me and you'll see how things are handled. It is then with the other Kages that we will decide on what must be done. We are not exactly winning on our own, he finished with a small frown on his lips. Well, the other villages will also have their thoughts. Hopefully there will be a good outcome, Kurotsuchi said. She was quite confident that the outcome she had in her mind was most definitely not the same as her grandfather. But would she say that to him? Of course not. I am hoping for that as well, Onoki said before falling silent. He broke it, speaking about something else. We failed to get the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. It seems that Naruto got there before us. This was unexpected, but we do have one less problem to deal with. It does appear that none of the hidden villages are in possession of Baijuous. Kurotsuchi would not show her relief that Naruto had gotten there before Iwagakure shinobi. She would not. She hadn't been comfortable with the idea because she knew it would put them on the radar of other villages because they would be the only other village with a Jinchuriki. In normal circumstances, the idea would have been great in increasing Iwa's strength, but in this situation, it would have attracted bad company. There was still a Naruto appearance that they would have to deal with. He would have surely come to this village to fetch the Baijuou. At least we won't have other villages questioning us, Kurotsuchi said carefully. Were those men reporting that information to you? Onoki shook his head. No, I was sending them out on a mission, he said. What mission? Kurotsuchi asked with interest. It has come to my attention that Naruto is building something in the Wave Country. We are going to destroy this and we will see just how far he is willing to do. I have sent 1,000 shinobi for this mission. The business isn't even protected by shinobi, so we can deal with it. Kurotsuchi couldn't hide her deep frown this time around. She was at least glad that she wasn't going. You do realize that if Naruto learns of this, he will do something about it, she said in a stern tone. This was war with the blonde and he was going to react. She feared that his reaction would not be good. Perhaps things would have been simpler if she had been the one to lead those men to battlefield. Perhaps they would be spared. At this stage, she didn't know what was going to happen, but she was afraid. He moves around the elemental nations a lot, Onoki said. The movements will also be in secret. They will move in separate groups until they get closer. This makes it easy for them to move without being detected. Naruto has put someone in charge. I assume that person is the one who he thinks will protect his business. Who even told you about this? Kurotsuchi asked carefully. I was sure that what is happening in the wave has nothing to do with Naruto. I have my sources, Onoki said with a wave of his right hand. The daimyo of the water country was even thrilled about this plan since the wave's rise threatens the development of his country. If we manage to hit where it hurts, it forces him to move and the other villages will be forced to join in even if they don't want to do anything. Onoki was going to do everything in his power to ensure that all the villages join the attack on Naruto. Even if he had to go as far as to manipulating and threatening people to get his way, Onoki would do it. At the end of the day, they would realize that he was right. I hope nothing bad happens, Kurotsuchi said with a slight shake of her head. If something bad happens, it is on your head, grandfather. We shouldn't even be doing something like this before the summit. It is just going to confuse things. There is no need for concern, I have already calculated things, Onoki said calmly. After the summit, we have to be careful. If we manage to handle Naruto, we have to be on our toes because there will be a race to gather the Baijuas once more. But I won't be in charge when this happens. After Naruto, you will succeed me and it will be your duty to restore us. Kurotsuchi smiled at this. Not at the thought of going on a hunt of Baijuas, but that she was going to replace her grandfather. She did wonder though, would they even be able to handle Naruto? What if the other Kages decide against fighting Naruto and decide to speak with him instead to solve their issue? A day later, Iwagakure. How were things now that he was no longer a Jinchuriki? Gaara couldn't tell the difference. The people in this village already knew that he was no longer carrying Shukaku inside of him, but it hasn't changed anything about him. He was still the same Subaku no Gaara. Perhaps a worrying factor that made things difficult was the tense atmosphere within the elemental nations. Things were certainly not running in a smooth way. It felt like something was going to happen any moment. You couldn't even afford to sleep for too long because something might happen while you were busy drooling. For a Kage, it would be embarrassing. There was a Kage Summit coming and it brought some comfort. It did make you feel that things could become better, but the truth was worse than this, nothing was going to get better. In fact, the Kage Summit was just going to light up the fire that has been threatening to burn. Gaara was certain that if the Kages decide that Naruto shouldn't be allowed to live, there was just going to be complete utter chaos. There was no telling what the blonde would do. He doubted Naruto would simply lie back and allow himself to be killed. There was the chance that if he dies, villages like Kumo and Iwagakure would reignite the Baijuo Wars. All nations would get involved. Even Konoha would be forced to get into the bidding wars because if they just allow other villages to take away the Baijuas, it would make things dangerous for them. Certainly, the balance of power would change and whichever village has the most Baijuas would become the strongest. But at what cost? Smaller villages would also try to get involved, and if they managed to succeed, they would only be inviting the great nations into their borders. The future truly didn't look pleasant. Because he trusted Naruto, he thought that the future was safe with the blonde alive and well, but without Naruto, the villages would try to go bidding for power. Because the blonde was alive and well, things were slow, but still tense. It was still better than the alternative nonetheless. You're going to surely grow old soon, Gaara, Tamari said to her brother. Gaara looked up to his sister for a moment before shaking his head. He did spend much of his time thinking these days. Perhaps it was because his thoughts were not free of Shukaku. Either way, it couldn't be helped. There is just too much to think about, he said. If Naruto goes away, many people will die. Battles for the Baijuas, huh? Tamari absorbed the thought for a moment. It will be war, people will die, villages will fight, but the real war will begin once all Baijuas have been captured. Those who have gathered the most powerful will be trying to flex their muscles, she said with a deep frown. Nothing was getting simple. The future truly looked bleak and there was no avoiding it. Gaara nodded. Without Naruto being alive, things turn south quickly, he said. He is more or less the force that keeps villages from doing anything. In the meantime, he keeps the smaller villages busy with the business he is providing them. But if he dies, the business will most likely die with him. Everything with his connection will be destroyed. We wouldn't be here if he hadn't decided he needed to free the Baijuas, Tamari said. Admittedly, that is indeed true. Naruto is the architect of this tension. If he dies and Shinobi villages start fighting for the Baijuas, it will be his only legacy. It will be something he started, Gaara said. There was just no putting that nicely because it was the truth. Naruto was the one who started all this. I hope he doesn't die and leave us with the chaos, Tamari said in a firm tone. But staying alive is going to be difficult, isn't it? Even Konoha has resolved to kill him if there is a need to go that far. If the other villages join in, we also join it. It is just one thing after the other. I don't think he plans to die, Gaara said. Surely he knows of what would happen. So far, nobody knows where he has hidden the Jinchurikis, and I am sure he has made certain measures to stop people from taking them. Even with Shukaku, there is no one who can take it. Maybe he has done the same with other Baijuas, but it isn't going to stop villages from fighting. I think there was a knock on the door. Come in, he said. Baki stepped into the office. "Excuse me," he started calmly. "We have a situation," he said. Gaara's eyes sharpened, feeling that man's tone was deadly serious. "What situation, Baki?" "We have received report of a handful of shinobi from Iwagakure marching towards the wave. We can conclude that they are probably going to do something to there," he said. Gaara frowned. This was bad. Really bad. The trading company that Naruto has started was good news for Iwagakure and Konoha. Even Tsunade wasn't denying this fact, but if it is destroyed, it is just going to make things troublesome for them once more. This was a chance for them to get quality goods quickly and in an affordable price while also exporting some of their goods to other lands. "Should we do something about this, Gaara?" Temari asked in a calm tone. "We were already hopeful about the future because of it. If things get destroyed, we will have to get back on the drawing board again. It won't be just us who will be displeased with this attack, every other smaller village that is part of the alliance will have a problem, but unfortunately, Iwagakure is too big for any of them to do anything against it. If they try to fight it, they will get destroyed," Gaara said calmly. "We are not the strongest, but we simply cannot allow this to happen. No village will dare attack us in our village. We always hold the advantage." "Our shinobi won't arrive in time," Baki said. "I don't even know if Konoha has received the message. I received this through the Emperor's palace as part of the trading alliance." "Send a message to Konoha, either way," Gaara said. "We will send our shinobi as well. We cannot allow Iwagakure to do as they please. You will lead them, Baki?" "Hi," Baki said and left to prepare for his duties. "Well, things are escalating quickly," Temari said. "But we know that if Konoha is aware something is going to happen, it will likely do something about it. The wave is also dependent on its security from the hidden leaf. They simply won't let there be destruction without trying to do something." Gaara nodded, but it also paints a bad picture on Naruto. He promised to protect all other nations from threats. If he fails to do something, there will be a problem. On the other hand, we have also promised aid to other nations. If we fold our hands, we will not be fulfilling our promise. "That is why you are sending Baki even though Naruto is likely to do something," Temari said. "Yes," Gaara said. "If the intel came from the Emperor's palace, then Naruto most likely already knows about it. I fear this will only make Iwagakure more determined to fight him. But you still can't blame him for this one. This attack from Iwagakure is just unwarranted and a desperate cry for attention. I will make sure to bring it up during the Kage Summit." Wave Country. Guren never thought that she would feel so relieved seeing Naruto before her. The situation was troubling and she was certain that if Naruto hadn't come, all would have been lost. There were enemies heading into the country. They would enter through the bridge that Naruto had helped rebuild and it was named after him. She didn't have the forces to do anything. The Emperor's palace could only supply her with the briefing, but not with the shinobi to handle this troubling situation. Alone, she could not fight against 1,000 shinobi. They would defeat her and destroy everything. Yukimaru's very life would have been in danger. "I am truly glad you made it," Guren said to Naruto, sounding very relieved. "You don't look generally bothered by this. You do know that if they managed to arrive here, they would have made all our efforts naught. After having spent so much energy building, I don't think we would have been able to rebuild." "I know that," Naruto said calmly. "While this is unexpected, I had thought putting you here would simplify things. But apparently not, and it is very unfortunate that Iwagakure would do something like this." Guren nodded. "How did they know about this though?" she asked. "You had done everything to ensure that I appear as the one in charge of everything here. And even when you came here, you didn't show yourself to people. You can't always predict everything and there does appear to be other forces that are working in the shadows," Naruto said calmly. "Either way, we must deal with this situation." He shook his head. "I will wipe them out, you will stand guard by the bridge to ensure that no one slips through." "You'll be fine fighting them alone?" Naruto nodded. "You need not be concerned about," he said and turned away from the woman. "I will return shortly and we will discuss things," he said before disappearing from the view. A minute later, Naruto appeared in front of the shinobi from Iwagakure with an indifferent look on his face. He was trying not to show anger, but he wasn't very pleased with this development. Onoki was honestly trying to tempt him into seeking the ruin of the hidden stone. At this point, he was going to kill the Tsuchikage. Onoki was now a dangerous existence that threatened everything. Naruto couldn't really tolerate someone who was willing to do something like this simply because he had a problem with him. Now was truly the time to make Kurotsuchi Tsuchikage. At least with that woman, he could have some influence. He would not take any action against Onoki now. The Kage Summit was coming up, he would deal with it then. It was a bit surprising that even though Konoha was ready to kill him, the village was sending its shinobi to the wave for help. Then again, their future economic benefits were at risk with Iwagakure threatening to destroy them. No doubt these people were going to plunder the wave and leave it as nothing more than a memory. Perhaps just like Iwagakure, disgusting pieces of humans. He had resolved for this and it was now time to act upon it. Naruto held out both his hands before clapping them once. Dark thunder clouds began to gather above the heavens. He turned around to face the Iwa shinobi. Those of you who wish to continue living, you are free to escape. I will not pursue you. But if you remain, you will all die here. We have orders from the Tsuchikage and we will not run. Is that your final response? Naruto asked calmly. The answer came by the ground shaking slightly before walls burst from it and moved closer, slamming into him. The mud walls were covered with explosive tags and when they slammed into him, they exploded in a powerful blast that rocked through the area, lifting debris into the air. When the explosion cleared, Naruto was still standing in the same position, a slight frown on his lips. You are not even opponents worthy of fighting, he stated calmly while doing hand seals. Blind judgment, a bright light hit the area, blinding everyone caught within it. The light lasted for a couple of seconds, but when it finally disappeared, the army that stood at 1,000 shinobi now stood at around 700. The others had disappeared along with the light. Hey, what just happened? What the hell was that jutsu? Lightning, a sensor responded fearfully. Still not enough, Naruto said calmly. Kurama, your chakra. I don't have time to waste on this people. We will destroy everything at once. You just tested your jutsu on those people, Kurama said to Naruto. You never planned on fighting them in the first place. Naruto didn't respond to this but just summoned the Baiju's power as he turned into the nine-tailed beast. He didn't mind the jutsus that were flying towards him. It was nothing more than nuisance. He started charging a tailed beast bomb, intent on destroying everything at once. Great Naruto bridge. What the hell were you doing? Guren demanded as Naruto walked through the bridge, hands inside his pockets with an unreadable look on his face. It had taken just a couple of minutes for him to deal with an army of 1,000 shinobi. This was ridiculous, but she had felt a rather loud explosion that shook the waters below her. He was indeed a Jinchuriki. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't do things simply. Besides, if I had gotten down, I would have returned smelling like blood. I would rather not have that, he said calmly. It is such a burden committing a massacre, he added in subdued tone, while staring down at the water. You killed them all? Most of them, yes, Naruto said quietly. Those who survived were left to live and tell the story. If possible, I would rather avoid such events like this. If Onoki knows this is going to happen, he is going to desist with his actions. If I had left them alone, he would have just seen me as weak and send them back again. This way, he will know that I am serious. But this does create a problem for us, Guren said. It means that we cannot expand in the Earth country with things like this. We can now expect some form of attacks from Iwa. If they won't send an army, they will send someone to sabotage things from the inside. Or perhaps someone to assassinate me. This is why I made you leader. If you are here, you can handle such attacks, Naruto said. I will deal with other threats. Our allies should be informed of what has happened. We can expect Onoki to turn towards other villages in his adventure to topple me. I would have preferred if my name was out of the trading company, but there is no helping thing now. He would have to live with the current situation. The good thing was that the fire country and the wind were on board. It was good that he had managed to convince the feudal lords about this. He had also talked with the lord of the earth country. He wondered how the man would deal with Onoki after this. If he stopped and did not go to the earth with his business, it would be the country suffering. While other countries are progressing and modernizing, the earth would be left behind. Surely the man would not want that, even with his reputation. Can we at least hope that they won't do anything ridiculous from now on? Guren asked. We have started receiving the parts of the trains and are building them. We want to start putting them on track so that they can start moving and transporting people around. But if Iwa is going to be a problem to this, we may as well hold off. Naruto shook his head. Just because Onoki was threatening his things didn't mean that he would stop. We won't stop. Not now. I want the first trains to be moving around the fire country the time the Kages return for the summit. Both Suna and Konoha will be with us in this regard. But you need to make provisions to at least have shinobi on the trains for protection. I don't have the resources, Guren said. You have allies, Naruto said. You can ask the villages within the trading agreement to help with Shinobi. Of course, you'll pay them. It will be a mission, so they won't refuse to take it. We will make use of all our allies Shinobi in this way. As long as they are paid for their services, there shouldn't be problem and it gives them more reasons to protect this business. I'll have someone from the Emperor's palace write letters to the leaders about this. That will be of some help, Guren said. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before looking away from the water. He faced Guren before speaking. We will probably talk after the Kage Summit unless something happens. I hope you will hold on for now. I have some things to do. Like what? Guren asked curiously. I am going to meet my father, and remove the Kyuubi from me. I probably won't be a Jinchuriki anymore by the time the Kages meet, Naruto said lightly. Perhaps Onoki would be pointing at him for using the Kyuubi's power to destroy his forces. But Naruto didn't really care about. That was his last action as a Jinchuriki. He was allowed to do whatever he pleased. Besides, Onoki had no right to complain about anything. So, you really were serious about this, Guren shook her head. But it will weaken you and you'll end up being an easy target. Certainly, if they find out you are no longer a Jinchuriki, they will increase their efforts to kill you. I wouldn't be surprised if Iwagakure takes bolder steps. It's not going to change anything, Naruto said calmly. You shouldn't concern yourself with this. I will handle my problems. You just focus on the business, before turning away from Kurotsuchi. Konoha. Naruto was standing in front of Minato's gravesite. He had come here to defile the corpse of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto had found himself staring at the site. So many people lose their lives in the shinobi world. He had just destroyed hundreds of them moments ago. There was going to be nothing but hatred born of those actions. It was something that his sensei had preached about, something he had thought of ending, the cycle of hatred. Naruto was willing to bear the weight of this world. If it would bring about peace, there was nothing he would not do. Iwagakure could hate him, they could resent his existence, but it wouldn't kill him. He would live with it, and perhaps when he does become a sacrifice, the hatred will die with him. Was he really going to follow the same path as his father? Minato had sacrificed himself for the sake of the hidden leaf, and his mother had followed. Naruto smiled sadly at the thought. What a miserable end to things. But at least even if he does sacrifice himself, he could still continue to live normally. Well, that is if the diplomatic methods work. If they don't work out and this world continues to deny him his dream, he would enslave it, he would put on the mask of the devil and wreak havoc across all lands, friends or foes. He would be betraying many people, the bonds he has formed, but he would still need to do it. It would be sad, but there was no avoiding it. Naruto moved away from the stone of the Yondaime and walked towards Jiraiya's stone. What a colorful man the Toad Sage had been. The man had been his family, his friend, his godfather. But all that was now gone. He was dead. Nagato had killed him. He had denied to Kurama that his reasons for rushing towards Iwagakure were because Nagato still needed to be killed. It had been a lie. He had been influenced by his anger, his love for the man who taught him ninjutsu, his beloved master. The pain of losing someone you love was truly heartbreaking. Naruto could understand Nagato's pain. He could understand things now. He sat down with his legs folded before summoning a bottle of sake. This was about the right moment to show his emotions, the right moment to show his sadness. The tears he had refused to shed when he learned that his beloved sensei had been killed. Perhaps he should have brought one of those books. His sensei would have surely loved to read it. After a couple of minutes passed by, Naruto glanced over at his shoulder, sensing Tsunade moving along the way. He could feel Onbu watching over from the shadows. He smiled sadly. It was the end of the road. He had been discovered. His henge had been perfect. Perhaps when Tsunade was told someone was sitting here, she decided that it had to be him. Are you going to arrest me now, Buchan? Naruto asked as Tsunade stopped behind him. He didn't look at her, but stared at the grave of his sensei. Tsunade didn't mistake the bitter sadness in Naruto's tone. She hadn't come here to fight him. She didn't want that now. There would be time to do that. It would be cruel for her to try to kick a dog while it was licking its wounds. Naruto was still special to her. She would not be that cruel. The god Ime Hokage settled on Naruto's right hand and placed two small cups on the freshly cut grass. Naruto glanced at the cups for a moment before pouring sake. He took his cup and sipped in the contents in silence. They drank for a couple of minutes in silence. Naruto didn't look at Tsunade, his eyes were staring firmly at the stone in front of him. Tsunade had the same look, she was thinking about her former teammate. That damned pervert had decided to die before she could die. He left her alone in this world to shoulder the weight. Selfish bastard. You look miserable, Tsunade finally said without looking at Naruto. I am, Naruto admitted. Sensei was my family. I lost my other family before I was even born. So, there was not much pain but just loneliness. This was the first loss, and I thought if I had moved quickly, I could have saved him. Tsunade was silent for a couple of moments before responding. Perhaps you could have done it, but he is dead. It is a pain saying that, but that is the truth. We just have to continue living, she said. I'm sure he would have been disappointed with you right now. He was rolling down there. Naruto smiled sadly at this. No doubt, he said. He'd look at me with these eyes of disappointment and then shake his head. I think sometimes it is best I am not able to see that look. What gives me comfort is that Sensei would have been the first person who trusted me when I spoke. His disappointment would have been that I am the cause for the current tensions. And it is only going to get worse, Tsunade said in a cold tone. Why don't you put a stop to this, Naruto? Onoki can shout and curse for all I care, but if you stop this, I won't do anything against you. Konoha will protect you. Stop? Naruto asked. What will that achieve, Butchin? I have already taken the Baijuas, I nearly killed the Raikage. Stopping means returning the Baijuas and then giving up my life to appease these people. But I cannot do that. You'll forgive me, but I cannot stop now. I will be judged for my actions. I'm becoming miserable now, perhaps I will even delve deeper once things get dangerous, but I chose this path, I will bear the weight. Tsunade put on a sad look on her face and stared into the empty space ahead of her. Naruto wasn't fine. What he was doing was surely not making him a happy person deep inside, and yet he was still going to continue. He wasn't making things easy for her. He wasn't making it easy for her to say he must be killed because he was an evil person who wanted to cause nothing but destruction. Tsunade was certain though, Naruto wasn't after something like that, but his actions had the consequence of complete utter chaos within the Shinobi nations. Things were certainly going to be difficult going forward, and if Naruto wasn't going to stop, things would only worsen. Naruto would only be in deep shit. Tsunade couldn't help but feel concern for him. She had resolved that they would kill him if he had to be killed. She had made the decision, and yet being with like this, it brought all kinds of emotions. She wondered if she could really go with it. And if you can't? Naruto shook his head. I will, he said firmly. I just allowed myself this moment because I wanted to feel human again. I have been a little indifferent to the emotions. You know, it feels like I have been moving without care. You know that Iwagakure sent people to the wave, right? Tsunade nodded. I sent Kakashi, she said. Despite opinions about you, I cannot deny that things are better with the trading company. The Feudal Lord has also sent a message, and he is willing to pump in more money to the village if we work together to ensure this succeeds. Admittedly, this is going to make transportation simple, and we will be able to get things done quickly. I have handled that issue with Iwagakure, Naruto said calmly. Onoki will be throwing a fit when he learns about it. But I am not concerned about his react to this. He was at fault trying to destroy the lives of the other people. The trading company isn't about me, and if he doesn't see that, he has surely lost all sense and is only consumed by his fear and hatred about me. Can you blame him for being consumed by fear? Tsunade asked. You are powerful, Naruto. You are able to get into any village you want and then go away. It doesn't matter if you are good or bad, the fact is that you are powerful, and that makes people nervous. A repeat of the destruction of Uzushio, huh? Naruto paused for a moment. People will always fear and demonize whatever it is that they cannot understand and control. If people think killing me is what will save them, they can try it. But have you considered this, Tsunade? If you kill me, the hidden villages will fight out for the power of the Baijuas. Do you imagine that kind of chaos? My existence keeps the villages grounded. That's blackmail, Tsunade said. You put a situation that guarantees that those who trust you can't do anything against you because they fear what will happen afterwards. You probably figured that if we have decided to kill you, it will be more of our means for survival, not because we have something against you. You give me too much credit, Butchin, Naruto said with a small smile on his lips. This is just one of those unintended consequences. I had honestly resigned myself to dying without seeing this possibility. But if just one village begins the hunt, the others will follow. I want to avoid that situation. That aside, the great nations have another problem that they must handle. It is good that you came here because I wanted to ask you about it, Tsunade said. What do you know about who is responsible for the attacks? Perhaps you can even make amends by trying to capture this person. I'm sure we would try to work with you, she suggested. Sasuke is busy searching for this person, Naruto said. We both have had encounters with this person. We don't know anything about him. What I do know is that he will probably try to get the elemental nations to fight me. I have already been blamed for the attacks on your buildings. He will probably do more as long as I continue to walk around. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Why was he framing you for this? She asked. What did he even want with you or Sasuke? She was at most surprised that the Uchiha would be going after this person. But then again, when he left he had mentioned that he may know who had done it. Naruto glanced at Tsunade for a moment. If I tell you, you'll decide whether I need to die or live, he said. What do you think the purpose of the Akatsuki was when gathering all Baijuas? Tsunade frowned. We never came to this point, she said. Does it matter now anyway? The Akatsuki is dead, you made sure for it. It does matter, Naruto said. Because this person wants to continue with the mission of the Akatsuki. But there is something that is needed for this mission to continue. You need the Rinnegan. As long as I have it in my possession, he cannot make the mission. What is this mission, Naruto? Naruto shook his head. I don't want to tell you because you might start doubting me. Perhaps the other Kages might even think that I gathered the Baijuas for this purpose. It is best you don't know. I will die with the secret. It is better this way, anyway. If that person is killed, there should be a concern for the future. You are not helping yourself, Naruto. Naruto smiled. I know, he said quietly. It was nice talking to you, Tsunade. If you are going to do something, put some resolve into it. He disappeared in the blink of an eye after saying those words. Tsunade realized, she hadn't asked what he meant by saying that he handled the issue with Iwagakure. Well, Kakashi would return with an answer. She frowned thinking that Naruto might have gone overboard. Kirigakure. Mei smiled when she opened the door to her home and found a person she could recognize as Naruto. He was wearing a henge, but the smile on his lips was his. She couldn't even mistake the look on his eyes. Unlike last time, he had knocked at her door. Her smile widened at this. She let him inside and looked outside for a moment. It was already night. He really did like coming to her when it was night. She wondered if this was going to be their thing. She wouldn't mind. She would have someone to spend her cold and lonely nights. Next time you should tell me beforehand when you come so that I can prepare for dinner, Mei said as she closed the door behind her. Naruto slipped out of his transformation and turned to face the god Mizukage with a smile on his lips. I will do so, he said. I think it will be something cool. I have never done it before with someone like you. What is it, a practice run for when we get married? Mei nodded with a warm smile on her lips. I was thinking that perhaps it was the alcohol that was talking that other day, she said as she walked over to him. She led him to the sitting room, and they down on the same couch, looking at each other. But yes, if we are going to get married, things could work like that. This would be an excellent way to test how we would be able to live with each other, Mei said calmly. I can work with that, he said smiling. When do I start preparing? Mei asked a bit happily. Tomorrow night, if you are free. After the things that I need to do. I will come here tomorrow night and we will do it, Naruto said. I leave for the Kage Summit in 2 days. So yes, tomorrow night will do, she said with a nod. What are you going to be busy with? Shouldn't you be done with your mission by now? I am. I have freed all Jinchurikis and even your former Jinchuriki. Tracking him down was a pain but I found him. We managed to get things through. Iwagakure even attempted to steal the Jinchuriki from another village. Naruto shook his head at this. I think he is becoming very desperate. In any case, I will be busy trying to remove the Kyuubi from within me. That should even things a bit. Mei stared at Naruto for a long minute before nodding her head. Anything else I should know? I will tell you tomorrow morning. For now, we should not focus on the matters of this world, Naruto said smiling slyly. Mei matched his smile. Oh, what do you have in mind? Naruto leaned over to Mei and motioned for her to lean in as well. When her face stopped just inches away from his, he captured her lower lip. Mei pulled away and stared at him a bit hungrily before pushing him backwards. She moved over to him and placed both her hands on his chest before staring at him intently. Seeing that she was taking too long, Naruto wrapped his hands around her back and pulled her towards him before capturing her lips. He kissed her passionately for a moment while his hands moved towards her butt. He grabbed her from behind before her tongue entered his mouth. It wrestled with his for a couple of seconds before Mei pulled away. "You pass," she said with a wide smile on her lips. "Well, I am a shinobi and my sensei was a self-proclaimed super pervert," Naruto said with a wide smile on his lips. "What's the next test?" Mei stared at him for a moment before getting up. "Follow me," she said. Naruto stopped her from going anywhere. "I think it will be best if we do that while I am carrying you," he said before sweeping the godime Mizukage off the floor. "There," he said before capturing her lips for a couple of seconds. He smiled. "Show me the way, princess." Mei giggled slightly. "I hope you don't ask that while in the bed," she said. Naruto laughed at the thought. The following day, Iwagakure. Minato's eyes flashed open and stared into the space in front of him. He had been pulled away from the belly of the Shinigami. This was the world of the living. He could recognize it. He held out his hands and stared at them. He was still dead. This was the reincarnation jutsu. Someone used kinjutsu to bring him to this world. That person had found a way to remove the soul from the Shinigami. Grew cautious, but he couldn't move his body. He was being restrained, he realized. His eyes softened when he saw the image of what he could only say was his son. He had held him when he was just little. Regardless of old had become, Minato would always be able to tell that he was looking at the only child he left in this world. "Naruto," he said smiling. There was the nagging thought that his son had used such a forbidden jutsu, but he was happy to see his son. "Hello, father," Naruto said with a smile. He removed his shirt and exposed the mark on his belly. "Please remove the other half of Kurama's chakra from within you and seal it within me." Minato smiled. "You're saying please, but you are not giving me much of a choice, are you?" he said before lifting up his shirt. The mark on his belly glowed before he twisted it. He slammed the palm of his right hand on the mark before pulling it. There was dark chakra on his hand. His body moved automatically before he slammed the dark chakra on Naruto's belly. Once he was done, Minato felt as if he could freely move. He did so, and looked around. "What is this place?" "Iwagakure," Naruto said quietly. "Mother's home village." "So this is what was left of it after the destruction," Minato said before turning to face Naruto. "You are not wearing a leaf headband, and you possess a dojutsu. Mind explaining to me what is happening, Naruto?" "I am no longer a shinobi of the hidden leaf. I left the village some years ago," Naruto said calmly. "Right now, I am the most wanted shinobi in the elemental nations." "Ah, the Rinnegan, I was given it by someone from Mother's clan." Not many details, but certainly many years have passed and many things have happened. It was apparent that things had not gone in the way he had thought they would. Perhaps he should be sad that his son had left Konoha, but Minato was not. He was concerned that Naruto had become the most wanted man in the shinobi world. "What did you do?" "I went into all villages with Jinchurikis and took all their baijuas from them. I won't give them back. They are not pleased with this because they think I have robbed them of their power," Naruto said. "I just thought it would also be best to restore Kurama to his best form since I'm also going to release him. Besides, I thought it would be nice if you were freed to meet Mother." "So that is the Kyuubi's name," Minato said in a measured tone. "If you release the Kyuubi you will surely die and the hidden villages will just try to capture them again." "I will not die," Naruto said with a shake of his head. "I am going to seal something within me that will make sure that I continue to live my life. You're not jumping on me demanding why I did what I did and why I left Konoha. You are my son and I must respect your decisions. I made my decision, and you must make yours and live with it. I'm sure I put you through a lot by making you a Jinchuriki, but I thought it was best to do so," Minato said calmly. "You must have your reasons for doing what you have done." Naruto nodded his head before looking into the sky. "I do have my reasons, father." Chapter 20. "Are you going to tell me those reasons?" Minato asked. There was much he had missed, apparently, but he was still thinking that he needed to know about why Naruto has done what he did. Perhaps something he was trying to ignore was the fact that Naruto had used a sacrifice to call him into this world. He didn't want to think deeply about it before even hearing why things had become this way. Naruto looked up for a moment before staring at his father. "I have always wondered how it would be like to stand before my own father. You are a famous man, father. Konoha celebrates your death and life. Growing up, I admired your sacrifice. I wanted to surpass you. Maybe it was because I wanted to receive the praise you that received in your death." He had lived a lonely and miserable life without knowing who his parents were. It was ridiculous. Perhaps he could curse the Sandaime Hokage for everything that he did not do for him. The old man could have bothered telling him why he was hated, he could have bothered telling him that the man he admired was his father. But he had not, and Naruto had spent his childhood being called a demon and hated by the people of Konoha without even knowing why. Mizuki did him a favor by telling him the truth about the Kyuubi. The Sandaime would have kicked the bucket without telling him anything. That cursed old geezer. Naruto didn't hate Hiruzen though. The old man had been kind to him. It had been his stupidity that was also at fault for how things turned out. If he had been smart enough or even bothered to use his head, he would have figured out that he was hated because he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He would have even questioned why the Sandaime would treat him differently from other orphans. But he had been stupid and focused on smiling and pulling pranks while trying to make up for his loneliness. Although those eyes were strange, Minato could not mistake the pain in them, he could not mistake the bitterness in Naruto's tone. He frowned, thinking of the kind of childhood Naruto must have had. Naruto smiled sadly, I did have a miserable childhood. I don't hate or blame you for anything. You did what you thought was best for your village and you fulfilled your duty as Konoha's Kage. Where do I start? Ah, yes, Konoha saw me as nothing more than the demon that killed their loved ones. I was hated, people avoided me and the parents told their children not to play with me. I had no one. The Sandaime wouldn't tell me why I was hated, he wouldn't tell me about my parents. I even found out about being a Jinchuriki in the cruelest way. In any case, I left Konoha because I had a dream. Perhaps this is the first time I admit something like this, but I don't want to see Jinchurikis being made in this world. I know the pain, the suffering. I don't wish it for anyone. I attacked all nations with Jinchurikis and took all their baijuas. All 9 of them are in this island. Your son is now the most wanted man in the elemental nations. People disagree with me, but you know, I am a Jinchuriki and I know that baijuas don't like being stuffed down in a human, being deprived of their freedom. Minato stared at Naruto. Never did he think that his son would become the most wanted man in the elemental nations. He had thought that his son would become the protector of the hidden leaf. He would defeat the man who released the Kyuubi. That had been his hope when he died, but this was the reality. It seems that you have become strong, Naruto. If you could take all baijuas from shinobi villages and still remain here, it means that you have surpassed me. That doesn't give me joy, father, Naruto said calmly. You see, I am trying to change this world, and people don't want to see the good side of things. I had asked the Kages to release the baijuas but they refused and chose to fight me. So, I did things forcefully. I am also trying to implement a new method of transportation in this world, but just yesterday, Iwagakure tried to destroy that, and I killed many people. I wonder now, father, if I should just let myself die when I release the Kyuubi. Minato frowned. Naruto truly sounded miserable. This was his son, forced to carry the burden of being a Jinchuriki, and now this. What would it change to die, Naruto? Nothing much, but at least a threat to the great nation's power will be destroyed and they can live safely, Naruto said. Minato was silent for a couple of moments. But you are not planning on dying. Naruto shook his head. I want to continue living. I want to see this world change and enjoy that change. Besides, there is hope that things might not be so bad in the near future. What do you mean by that? Aren't you the most wanted person in the shinobi world? I am, Naruto said with a nod. But I am also the person who has united the small villages under one banner. I also have a great relationship with the Hidden Mist. Suna willingly allowed me to do what I want and I still maintain a good relationship with the Kazekage. Konoha doesn't have a Jinchuriki, so there are no problems and I haven't done anything against the village. I don't plan on doing anything either. I didn't leave because of what they did to me, I left because I want to change the shinobi world. Despite the situation, Minato managed to smile. He was happy that Naruto didn't have a problem with Konoha. He was happy that his son wasn't filled with hatred. He was happy that his son could still continue to live his life. Not rushing into conclusions was the best thing he could have done things. Why do you sound so miserable when you have relationships with 3 great nations? Could you return to Konoha if you want to? Naruto nodded. The god I'm Hokage wanted me to return the last time I spoke to her but I said no. I don't want to put Konoha in trouble. I can be hated, hunted down, it is fine. But no one must suffer because of the choice I have decided to make. I wonder what your mother would say about this, Minato said. They had different dreams for their son, they had expected something different, something that would lead and protect the hidden leaf. Things were different, not what he expected, but perhaps they were not bad. He would never recommend such a path, but there was no stopping now, was there? There was no return. What would shouting do? It wouldn't change what Naruto has already done. He was already even miserable because of the journey he has chosen. But this was his choice, nobody forced him into it. I wonder about that as well, Naruto said. But I have been denying myself that chance because I am afraid of what she would say. I guess since things have gone well with you, I can at least hope for something better with her, he said with a small smile on his lips. Iwagakure. Onoki was displeased with the turn of events. There had been failure. Perhaps he had underestimated Naruto's abilities, but he hadn't expected the blonde to deal such a devastating blow to his forces. He had thought that even if Naruto does something, it wouldn't be this kind of blow. He had lost his shinobi, many of them. He was disappointed but not furious. He could still use this opportunity after all. He could still use this chance to gain something on Naruto. But he would need to convince the others to side with him. Either way, Naruto had shown himself to be capable of doing the worst, and that should make even those who seemed to side with him fear him. What he hadn't expected though was Konoha and Iwagakure jumping into the ship to defend the wave country. It was a surprise to know that Konoha would dare stand in his way. Even more shocking was Iwagakure's boldness. The village was small and its cage was still a child. Yet, they had brought themselves in his way. It was an unprecedented move. Suna didn't have the military power to stand against Iwagakure, but if it combined with Konoha, it would be a problem. In normal circumstances, Onoki would have declared Iwagakure an enemy and threatened it with military force, but he couldn't do anything now. He didn't know yet who his ally was. Onoki stared at the letter from the wave country. The wave country is deeply displeased by the actions of Iwagakure in attempting to invade it because of reasons it cannot understand. The wave has not done anything against the stone, yet the stone felt it had to march against the wave. This was unfortunate, but the wave believes that the actions taken against stone shinobi was sufficient. In order to protect itself and its interests, the wave will do anything. The wave demands an apology from Iwagakure. If the apology does not come, we will interpret this as a declaration of war and that Iwa plans to attack us once more. Should this be the case, Iwagakure should prepare itself. The Uzumaki who defended the wave will take action against Iwa. Nobody signed for the letter, but they expected him to apologize for this? Ridiculous. Onoki would not apologize to a small nation that didn't even have a shinobi village. The wave didn't threaten him, not even the least. But he could not avoid that it also had Konoha in its corner, and Naruto was something else. The blonde Uzumaki, he did fear. And if Naruto decided to come here, it was going to be chaos. There would be death and destruction. Onoki hoped that the day wouldn't come. He hadn't expected this strong language though. It was amazing that everyone now felt bold. What was happening to the world? In the past, he could just get away with this and no one would say a damn word. But now, even smaller villages had the backbone to demand apologies from him? He must surely be getting soft. Onoki glanced at Kurotsuchi before asking. Do you think Naruto will attack this village? He asked calmly. He had been thinking that the blonde wouldn't do something like that. But since he has shown that he isn't afraid to kill people, he was forced to change his thinking. Then again, if Naruto had just stopped those people without killing, he would have sent an even bigger army. Kurotsuchi was doing her best not to glare at her grandfather. She loved the old man dearly. But he was seriously losing the plot. He was doing things that only endangered Iwagakure. Naruto hadn't attacked or threatened the stone. But her grandfather still felt that he needed to do something, and now they possibly had not just Naruto as an enemy but the hidden leaf in sand. Kumagakure wasn't going to back them when they had taken such a reckless action. She didn't even know where Kirigakure stood in this mess. She hoped that Naruto wasn't planning on coming after them. She had been thinking that he wouldn't come here because she knew that if he came here, there would only be destruction. Iwagakure would be weakened, and now that they had enemies, wouldn't those enemies take advantage of the situation and invade them? Couldn't her grandfather just think about this situation in the same way as she was? I don't know, grandfather, Kurotsuchi said with a shake of her head. But given his response, we can expect anything. You should have known that this was going to happen. You do know that if he comes and fights here, there will only be destruction. Even if we win that battle against him, what do you think is going to happen now that Konoha and Iwagakure are actively acting against us? Onoki frowned deeply. Konoha wouldn't do that. They have become softened by peace. The old Konoha wouldn't waste time, he said. He was confident that Tsunade wouldn't think of invading the hidden stone. She was soft. She wasn't like the previous leaders who wouldn't waste time. In the past, it would have been war already, but the hidden leaf hadn't said anything. Perhaps they were thinking about the summit. He was certainly going to hear from them. It doesn't matter, but we have opened the door for threats against the village, Kurotsuchi said firmly. The threat Naruto poses is an even bigger threat that we could have just ignored and minded our own business. I share your sentiments, grandfather. His existence is a problem and I wouldn't mind seeing him die. It would ease up tensions, but making more enemies isn't going to solve the situation. Have you even bothered to take note the Earth Daimyo supports that business they are doing in the wave? He wants to get in on the act because the fire and wind have already agreed to it. I think the lightning has also agreed to it as well. These people don't want to get left behind, Kurotsuchi said with a shake of her head. We will see what happens during the summit. We should be ready to leave anyway. Onoki nodded calmly. He still didn't like the way Kurotsuchi was talking to him, but he wasn't going to complain. Perhaps she was going to be the voice that brings him to his senses. If he was making mistakes, she would learn from him and learn not to repeat those mistakes that he made. It is going to be a difficult meeting, but we have to come out with positive news or else we will have problems. There aren't many problems that I see, Kurotsuchi said. We are just creating our own problems. She would not go as far as to say that she didn't see Naruto as a threat. She didn't want her grandfather looking at her in any other way. But the moment she took that seat, she was going to show him that Naruto was not necessarily a threat. It all depended on how you thought about the situation. If you wanted him to be an enemy, he would be an enemy. But Kurotsuchi didn't want to think of him in such a way. She wanted to think that he was a good person who did not have any evil intentions. She wanted to hope that he would not change his mask and turn on her. But this situation that her grandfather had created had complicated things. Perhaps she was conflicted in her thoughts, but Kurotsuchi did believe that she would always put her village first over everything. It had been just a kiss, nothing that could conflict her thoughts. She told herself it was nothing, just that person who liked teasing her. But he had still offered himself to her. She didn't know what to do about it. If he was serious, wouldn't her grandfather be happy with that? If not, then she could start thinking that it was no longer just about a threat to Iwagakure but something personal. Later that day, Mei had a large smile on her lips while sitting with Naruto around the dinner table. She was happy that he had kept his word and had joined her for dinner. She had been thinking that perhaps he would not show up. Perhaps she had just been cynical because she had been lonely for a bit too long. But he was here and they were playing their role. No, this wasn't just role play. This was their life. This was a step to the future. She wanted this to become a reality that she would enjoy in many nights. There was the lack of love, but she wasn't worried, they could still have fun. Perhaps by the time they decide to marry, they would have fallen in love, she'd love that. So, how was your day? Naruto tilted his head to the side, looking at Mei curiously. Is that how a conversation goes? I'm afraid I haven't actually lived with someone that I would have to ask how they spent their day. That is how it goes in relationships, Mei said with a nod. You did have a lonely life, didn't you? Naruto nodded. Lonely and miserable. Well, that is the fate of a Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails wasn't even allowed to live in her village because of the discrimination. We do suffer a lot. But the future generations will not suffer. They will not experience what this and the past generations have suffered. Mei smiled warmly. You are doing something nice and no one will probably even thank you for it, she said. When I decided to follow this path, I knew I would be hated. I knew I would not have good relationships with all people. I didn't think I would end up in this table with you. I was actually expecting much worse than this. But I guess surprises do happen. Nevertheless, I wasn't expecting any reward for my actions. My reward is when villages give up on the hunt of Baijuas and this world changes. If I can see that, then I will be happy, Naruto explained lightly. We will see it, Mei said in a firm tone. This world is already changing, both Konoha and Sunagakure will probably protect you instead of supporting methods to kill you. I am certain that Kumagakure will still be mad at you for what you did to its cage. That is something that makes you hopeful, Naruto paused before responding to Mei's earlier question. My day was delightful, Mei. I met both my parents. I met them and we had a lovely chat. It was refreshing. I'd always wanted to meet them. Perhaps things would have been different if I'd met them when I was younger, but I am still glad that I will leave this world having known them. Mei stared at Naruto for a long moment. She knew his father was the Yondaime Hokage, but she didn't know anything about his mother. She would not pry unless he decided to share it with her. She didn't want to be that kind of person who wanted to know all the details. She smiled. I knew something was up when you came here, she said. Naruto smiled warmly. Meeting them made me realize that I want to continue living. I want to be happy and I cannot afford to give up now. There is still much more that I can achieve and do, the blonde said confidently. How was yours? Spent much of the time thinking about this moment, she said. Naruto laughed. You sounded like a teenage girl, May, he said. You know, when you really want something, you spend so much time thinking about it and you even become a bit giddy at the thought. Well, this is the start of something we want to be beautiful, isn't it? Love affairs, Naruto also wanted that. He didn't want a life of fulfilling canal desires. He wanted to experience love and the joys of life. Ino was probably tossing and turning while cursing his name right about now. She must be miserable, thinking about him and missing him. He had done what he did to protect her. Perhaps he should visit her once more again. It would be a happy moment. She was something into his life. Naruto shook his head. What was he doing thinking about another woman when he was with the god Mizukage? Yes, May said. We'll have to spend more moments like this to know more about each other. We already understand each other, and our thinking isn't foreign to the other, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to get along. Yeah, Naruto said. Are we going to have something like a family? Perhaps the thought was a bit frightening, but he was no longer a child and he could think about this. Would he have thought that it would be possible when he was still just a child running through the streets of Konoha or when he was still singing Love Longs to Sakura? Maybe yes, maybe not. But if he was thinking about a future with May, that would have to come, but it would depend on whether she does want to have children or not. This was the frightening thought. How would he act being a father? Of course, May said with a nod of her head. She fell silent for a couple of moments before speaking again with a warm smile on her lips. I never thought that I would be talking about this. A part of me had given up on the thought of being married. I'd been thinking that I would die with a bottle of sake beside me. But now, the idea of being a mother looks real. The idea of walking in a park with my husband and child looks real. I don't want to lose this dream. I want to cherish it until we make it a reality. He was still a wanted man in this world. He could not move freely because people wanted to kill him. But it does change a couple of things, Naruto said. May nodded. I know, she said. But please allow me to dream. If there is something that I can do to make sure that you continue living peacefully without putting this village at risk, I will do it. Perhaps it is a bit selfish of me, but I still want to do it. I'm sure both the Hokage and Kazekage will agree with me. I wonder about that, Naruto said. Still, it is amazing how things change overnight. He paused, tilting his head to the side. What do we do after dinner? The night was still young. There was still much time before he could feel sleepy. Perhaps he was a little bit excited to sleep or even think about going to bed at this time. I don't know, May said. How about something romantic? I can live with that, Naruto said. He said those words, but he couldn't think of doing anything that could be considered romantic. Jiraiya had taught him some things, he had seen many things, but this was different. It wasn't like being with Ino. This experience was unique. Naruto could feel that he would enjoy it. He would love this future he was hoping to have with the Mizukage. In the end, there was nothing to do, and so they just strolled through the streets of the hidden mist, shoulder to shoulder, and in a leisurely pace. May truly felt comfortable in the silence. It was peaceful. Perhaps she was getting a bit overexcited about everything, but she could not deny that this moment fulfilled her. It made her happy. Say Naruto, May started in a calm and thoughtful tone. Wouldn't it be better if we could walk in the streets in daylight like this? Naruto didn't need to think about it to say it would be better, it would be happiness. But he was still a wanted man in the elemental nations. People wanted to kill him for his perceived crimes and threat to the great nations. He smiled sadly. It would be much better, but I do wonder, May, will I get the chance to enjoy that moment? The god Mizukage smiled. I told you, I will do what I can for you, she said. If things work out right, then there is a chance that you can live happily. We can live happily for the rest of our lives. The following day. It was always something to be able to touch your dreams, to see your dreams coming to life. He had been dreaming about this, he had been thinking about this, and he had made plans for this. But this was something that was finally happening. Naruto was happy that his dream had come to life. He was happy that his dream was happening. He was currently sitting in a train that was speeding through the fire country, heading towards the rain. This was the first train, a significant moment that signaled a change to how people traveled. Civilians would now be able to travel to foreign lands easily without the threat of being abducted by bandits and robbed of their belongings before being sold to traffickers. Naruto's eyes turned towards the window, looking at the trees that the train was passing as it traveled. It felt truly good. He had been right to bring this new development into this side of the world. There would more technology that he would bring into this world. The snow country was rich in technology. It was still new, but it was something that could be developed in this part, and he would revolutionize the elemental nations. When the train finally entered the rain, Guren walked up to him, sat down on the seat across him. She released a long tired sigh as she sat. This has been a long journey and it really feels weird sitting on this thing while it moves, she said to Naruto. But it is good, right? Naruto asked. Guren nodded. It is, she said. It makes it easier to move around and you don't have to camp out in the night as a shinobi while traveling longer distances. Well, there will be routes that the trains won't be able to take, but it still does make things much easier. I think we can live with this. I thought it would when I saw them in the snow country. During my training, I decided that it was something I could use to change the elemental nations. I have long realized that our way of living as shinobi is what attracts the wars and the hatred, but if we could change the way we do things, maybe there will be good changes that will make things easy for a revolution. It doesn't become easy when you are the most wanted person, Guren reminded Naruto. Naruto nodded. I know, he said. But it was better to start things this way. I did count on having many friends. Maybe we could even move things to such a way that we will control the nations, he said. Guren smiled. Don't you already control the feudal lords of the great nations? You couldn't have gotten their approval without having some way with them. I know the Emperor's palace is also used for spying on these people and the information is used against them. Maybe you don't have any intentions of destroying things, but you certainly have all intentions of being able to manipulate things in the shadows, she said, staring at Naruto with a look. Naruto looked through the window for a moment before asking. Is that something that a good person would do? Perhaps not, Guren said with a shrug. Am I wrong though? Naruto shook his head. It is true that I don't mean to threaten the powers of the hidden villages, but I established this because I wanted influence. We will soon be able to control the trade borders. We will be distributing food to villages. Humans cannot survive without food. If shinobi don't have food, they will not go to war. They will just starve in battle. We will put our hands on their food, and when they threaten to do something, we squeeze their food security, their supplies. We also have enough information and control of information that things cannot happen without us knowing. Control the information and you control how people act. You also know how people will act based on the information you have. Guren shook her head. What had she been thinking when she thought this person was truly kind? Well, he wasn't evil, but if the Kages knew those plans he has, they would certainly not be against the idea of wishing for his death. The feudal lords were already in his pockets and they also had the power to influence the decisions of the great villages. This is why you are not afraid of dying. Yes, it is irrelevant as long as the company stays and alive, Naruto said calmly. I didn't even expect that I would have a personal relationship with 3 of the 5 great hidden villages. I can also make my move in Iwagakure if Kurotsuchi takes charge of the village. How? Naruto smiled. By touching her heart, of course, he said. I might have played the same trick with Tsunade. And I'm certain she will work out things as I think she will in the summit. I offered myself to Kurotsuchi. If she wishes, she can marry me. In this way, she makes sure that I stay close to her. If the marriage produces a child, I am bound to her more than ever. With how I am, I wouldn't act against Iwagakure because of my fears. What fears? I was a Jinchuriki, I know what it is to suffer from being isolated and hated by people. If I have a child with Kurotsuchi and end up acting against Iwagakure, my child will receive the contempt. He will be hated, he will be blamed for the sins of his father. I could never have that in my life. So, if they had that knowledge, they wouldn't be so nervous, Guren said. Naturally, but I am not going to broadcast my weaknesses to people, Naruto said looking straight at Guren. And you are not going to say anything about it, are you? I value my life, Guren said. You make it sound as if I'd kill you if went on to do something like that, Naruto said. Well, I wouldn't put it past you or the hounds of the Emperor's palace, Guren said a bit sharply. I know that place does some serious things. Naruto smiled. You are learning more things, that is good, he said. The wave country is only going to grow bigger and better. Soon, you might even have shinobi moving into the land. When this happens, someone will be needed to take charge. You will be that person. Naruto paused for a moment before speaking once more. When this train reaches Iwagakure, Konan will welcome it. She is the leader of the village, inform her that I will speak to her after the Kage Summit. You will continue to move with the train as it goes to Sunagakure and then you will return to the wave. Make sure nothing happens to it. I will try my best, Guren said. I don't expect anything else, Naruto said before vanishing from his seat without saying another word. Land of Iron. Gaara looked at Tsunade with a thoughtful look on his face. They were the first two to arrive for the summit and this was something that he wanted. The Kages would not want to sit here for too long knowing that there was still danger in their nations. The other threat that wasn't Naruto was something that he could not ignore and none of the Kages could ignore it either. Perhaps they would find some solution to it in this summit. But Gaara was looking at Tsunade because he had something to say to her about Naruto's situation, perhaps more specifically about Iwa's actions that caused Naruto to react in the way he did. Perhaps he had been a bit extreme, but the actions of Onoki shouldn't be something that is condoned. If they could not stand up to a village that likes to bully small nations, then they were doing something wrong. The time was over for small villages to be threatened by the big nations and for others to just look away to avoid the threat of war. People could not do wrong things and simply get away with them because they felt they were strong and could do whatever they wanted. Perhaps that also applied to Naruto, and Gaara would make sure that even Naruto didn't do as he pleased because he felt he was strong. You have something on your mind, Kazekage, Tsunade said in a calm tone. Gaara nodded. I was thinking about what we are going to do about Iwagakure's actions towards the wave country. Tsunade really couldn't understand what would possess Onoki to do what he did. He should have known that because Naruto was behind the project he would protect it at all costs. Yet, the old man had done it. Perhaps he was way past his working days and should be retired by now. Either way, what happened could not be reversed, they just had to deal with it. We cannot let Onoki off the hook even after what Naruto did. There is no telling that he isn't going to try something like that again. That is why I was thinking that we must do something, Gaara said. The harder question becomes, what can we actually do? He asked. Tsunade shook her head. I don't know. I have been thinking about it, but I can't think of something. Even if we make certain demands, he will probably just ignore them because he knows we are not going to threaten war. If it was Kumo, it would be a different story. No doubt the Raikage would threaten to attack him. What is worrying, but perhaps something will come up, Gaara said. Do you know what the wave plans to do or what Naruto has planned to do about it? No, Tsunade said. She frowned, thinking about just how miserable Naruto had been when she saw him. She really cared for him and didn't want to end up doing something against him. At this point, fighting against him was only going to end him with misery. Couldn't there be something better in the near future? Do you think we can protect him? Gaara was a little surprised hearing that from Tsunade. She had been the one to send him a message saying that Konoha had resolved to kill Naruto if there was the need to go that far. And now she was talking about protecting him? Naruto hadn't done anything against the Leaf, there was no animosity between the two. What makes you say that? Tsunade smiled sadly. I just spoke to him recently and I got worried, she said. Well, we will see what Kiri and Kumo have to say. At this point, we can say that Iwagakure's thoughts about Naruto are irrelevant. The village has it in big and seems to have lost the idea of what is right and wrong. We cannot be pushed to do anything by that kind of village. Gaara nodded. He did not smile, but he was smiling in the inside. About an hour later. A silent Raikage was the first to arrive, followed by the Mizukage and Onoki last along with his guards. The atmosphere was tense. Mei hadn't been expecting such tension. She could see that both Konoha and Sunagakure were not looking at Onoki with a clean eye. She knew they were probably not happy about what the Tsuchikage had tried to do. He was stopped, but it did not rub away his attempts and intentions. There was not even telling if he wasn't planning on doing something like that even now as they sit like this. Mifune arrived in the room and the tension seemed to lighten a bit as the samurai started speaking. As the neutral party, I will steer this summit. Do you have any complaints? None. A was first to speak. Do you all agree? Mifune asked, looking around the round table for consent from other Kages. They all nodded their heads and he spoke once more. I expect you all to behave like Kages. I will not accept any threats being made to any other villages. You have gathered here to find solutions, not start war against each other. I must remind you that we are the ones who always suffer when you shinobi fight. We don't want to fight such meaningless wars that only bring pain to us. Whether we go to war or not depends on what is being said in this meeting. We cannot agree on something if one of us or any of us is working with the enemy. Onoki started with a tone filled with suspicion. There was no telling that both Konoha and Sunagakure are not working with Naruto to weaken the other great nations. Are you suggesting that one of us is working with Naruto, Tsuchikage? The Raikage demanded, looking at the old man with a stern look on his face. If that was the case, then it changed everything. It changed how they were going to deal with the situation. If indeed Naruto was working with another village, the purpose would be to definitely weaken them. I could not have something like that. He would not allow that kind of situation to stand. There would be war the moment they leave this place. He did doubt that Tsunade would work with Naruto though. The blonde Hokage wasn't that kind of person. But you never know with Shinobi, if it was in the interest of Konoha, wouldn't she do it? He would certainly do it. Is that something that should be said by you? Tsunade said, glaring at the Tsuchikage. I know you are probably accusing Konoha and Iwagakure of such things. I really don't want to defend myself, but let me point out that the Akatsuki which was hunting down Jinchurikis, almost succeeded in taking the Kazekage and Kumo's Jinchuriki was an organization that you once used. We should be looking at you when talking about working with the enemy. My business with the Akatsuki has nothing to do with you all, and that is the past, Onoki said a bit sharply. When I was working with them, they were still just a mercenary group. Nobody denies that, and nobody is accusing you of colluding with the enemy, and yet you accuse of doing exactly that with Naruto, Gaara said to Onoki. Is that fair? You want to point fingers at us, but you won't point fingers at yourself? What do we call that? Hypocrisy, Mei answered, a bit amused by the situation. Onoki glared at Gaara. I see the young ones no longer respect their elders, he said with a slight shake of his head. Naruto is the Leaf's former shinobi, and even after he left, he was still being seen coming and leaving the village. Shouldn't we suspect that he is working with you? Naruto was a Leaf shinobi before he started what he did, Tsunade said with a shrug. It is the same argument you used regarding the Akatsuki. You shouldn't complain. Besides, he has even come and gone in your village. I haven't heard of any attack in your village. You are going to defend him? Tsunade shook her head. I'm not defending him, I am just telling you that we don't work with him. He was a former shinobi. Yes, we don't have any reason to hate him. Let us look at this clearly instead of eyes filled with hatred. Naruto has not threatened the Leaf in any way. Should I have a reason to hate him? Should I send my shinobi after him when he hasn't threatened the security of the Leaf? So you don't care about what he does to other villages? Tsunade snorted. When did you any of start caring about threats that didn't involve your villages? Enough of this. The Yondaime Raikage shouted, banging his hand on the table. This isn't going to get us anywhere. We are not going to find solutions to our problems. And you seem to forget that there is a menace that is threatening all of us and has already done some damage. We cannot get lost over some petty arguments over who is working with whom. Be careful with that hand, you only have one left, Onoki couldn't help himself. Can we all agree that Naruto is a threat to our villages? He is a threat that we cannot allow to continue existing. We have to stop him at all costs. He has already taken our Jinchurikis and has shown himself to be too powerful. While he has taken our Jinchurikis, he himself remains a Jinchuriki. If he was truly being honest when he said he didn't want any more Jinchurikis, he would have removed the Kyuubi from himself, but just days ago, he was still transforming. That means that he is nothing but a terrorist. Naruto's power is certainly a threat, this, we cannot deny. Gaara started in a calm tone. I allowed him to remove the Baijuu from within me. I cannot fault him for doing so. I no longer wanted to be a Jinchuriki. Can I say that he must now become an enemy? Since did we get the right to decide who must live and who must die because they are too powerful? That is just a naive way of looking at things, Onoki snapped. We are Kages, we have a duty to protect our villages. I agree with you on that point, Mei started speaking in a calm tone. You are saying that Naruto is dangerous, perhaps he is. His power is indeed something of concern, but why must Iwagakure sacrifice its shinobi to fight him? What would I be protecting my village from? He hasn't threatened Kiri, and the conversations we have been about trade, that is beneficial to Kiri. Do you consider that a threat to Kiri, Tsuchikage Dono? Kurotsuchi found herself nodding inwardly. She had been having those thoughts exactly. Her grandfather could not have a way out of those questions because the Mizukage made a valid point that could not be shrugged. She didn't want her grandfather going back to Iwagakure looking like he was just paranoid. She had expected something from the Raikage though. But at this case, the other three seemed to be on Naruto's side. For some reason, she felt relieved. She hated herself for it, but that was what was inside of her. We also know that Naruto isn't the one who has been attacking our villages. You must also know this, and yet you have chosen to blame it on Naruto, Tsunade said, looking at Onoki. Naruto did take your Jinchuriki, but he never attacked your village. If there is anyone who should have a problem, it should be the Raikage. If Naruto was going to be hunted down and Tsunade was going to take part in it, it would have to be because of reasons that would not give her regrets. She didn't want to end up having to take part in Naruto's death when he hadn't threatened anyone. She was still willing to go either way, but she needed a good reason for handling this issue. She needed to think carefully and not just take part in an action that is influenced by paranoia and clouded by anger. Onoki had a deep frown on his lips. Kiri, Konoha and the Sand were not going to play their part. But they had seemed like they would be playing their part. Perhaps it was because they all benefited from what Naruto was doing that they didn't care about anything else. He should have expected these people to act like this. He should have expected things to happen like this. But he had not. He thought they would agree with him. Why couldn't they see the danger in this part? What is your view, Raikage? Onoki asked the Raikage. I looked around the table for a moment before speaking. Aside from Iwagakure, you all don't seem to view Naruto as a threat, the Raikage said calmly. The Kages nodded to confirm these words. Why? If Naruto isn't planning to use the Baijuas, why is he still a Jinchuriki? That is a question that I cannot answer, Gaara said with a shake of his head. But what if it is protect himself? Unlike with me, both you and Iwa value the power of Jinchurikis. I assume it is much more of a problem to you. Not to mention he also did that to you, the Kazekage said pointing at the hand that Naruto had cut off. It is, and I will not forgive it, the Yondaime Raikage said in a firm tone. He was close to killing me because he asked me if I would be willing to hunt him down. When I said I would go after him, he chose to kill me to protect himself. I guess that is the rule of life. When someone threatens your existence, you remove it. Kumo respects power. I have lost my hand, but it doesn't mean much. However, the loss of my Baijuas would have been a problem if I was the only one who lost the Baijuas. But I am not, and my shinobi are still alive and they maintain contact with their former Baijuas. However, this cannot erase the fact that Naruto has invaded my village, threatened my existence. I will not forget what he has done. Kumo itself has not been threatened. But we cannot live peacefully knowing that there is a shinobi who is running around within the shinobi nations who has the power to enter any village and do as he pleases. That is my biggest concern. Then this makes things easier, Black Zetsu said, appearing out of nowhere. Only half of his body formed from the ceiling. The guards immediately took their positions, standing on guard upon seeing the appearance. I guess I should announce myself as the one who is responsible for attacking your villages. But I only want one thing, Uzumaki Naruto. Give him to me and I will stop with my attacks. If you do not give him to me, your villages will be attacked. Your shinobi will kill each other and you will not know who to trust. Who are you? I am no one, I just want Naruto's head. Black Zetsu said. I have already demonstrated that I can get into any of your villages, and I will do it again if you do not give me Naruto. When Naruto appeared in the room in a flash, Black Zetsu disappeared into the wall. Naruto frowned, looking up into the ceiling. That was disappointing, he muttered in a steel tone. He felt killing intent being directed towards him and then shrugged it off before settling down with his legs crossed. If you want to attack me, you are free to do so, he said a bit carelessly. What are you doing here, Uzumaki? The Raikage demanded. Are you working with him? Naruto shook his head. I'm not the kind of person who would go as far as to kill innocent people. I am also insulted that you'd think I would work with such trash. I have asked around, that is a former member of the Akatsuki. Their objective was to gather all 9 Baijuas and I have done that. However, no one can do anything as long as I am alive. He needs me to get the Baijuas to use them for his own objectives. What do you mean as long as you live no one can do anything with the Baijuas? Let us not fool ourselves. I know that if I cease to exist, you people are just going to enter into another race to capture Baijuas and it will be war afterwards. I have taken measures to ensure that all 9 Baijuas can never be sealed into another host as long as I live. I don't have to explain anything, but as long as I live, no one will hunt the Baijuas. You have things to worry about anyway, and Kumo should be pleased that its former Jinchurikis can still use some of that power. I am curious about what the Kages will decide to do about this threat though. What happens if we decide to give you to him? Naruto smiled. That would be foolish, he said. I have already told you that I am the access to all Baijuas. I do see the danger of leaving them at one place. This is why I have this request. I will return the Baijuas I have taken to each country, but you are not to attempt to seal them again. If you try it, I will kill everyone who does this. Why would you do something like that? It was never my intention to return the Baijuas. I would have liked to keep them someplace safe and away from humans, but there is this threat that forces my hand. I don't know what happens tomorrow. If something happens to me, if you decide to hunt me down, at least this person will have the job of hunting them one by one. Since your former Jinchurikis still have connection, they will still be able to know what is happening and if anyone is attacking them. Naruto looked around the room. If I do that, that lessens the idea that I want to use the Baijuas for something else, yes? It does, but it doesn't change what you have done, the Raikage said in a hardened tone. It does not, Naruto said with a shake of his head. But that should still work out to diminish the threat level for my part. You also have your problems with that person, I don't want to increase the burden. Oh, I believe your enemy's name is Zetsu, he said before disappearing in a flash. Mei smiled. At least things worked out this way. Perhaps the appearance of this enemy was something that helped everything on their part. Naruto had a chance. He could live. Onoki could not possibly have any reasons to demand Naruto's head. The Raikage should have the reason, not Iwagakure. She could now walk with Naruto without any fears. She could think of a future with him walking in broad daylight to her home without being afraid of being attacked by anyone. Do you still consider Naruto a threat? Onoki glared at the Mizukage. It doesn't matter, you are not going to do anything about it anyway, he said. We cannot deny that this Zetsu poses a major threat. He has already attacked us, but we cannot think that he has the numbers to threaten the great nations. However, we cannot underestimate him either. By that are you saying you are not going to give in to his demands? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course not, Onoki was quick to say. I will not allow that person to get away with what he did. Innocent people died in my village, and if he wants Naruto, it can only for his power and the access to the Baijuas. That takes priority now. But Naruto is still an enemy. What happens if Zetsu proves to have an army that can challenge us? Don't be ridiculous, the Raikage said. Where is that army hiding? We cannot be threatened like this. We are the 5 Kages, we cannot give in to demands of some unknown entity. Besides, we know that even Naruto will be after this person. Gaara nodded to this. But we must still have a plan if something unexpected does happen, he said. Would cooperation between our villages suffice? Mei asked, looking around the table. Iwagakure will handle any threat that comes to its village, and as long as Naruto returns Kumo's Baijuas, we will not actively hunt him down. However, his actions will not be forgiven or forgotten. The Raikage said while standing up. If things occur in a way that we do need to cooperate, I will be open for it, but for now, Kumo will handle its business. He started leaving after saying those words and no one stopped him. Before Onoki could also leave, seeing that he was surrounded by his enemies, Tsunade was first to speak. We have an issue with you regarding what you tried to do the Wave Country. We cannot excuse such actions, Tsuchikage. And I am certain that Naruto hasn't forgotten about it either. If you try something like that again, you won't just have a Naruto problem, you will also have us as a problem. I don't think we'd even be inclined to help out if Naruto decided to destroy Iwagakure because of your ill-advised actions. Onoki stared at Tsunade. Are you threatening me? The god I'm Hokage shook her head. I am not. I am merely warning you, and you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame anyone for it. You are the one who wanted to invade another nation which we have interest in. You did not consider things before you acted, and one day, you will pay for it. Onoki didn't say anything in response, he just stood up and decided to leave. After that Tsuchikage left, Gaara spoke. Well, that went well, he said. Naruto doesn't have to be hunted, and we met our true enemy. It is a problem because we don't know what he wants. But I assume Naruto knows what he wants from the Baijuas. We must talk to him about this and seek out his cooperation regarding this Zetsu, Tsunade said. But can the 3 of us agree to help each other in case things get too dangerous? We are the only nations that seem to have been in the same page during the meeting. What do you suggest? Mei asked, looking at the god I'm Hokage curiously. She didn't have a problem in creating an alliance with the 2 villages. She was already in an alliance with Iwagakure, although indirectly, through Naruto's trading network. It would not be a bad thing to have something that went deeper than just trade. An alliance would surely create an environment for stronger relationships between the 3 villages. And maybe somewhere in the future, the other 2 great nations would join them and they would be a step closer to peace. Military and intelligence cooperation, Tsunade offered. If there is a need to go to war, our shinobi will fight under the same banner. But we would need to have a chain of command and everything. We can all be joint commanders, Mei said. I think it works well for our shinobi to know that their kages are working together to the protection of their villages. It also makes it easy for them to be able to work together and fight side by side. If there is a need for us to go into battle, we can always go together. That is agreeable, Gaara said. Then we have an agreement, Mei said. Tsunade nodded. She stared at the Mizukage for a long moment. The woman had appeared to be a support for Naruto that she had not been expecting. She knew the blonde had a relationship with Kiri, but she hadn't thought that the woman would be on their side. She felt compelled to ask. What is your relationship with Naruto? Mei smiled. What makes you think I have a relationship with him? I don't know, I just think you do have something to do with him. Gaara calls him his friend, and for me, well, he is someone I care very well for. It is personal for us and we know him very well. But what about you? Mei considered her response for a couple of seconds before smiling. Naruto will probably kill me for this, but he is my future husband, she said. You will all be invited to our wedding, she said to the surprised looks of the two kages. Minutes later. Of all the things that could happen, Naruto had to be in a relationship with the god Mizukage? What was happening with that person? Tsunade could not believe that Naruto was planning to marry Mei. Couldn't he have found someone his age? The woman hadn't said anything about the relationship or how things even began. She had refused to say anything. Well, at least he had someone to love. He would not be so miserable and she too would not be miserable. What do you think, Kakashi? About the Mizukage? The silver-haired jonin asked. Tsunade shook her head. I mean about with how things ended up concluding. We don't have to do anything to Naruto. We probably will be working with him and Kumo will not be actively hunting him. This means that he does have a chance to live a normal life. If he is going to marry the Mizukage, then he is going to end up being a shinobi of the Hidden Mist. This is honestly disappointing. I would have liked it for him to return home. I'm just happy that he has found someone to be happy with, Kakashi said with an eye smile. We don't even know if he won't return to Konoha. But does it matter? I think Naruto deserves to be happy. I'm not against that, Tsunade said. I would be happy if he was actually happy with his life. It pained me to see him miserable last time. Perhaps Jiraiya's death affected him more than I had first thought. Regardless, the future looks bright again, that is all that matters. But we still have another problem, Kakashi reminded. Tsunade frowned. She almost cursed Kakashi for ruining the mood. But this was something that she could not avoid. Even being here made her worry about what could be awaiting her when she returns home. She was worried that Zetsu might attack once more. She didn't even know anything about him. It was a problem, but she could not really avoid it, could she? We should hurry back home, she said to Kakashi. The jonin merely nodded and increased his pace. Later that day. It was late night, Kurotsuchi couldn't sleep. It was one those nights. They had found a motel along the way back to Iwagakure and had decided to rest. Her grandfather was way too old to be moving around for long distances anyway. Still, she had many things to think about. She was certainly going to end up inheriting a huge mess in Iwa, and her grandfather wasn't making it easy. She could not tell him he was wrong. She could not act against him. Perhaps his actions were wrong, but he deserved his moment. He didn't deserve to go out in a disgraceful way after everything that he has given their village. For how long has he been serving their village? Has he led them to ruin even though he has fought wars? He has always done what was best for them. Kurotsuchi was perhaps glad that there would be no hunting party for Naruto. She was even happy that he was going to end up returning the Baijuas. She was certain that he would do as he had warned, and everyone who does attempt to steal the Baijuas would be in trouble. Maybe his action would also prevent a disastrous risk of Baiju hunting. She would have been forced to live through those difficult times as Tsuchikage. But she was going to avoid it. There was a better sense of tomorrow, but she still didn't know what her grandfather was going to do about the conclusions of the summit. Thinking of Naruto while alone like this, Kurotsuchi found herself touching her lips, thinking about that kiss. She was indeed starting to lose her mind. She was going to kill that person for making her experience so much self-loathing. She shouldn't think of an enemy of Iwa with a smile and longing, but she did. Kurotsuchi nearly jumped away when Naruto landed on the balcony. She had been out here, getting some fresh air. She hadn't expected him to appear out of nowhere. Are you trying to get me to stab you? She asked calmly. That would have been an overreaction, Naruto said. Kurotsuchi shrugged. I don't think so, she said calmly. When you just appear like that, the reflex is to take out a kunai because you think you are being attacked. You are lucky I quickly noticed you. If not, It would have stabbed you through the back. Stab first and ask questions later, huh? Naruto said. What are you doing at a time like this? Shouldn't you be sleeping? I can ask you the same question? Kurotsuchi said. I was actually following you. I was waiting for the right moment to speak to you after what happened today and what your grandfather planned to do to the Wave Country, Naruto said. I was honestly thinking that I should perhaps just kill him. Things would be much simpler for me that way. Kurotsuchi frowned deeply. She had hoped that things would not come this far. She had known that there would be some reaction to Iwa's attempted invasion of the wave. Can you not go that far? I would not forgive you if you hurt my grandfather. Regardless of everything, he is my family and Iwa's leader. I will not forgive anyone who harms him. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. This was predictable. But there were ways for him to do things. He certainly didn't want Kurotsuchi to end up hating him. It would just complicate things and create a stumbling block that would hold back peace. Konan was waiting for him to bring peace into this world. He would not bring peace by killing Onoki. Do you think I care if you don't forgive me? Personally, I don't think you'd care, but if you are right about your intentions, you wouldn't want a situation that would leave me looking at you with contempt, Kurotsuchi said. You have learned a couple of things, Naruto said in a quiet tone. Were you satisfied by today's outcome? In some way, yes, Kurotsuchi said with a nod of her head. Things went better than expected. At least none of the villages threatened Iwagakure over its actions. It would have been a problem. But as long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any problem. Naruto nodded his head. He turned towards Kurotsuchi and smiled. I just came to check up on you to see if we'd be able to get along with you after you become Tsuchikage. It does seem to be the case. So I hope we will work well together. Kurotsuchi was silent for a couple of moments. When Naruto tried leaving, she grabbed his right hand, stopping him from leaving. Naruto looked at her curiously. You are going to draw blood if you keep biting your lip like that, he said with his head tilted to the side. He could see that she was struggling with her emotions. When she looked at him with confidence, Naruto cut the space between them. His hands moved behind her before he started kissing her. Her breath was warm, he could hear the sound of her heart beating quickly, he saw her eyes close as she enjoyed the kiss. Naruto closed his eyes and allowed himself to get lost in the feeling. She wasn't tense, her body was warm, and felt nice. As he deepened the kiss while pushing her towards a wall, Naruto's hands moved to the front and ended up on Kurotsuchi's chest. He attempted to snake through her upper clothing, but his body froze when he felt her hand grabbing something. She was staring at him. What the hell are you doing? She demanded. Ah, come on, Naruto complained. You'll let me kiss you but you won't let me touch your breasts? Don't do anything stupid. I'm not going to undress for you, Kurotsuchi said. I'm allowing you to kiss me but keep your hands off anywhere that isn't my neck or back. Understood? If you move anywhere without permission, I am going to squeeze, is that understood? Naruto nodded quickly. Can you let go now? He asked. When she did, he breathed freely. That was rather cold of you. You don't do that. If you are going to put your hands there, can I also do the same? You are free to do so if you have a death wish, Kurotsuchi said in a dangerous tone. Naruto smiled. Let us not talk death now, he said before placing his hands on her neck and then once more again, started kissing her. Chapter 21. Mei had a smile when Naruto appeared before her. She had been waiting for him since the Kage Summit. She was happy with how things concluded, she wanted to do nothing but hold him to say that things would be alright and they could have the future they wanted. Everything looked possible now. There had been the fear of people hunting him because of the things that Naruto had done, but the majority of the Kages had spoken, things looked like they were going to turn up nicely. She shook her head, things were going well. There would be no troubles. Konoha, Suna and Kiri would be behind him. They would not allow anything bad to happen to him. The god Mizukage walked towards Naruto and greeted him with a large smile before holding out both her hands. Naruto had a curious look on his face but she merely embraced him tightly. She didn't let go. She held him tightly for a couple of moments before breaking away. She stared at him with a smile. I could use to be welcomed with such greeting, Naruto said with a smile. It was all a bit unfamiliar to him but Naruto didn't hate it. He liked it. It was enjoyable. It was the human contact that he had missed dearly when he had been just a child running loose in the streets of the Hidden Leaf. That is if you live here, Mei said before dragging the blonde to the sitting room. She sat him on a sofa and faced him, smiling brightly. Where is your home now? You are not thinking of returning to Konoha, are you? It would be disappointing if he thought that. She wouldn't have those moments she wanted. Things would not be as beautiful as she had hoped. Naruto shook his head. I don't think the people there would welcome me. Besides that, I wasn't thinking of returning to the village. I like my life as it is now. I can be anywhere I want without anything tying me down, he said. Mei stared for a couple of moments before speaking. What do you say about coming here? Naruto looked thoughtful. I haven't given it much thought. But I will think about it. It would change a couple of things, he said. It would really change how things really work, but he could give it a thought. He had been thinking a home in Iwagakure with Konan. He was going to be working closely with her. He wanted to avoid having those close contacts with great nations because it would complicate things. I know, but just think about it, Mei said. So things have gone smoothly. It went better than I had anticipated. You will probably have problems with Iwagakure and the Raikage isn't going to forget anything. But you have us by your back, and if things work out well, things could get even better. It was just truly amazing how things changed, because Naruto had been thinking that he would have to play dead and erase his existence from this world for things to calm down when it became apparent that there were plans to kill him, but he was here, he didn't have to die. Things looked hopeful for the future and he couldn't complain. It wasn't what he had in mind, but if he could work out things like this and still achieve his dreams, why would he complain? I will have to try something with the Raikage, Naruto said before nodding his head. I will go to Kumagakure and try to talk to him. It isn't likely to change anything, but at least if I can stand before him without him lunging at me, it would be progress. He also needed to see how Yugito was doing after everything that happened. Is it wise going to him after everything that has happened? I don't know, but that is what I have decided to do, Naruto said a bit firmly. If I just stay away, it isn't going to change anything either. I need to at least try something. I'm not concerned about being hated. So, the man can hate me, but I don't want him doing something that drags the elemental nations into war. If something like that happens, Vaijuous will become targets once more, and that would put me at the heart of things. Mei nodded quietly. It was his choice, it was his dream. What about Iwagakure and Onoki? He seems intent on seeing you die. Naruto smiled. I have something working on that, and it should work out soon, he said. He wondered if he should say something about Kurotsuchi. Perhaps he was fooling around a bit too much with her, but he certainly didn't love her. He had his reasons for going after her heart. Perhaps he was getting cold and calculative. But this was the path that he has chosen, wasn't it? What? Mei asked in a curious tone, her head tilted to the side. She was watching Naruto carefully. For my business to work out without border challenges, I had to have the consent of daimyos. But of course they too must get their cut, since I am going to monopolize things, but they still get their cut. I sold some dreams, riches and success to the Feudal Lords, and then Onoki tried to crush it. The Earth Lord won't be pleased with it. Onoki shouldn't even be a Kage, and so he is probably going to make some demands to Onoki for him to leave his role as Tsuchikage, Naruto said. Mei stared at the blonde. She then shook her head. He might not listen. A daimyo doesn't have the power to remove a Kage, she said. Perhaps that is just we do things here, but Feudal Lords only wield political power and can only give pressure. Naruto shrugged. That pressure is what can work in this situation, the blonde said. I have been making unhanded moves on his granddaughter. When she becomes Tsuchikage, things should work out smoothly. Mei narrowed her eyes dangerously. What do you mean unhanded moves? She asked without emotion. Naruto smiled. It was a very small smile. I'm thinking I should marry her, he said. When the Mizukage glared at him, he raised both his hands. It is something that I have been working on since I first went to Iwagakure. Why do you think I continued to visit the village without doing anything? I encountered her couple of times and never did anything. I have been working on this. I realized that to be able to draw an understanding with her, I had to get into her heart. If she has no deeper feeling for me, it is easy for her to dismiss me without blinking. But if she does, she thinks deeply about any issue before making any decision. No doubt, she will prioritize Iwagakure, but this gives me a chance to get along with Iwa. And I can unite 4 great nations. Isn't that wonderful? For a moment, Mei felt like those dreams she had been having would be crushed. She shook her head. He was still here, this changed nothing. Tell me this changes nothing? It changes nothing, Naruto said in a firm tone. Perhaps I am getting cold and maybe not fair to Kurotsuchi, but I have to do what I must to change this world. It isn't like I am going to make her miserable anyway. Can we pass off this as nothing more than a political marriage? It will be that, Naruto said. You don't want people thinking that the new Kage has fallen in love with someone who killed hundreds of Iwa shinobi. No, you don't want that, or she becomes questioned as well. It will be a political marriage that will be sponsored by the Earth Daimyo in an attempt to forge better ties to avoid a needless war that will only cause pain and bloodshed. If you can't accept that, then there is something wrong with you. This is going to be a really dangerous situation, Mei said. She isn't planning on killing you, is she? If she gets married to you, she can just wake up in the middle of the night and stab you with a kunai or just give you food that is poisoned. Naruto looked amused. I don't think that things would go that far, Mei. Don't think like that either. There is something that I didn't say, but I am still a Jinchuriki. So, poison works slowly. It can kill me, but it works slowly and I will have enough time to rush to Tsunade for her to heal me. If she stabs me, the Kyuubi will try to heal me. Mei tilted her head to the side. But you said you released the Kyuubi. I was planning on release it, but it said it was willing to have half of its power remain in me just in case. I won't be using it unless things change. And I won't mention it to anyone. I have released just half of it and the other half remains in me. We don't know what kind of troubles lie ahead for us tomorrow, and I don't want to be caught napping, Naruto explained lightly. Once more Mei shook her head. Is there anything else I should know? I actually have a girlfriend. Mei stared at Naruto with a smile. You seem rather famous with women, she said. It's not like that. She was my first girlfriend. We were just playing around at first, but then things changed, you know. I had just told her we should lie low for a little while because things looked dangerous. I didn't want her to be catching the fire. I'm not as careless as to have someone get in trouble for my sins. Would that have been the time you came around my place looking miserable? Mei asked. Naruto smiled nervously. I don't recall, he said. You are not convincing, Mei said in a flat tone. Try again, Naruto, and be careful with what you say because I might decide to boil you. It was around that time, yes, Naruto said. So what was I? Were you also planning to use the same tricks you were using with Kurotsuchi on me? Has this been all just a game because you needed someone to support you before going back to your girlfriend? Naruto stared, trying to see if the Mizukage was serious. Had it been a couple of years ago, he would have been panicking, but he was at least experienced with women and he believed that he knew the Mizukage a bit. Maybe things will be difficult, but I think we can pull it off. Our dream isn't going to end. I'm still not happy about this, Mei said. Iwagakure. The bad news didn't look like they were going to end soon. Onoki had returned to the village quite displeased with how the Kage Summit had gone. He hadn't received anything, he hadn't gained anything. But it was apparent that he had earned new enemies within the great nations, and that was only displeasing. Nothing had gone according to plan, and Iwagakure was in a delicate situation that he hadn't foreseen. Perhaps he had been a little reckless in his movements, but even the other Kages agreed with him that Naruto was a danger to the great nations. However, they didn't appear to be willing to do anything to him or against him. It wasn't what he expected, but he was certain that those people had some relationships with the blonde. That meant that getting to Naruto would be difficult without inviting the wrath of the other three. They wouldn't do anything now, but if he did something, they were going to do something, and Onoki hated how things had become. He sighed, at least there was no one threatening war with the hidden stone. The situation could still be balanced out. He just had to move carefully. He was going to retire soon anyway. But it does seem that he has left his granddaughter with a massive task that would perhaps be a little difficult for her to do. He was still here nevertheless. If she needed his support, he would give it to her. You look like you have swallowed something bitter, Kurotsuchi said as she walked into the office. Her little treacherous moment with Naruto seemed to flicker between her thoughts when she showed up before her grandfather. Go damn it, she felt guilty that she had been comfortably kissing a man her village viewed as an enemy. Kurotsuchi hated herself for it, but she could not deny that the feeling had been good. She felt like she was betraying the anger and contempt her grandfather felt for Naruto. But was it wrong for her to want something? Besides, she had her reasons. It was good for the village, but her grandfather didn't want anything to do with that person. It was certainly going to be difficult doing anything with him while her grandfather still breathed. Well, at least he was still alive. Naruto had said that he would not do anything. If she could save his life, wasn't that something else? If she could make sure that Naruto wasn't around the hidden stone with evil intentions, wasn't that a great service to her village? Her feelings aside, the service to her village stood above all things. If Kurotsuchi could secure her village's future, then she would not complain. This guilt, sickness in her, it was nothing, it would go away eventually. Onoki looked up at Kurotsuchi with a frown. I have indeed swallowed something bitter, he said. The result of the Kage Summit, Kurotsuchi said without question. Well, I had more or less expected things to go in that way with both Konoha and the Hidden Sand. The mist was surprised, but it shouldn't be something that shocks us. Perhaps the Mizukage was the person Naruto had offered himself to. He had said he offered his future to someone. She hadn't come around to ask about that. It hadn't even come to her mind. She had been busy enjoying the sinful pleasures. You almost look like you are telling me that I should have expected it, Onoki said, staring at his granddaughter. Well, what did you expect? I am not going to question your choices, grandfather, and I will not do anything as to disagree with what you do. You are the Tsuchikage of this village, and regardless of what I think, I believe that you always do what is best for this village. You have always served Iwagakure with everything. Sometimes we end up trapping ourselves in bad situations because we are trying to protect what we love. Good intentions can result in bad choices and actions. You must never forget that, Kurotsuchi, Onoki said in a stern tone. It does appear that we have chewed more than we can handle. I'd always thought that the Kages would work together to get rid of Naruto. But even though the Raikage would rather have Naruto die, he appears to think that it would be pointless to get into war with someone like him when he hasn't even threatened any of us with destruction. Perhaps he will be busy working on a secret plan to get rid of Naruto, but this isn't what I expected. Iwagakure had willingly allowed Naruto to do what he wanted, and before, he had saved the Kazekage from the Akatsuki. I had expected them to back him because regardless of how you look at it, he is their ally. Despite leaving Konoha, he has still been going into the village. If he hadn't done anything against them, the village was no doubt going to try to protect him, Kurotsuchi said. Those had been her thoughts before the Kage Summit. But isn't all that bad? She managed a small smile when she said that. What makes you say that? Konoha and Iwagakure will not try to attack us, and as things stand, we can always work around the issue to make sure that we at least have healthy relationships with the villages. They had a connection with Naruto and she could use that to her advantage. Besides, it was likely that even Kirigakure had joined their alliance. Onoki frowned. He couldn't think of making that happen without bowing to pressure and offering apologies as well as compensation. He had yet to say anything to the wave, and he wasn't planning on saying anything in response to their demands. He wouldn't do anything for now. He had to deal with the immediate threat. I wand. A shinobi walked into the office in a hurry and bowed his head before addressing the Sandaime Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage-sama, the Feudal Lord is here, the man said. Onoki nearly stood up. This was a visit he had not been expecting. At a time like this, the Feudal Lord was necessary, but in war, they were nothing. Iwagakure wasn't at war. He had to consider things. As things were, the daimyo was a powerful person and that bothered him. Show him the way, he said with a deep frown. There was silence for a couple of minutes until the Earth Daimyo walked into the office in all his majesty. Kurotsuchi greeted the old man respectfully and he responded in kind before turning his fierce gaze towards Onoki. The Sandaime Tsuchikage retuned the look before speaking. I wasn't expecting to see you. Agent matters brought me to this village, the daimyo said calmly. What matters? Your recent actions, of course, the daimyo said in a matter of fact. You had your shinobi charge into the wave. I was honestly baffled when I heard the report and yet glad when I heard they were destroyed. Make no mistake, I want this country to prosper, but your actions are not helping things. Naruto came to us with a proposal that has been agreed upon by the other feudal lords. It will benefit this country wonderfully, and yet you wanted to destroy that. I wonder if you still have any vision for tomorrow, Onoki, because if you could see tomorrow, you would have never sent your shinobi to the wave. You would have just let things be. Onoki's frown deepened hearing those words. Why are you here? You are not responding to my concerns or even if you are going to do anything regarding the wave. You were in the wrong, are you not going to even admit that? I will not respond to anything until I learn what you want. The daimyo shook his head. You have really become stubborn that it is now sad, Onoki. Whatever happened to you? Is it age perhaps? The man asked calmly. I am here to talk to this village's council, and I came to let you know that I will be withdrawing the support of the Earth country from this village until you retire and allow someone who isn't cynical take over the village. Whether this village takes damage over the situation depends on you. If you quit smoothly, there will be no damage, if you don't, there will be trouble. With current events, I am sure you need the support you can get. Onoki glared heatedly at the daimyo. Who put you up to this? No one, the daimyo said as he stood up. You have your choice, Onoki. I am only thinking about the future of this village and my country. Reflect on your actions and you will realize that you are no longer fit to lead this village. You are simply forcing things that shouldn't be forced and eventually, it will burst. He slowly walked away after saying those words. Kurotsuchi was almost certain that Naruto had something to do with this. But she didn't want to think about it. If her grandfather was quitting, she would happily take over him and she would do everything she could to protect this village, there was no question there. But it depended on what her grandfather was willing to do. What now? She asked curiously. What do you think? Onoki glared at his granddaughter. Iwagakure no Sato. The Hidden Rain, the village in which his beloved sensei had met his end. It was in this land that he had come with the goal of destroying the Akatsuki and getting his vengeance. He wasn't the type to be thinking about revenge. But to be honest with himself, his anger had truly driven him to this village at a time he would have not come. He would have waited a bit while killing other members of the Akatsuki, but because Jiraiya had been killed while in this village, he had been forced to come here. It hadn't been the wrong choice to come here, he had ended up gaining something valuable, the Rinnegan, and he had a powerful ally in the name of Konoha. She was Iwagakure's angel. The god had decided to leave the village to look for other things in the afterlife. It wasn't raining like last time and the streets were busy with people of all kinds. This time around, you could see children walking around. Perhaps things had changed for the better. Certainly, without Nagato or the Akatsuki's ideals, this village was seeing peace. There was no need for it to continuously rain because of enemies. It was seeing more life and the people could enjoy the view of the other side. Konoha had said that the once crying village had finally stopped crying. Perhaps he was enjoying the peace here. As long as the troubles of the Great Five Nations didn't come here, this village would be at peace, there would be no trouble. Naruto was happy knowing that. Perhaps when he does finally meet Nagato in the other life, the man wasn't going to look at him funny for failing to bring peace. Well, what was happening here wasn't the result of his actions. It was certainly something that Nagato and Konoha had built. Naruto did hope that things would eventually turn up in the elemental nations. Naruto looked through the streets for a couple of more minutes before heading towards the tallest tower. He found Konoha sitting by the balcony, overlooking the streets. Naruto joined her and they settled in comfortable silence. The atmosphere is certainly different, isn't it? He finally asked. Konoha nodded. This was indeed something Yahiko would have really liked seeing. She hoped that he was smiling if he could see just how this village has turned around. She did worry though. With the trains coming into this place, there was a chance of more enemies coming here. She didn't want that. The village would be open because of the trains and the people of Iwagakure would see the sight of other villages. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. With the Akatsuki, it had been important to keep things hidden away because they had many enemies. But this atmosphere can still change if there is war amongst the great nations, Konoha said. She had seen it before and she was likely going to see it again, she hoped not. But when these nations fight, the smaller villages were the ones who suffered from collateral damages. Their lands were used as battlegrounds and it was their people who suffered. Naruto could not disagree with that, he had already seen it from Nagato. Hopefully nothing bad will happen, he said. How did things go with the Kage Summit? Naruto smiled. Better, he said. I won't have a problem of being hunted by the great nations. That eases up some tensions and ensures that I don't do anything that brings chaos, he said. Konoha turned towards him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Well, if things could not have settled with me being here, I would have been forced to wear the mask of the devil and that means really becoming evil. It would have been war with just one man. But at least you wouldn't have been caught in the crossfire. The great nations would have had more trouble trying to protect themselves from me, he said. Konoha shook her head. She really didn't want to know what he would have been doing, but obviously, it would have been something dangerous. He certainly had the power and now he had the power of all Baijuas, who could stop him with all that power. If things worked out, what happened? Kirigakure, Konoha and the Sand have entered into an alliance. I also have great relationships with the three nations. If things work out, they become a powerful force that would only take Kumo and Iwagakure challenging to break it. It is unlikely anyway. I have been setting up things on my part, so we should soon be working hard to take this world towards the path of peace, Naruto said. What of the other two? Konoha asked. The feudal lord of the Earth country should be putting pressure on Onoki to resign from his position as Tsuchikage. Things in some parts have worsened because of him, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. If Onoki is removed from the picture, then we have Iwagakure. Well, I had been thinking of just killing him, but the result would have been a negative for me, he said. Am I missing something? Naruto nodded with a smile. I have been working on Onoki's granddaughter. When Onoki resigns, she becomes Yondaime Tsuchikage. I already have a relationship with her, so sooner or later, she will also join the alliance with the other three. I just hope I don't do something that screws it up anyway. What would you do? Something to her grandfather, Naruto said. I wanted them to pay for what they tried to do in the Wave Country. But it does appear that they are not going to admit anything soon. Well, as long as there was no harm done, I can't complain much. Besides, if I work things right with Kurotsuchi, she would admit that her grandfather was wrong. If she doesn't? It doesn't matter, Naruto said with a shake of his head. As long as she is able to get into an understanding with me and we have close ties, I can't complain much. The issue is trying to forge an understanding. We can't always agree on everything, but I hope that we will at least be able to agree on some fundamental issues. If we cannot agree, there is no point on continuing with things because they won't achieve anything. Then I look forward to the future, Konan said. As do I, dear, Naruto said in a serious tone. But it does appear that Zetsu will become a problem. I don't know where to find him, but I think I have a way to handle him. Nevertheless, given the situation, he has avoided confronting me head-on in battle. I think there is a reason for that. He was never the one for fighting even in the Akatsuki. His main duty was gathering intelligence and he was rather good at it, Konan said. What is he planning to do? Obito's dream, most probably. It might not even be Obito's dream but Zetsu's. When he spoke to me, I didn't consider him troubling, but he did mention that he wanted the Rinnegan. He wants the Dujutsu and the Baijuas to revive the Jubi. There is a bigger goal after that, but I won't let something like that happen. In terms of power, he isn't that much of a threat, Konan said. But I assume he is working by manipulating things. Naruto nodded. I think so, he said. If he appears before me, I will handle him. But in the meantime, he has threatened the great nations with a fight. They refused to listen to him when he made some demands. I am more concerned with what he plans on doing, but I will keep watch to ensure that nothing goes out of control. If there is anything needed, I am here, Konan said. I know, Naruto responded with a smile. And I will call you when I do need you. Well, with the trains having started picking up routes, I will need you. This is the harder part of things and we will have to tread carefully or things will blow up. Konoha. The great nations were certainly comfortable with their power. But of course, Naruto had disturbed that power balance because of his power. Zetsu had no concern for this. He didn't care about it. He just wanted Naruto to be brought to him. He didn't have the power to do it by himself, but the hidden villages could do it for him. If they didn't want to do it, Zetsu could force them to do it. He would not allow the dream to be reunited with his mother to be stopped by a mere brat who has not lived for more than 30 years. Naruto was not Madara. He could not be compared to Madara, but yet the Uzumaki was the greatest threat he was facing now. He had managed to work out things even when Hagoromo was still alive. But now all plans had been brought to a halt when Naruto decided to grow a spine. It had been disappointing. But Zetsu would not give up. He had a long life ahead of him. He also had to worry about Sasuke. Both those two would die. Naruto was indeed going to die. If he could not force things, then he could bide his time. He was patient. And things were much simpler now with Naruto having gathered all the Baijuas. If Naruto died, Zetsu could still work. He could still work even in a simpler role. And he could use Naruto's body as a catalyst. The blonde may not have Uchiha genes, but he was still Uzumaki. He still had enough chakra and possessed the Rinnegan. Perhaps he even used it effectively because he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. But before Zetsu does disappear, he was going to give these people a present. It was Konoha that mattered the most. This village, Naruto's former home. He may have abandoned it, but it was still the village that could have the loudest reaction to the blonde's existence. Whatever he did, these people were going to blame him. They were going to hate him for the rest of his life. He was to blame. It was his fault that such things were going to happen in this village. Village gates. Izumo was honestly surprised seeing Sasuke and Kakashi walk into the village. It shouldn't be happening, the Uchiha had yet to even return to the village. He was still someone who had abandoned Konoha. There were rumors that he was here when the hospital was blown up, but he was still not within the village. Had Kakashi gone out to fetch the Uchiha? Sakura would be the one dancing at this return of the Uchiha. Still, he hadn't been told anything about the Uchiha's return or of Kakashi's mission to get the Uchiha to return. By the looks of things, he had returned willingly. This isn't a genjutsu, right? Kotetsu said to his partner at the village gates. Izumo shook his head. This is definitely reality, he said in a measured tone. Strange things occur. But I'm sure it is going to be a party tonight, he said while smiling. The villagers would be happy to know their beloved last Uchiha had returned. The thought didn't make him smile, but what could he say about it? He was just a gate guard, a mere chunin. It would be feast with Naruto around, Kotetsu said with a smile, just thinking about the old days the blonde used to roam through the streets of the Hidden Leaf. Those beautiful days he saw Anbu chasing after Naruto and Iruka yelling things to the blonde, those good old days. A pity he isn't around, Izumo said with a frown on his lips. If Sasuke has returned, do you think he too will return? Naruto's return? It was unlikely, but with everything that has been happening around the elemental nations you could never know what was going to happen. It didn't look like the blonde was going to return any time soon though. But at least he was not an enemy of Konoha. I don't know, Kotetsu said. Kakashi, Izumo started with a smile. I didn't know you'd gone out, he said. Left midnight, Kakashi responded lazily as he walked towards Izumo, smiling. Had information about this one, he said added. I'm sure Tsunade-sama is waiting for you, Kotetsu said, standing just closer to the Jonin. Kakashi nodded, he was just inches away from Izumo. In the blink of an eye, a kunai was on his hand. Izumo just looked curiously, but before he could ask what was happening, the kunai was plunged into the side of his neck, stabbing deeply that he started bleeding heavily. With eyes wide, he tried to stop the bleeding while gasping for air. What the hell is happening? Kotetsu asked, while jumping backwards. His eyes only widened in shock when Kakashi placed an explosive tag on Izumo's forehead. It didn't take a minute before the tag exploded into flames, along with Izumo. This could not be Kakashi, right? No, this person did feel like the Jonin. But there was still no way the Jonin would just mercilessly kill one of Konoha's shinobi like that. Yet, it was happening. Before he could flee, Kotetsu felt a hand on his shoulder. He nearly jumped when he saw Kakashi, standing behind him. Yo, the Jonin greeted despite the situation. That is an imposter, he said in a stern tone. Kakashi had a deep frown on his lips. An imposter, yes, but he could only tell because he knew he was the real person. The problem was that no one could tell the difference because the chakra signature felt the same. Even he could not tell the difference. Who could do something like this? This was an attack on the Hidden Leaf. This could not simply be a clone. I don't know who you are, but you are not going to get out of this alive, the Jonin said in a firm tone, while his right hand sparkled with electricity. Before he could even move, there was an explosion of lightning behind the fake. Sasuke twisted around swiftly while swinging his sword. The blade cut through the fake from the right shoulder, closer to the neck, going downwards. The slash cut cleanly, cutting the fake in half. As he did so, the fake turned into a white form, the form of Kakashi being undone. Kakashi moved in speed and stabbed his Chidori right through the chest of Sasuke. There was no bleeding, just another clone that lost its form when Kakashi stabbed it. The Jonin frowned deeply. Even with the Sasuke clone, he could not tell it was not him just by looking at him. It's good to see you, Sasuke, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Mind explaining to me what is happening here? Sasuke's team landed behind him. It didn't even take long for a squad of Anbu to surround them, but Sasuke didn't even look concerned. They call themselves White Zetsu clones. From Orochimaru's information, they have the ability to steal your chakra and use it for themselves. You can't tell the difference because they do possess your chakra. There are probably more of them in the village and you can't tell them apart from the real ones. Karen explained lightly. We came here to deal with it and we thought that Black Zetsu would make an appearance, Sasuke responded calmly. You have been looking for him? Kakashi was surprised. Are you certain that there are more of them in the village, walking around as they did here? Not quite, but it is a big possibility and you cannot disregard it, Sasuke responded calmly. And the information we received was legit. Kakashi took a grim look on his face. There was no big attack occurring now, but if there were more of those looking like the originals and feeling like the originals, it was going to be chaos. If word got out, people would start doubting each other and many would start killing each other, even the real people would be killed. It was a cruel situation. And there didn't appear to be any way to deal with it or escape it. The Anbu stepped in before Kakashi could say anything. You'll have to come with us to see the Hokage, Uchiha, one of them said in a hardened tone. There is no need for hostility, Kakashi eased in with a wave of his right hand. I will go with them. I'm sure Sasuke won't be difficult. He does appear to have information we could use. Right, Sasuke? The Jonin gave the Uchiha a stare. Sasuke returned the stare before nodding. Hokage office. Tsunade was not a happy person, not after hearing what Kakashi had to say. That bastard. She cursed loudly. This is because we refused to hand over, Naruto, isn't it? Kakashi nodded his head. There was no other reason that Zetsu would do something like this. This was because he wanted to force the Shinobi nations to bring Naruto to him so that he could achieve whatever it was that he wanted to achieve. There was also a double meaning in the attack. Naruto was going to be blamed for this threat that poses on for the leaf. No doubt, Kakashi said with a nod. Tsunade seethed silently for a couple of moments. How did this even happen without her knowing about it? This was a dangerous situation and they really had to have a handle over it before there was chaos in the village. If she could not solve things, there was a chance that there was going to be bloodshed in the village. She turned towards Sasuke. What else do you know? She demanded. She didn't care that the Uchiha had suddenly just decided to show up in the village. She was most concerned about the safety of the village and the villagers. Nothing much, Sasuke said. We just received a tip from one of Naruto's people who spotted the underground movement. Underground? Tsunade asked with a frown on her lips. Sasuke shrugged. I didn't ask the details. They just told me that Black Zetsu was on the move, he said. Tsunade stared for a long minute before speaking. We can't allow the village to be on lockdown and we can't take civilians into safety places because one of those clones might be within them and that would be disastrous. If we make too much movement, they will notice, she said. The villagers will notice. What will be done then? The Anbu will be watching over the village, all of them, and we will have the Inuzuka move around to try to sniff them out. But no one has to be killed. If you see two people of the same, we apprehend them both before we discover which the real is and which is fake. It will be too late by then, a clone of Zetsu suddenly said after appearing from the ceiling. By the end of the day, this whole village will know the situation. Word has already started to spread and people will be distrustful of everyone. People will be killing each other. It will. A burst of lightning hit the clone before it could finish speaking. The lightning came from Sasuke, who didn't appear too pleased to see the clone. Later that night, the streets were burning, the Anbu were flying all over the village along with Shinobi to try to gather the situation. From the Hokage monument, you could see the pillars of smoke, the screams, the cries. It was like a slaughterhouse. It was a mighty fall of the great hidden leaf village. Who could have thought that this village would be brought to this state? They had waited for midnight before attacking. A cowardly attack that was done to great effect. Naruto could sense the fear within the village, and yet despite the situation, there was no rush for him to jump into the fray to try to work out the situation. He had already worked out what was happening and could work out things. But, these were the people who tormented him. This was happening to a village that had made him miserable. Naruto did not have that hatred that he would feel the need to see them suffer, but he still did not feel like helping them. Yet he did know, Zetsu had done this because of his actions. He would be blamed. Naruto told himself, even if he does end up giving a helping hand, it would not be because he wanted to protect Konoha, he just wanted to stop Zetsu. Perhaps that evil tree was even around and they would manage to hang it and burn it alive. He shook his head, his thoughts were becoming darker. Perhaps this was the true side of a person who was willing to commit mass murders. No, he was still willing to do it if things did not work out as planned. If someone manages to ruin all things, Naruto could still walk that bloody path. It would be painful, but he was still willing to walk it. He was willing to do anything for his dream. Shaking his head, Naruto jumped down towards the village. The air that hit him was cold, but the village was in flames. Naruto landed gracefully and walked for a couple of moments before coming to a halt in the middle of the streets. He could sense multiple chakra signatures moving around. The dread. The fear. The murderous killing intent. Well, this village was infamous for the latter, at least in his world. So you finally decided to come here, Sasuke said, narrowed eyes, walking towards him from behind. Naruto glanced at the Uchiha for a moment before staring into the dark sky. He smiled. Black Zetsu is quite the sadist. To plan for such an attack when the moon is hidden, he shook his head. You aren't doing anything to help and this is your fault, Sasuke said in a cold tone. This is happening because you chose to take the Baijuas. Naruto glanced at Sasuke before slowly turning around. He tilted his head to the side and then held out his right hand. Sasuke was suddenly pulled towards the palm of his right hand before being grabbed by the throat. I can sense you, Naruto said. Your unhidden dark emotions towards me. Besides, I know Sasuke pretty well, he said while crushing the clone's throat and absorbing the chakra. Once done, he dropped the dry clone to the ground and turned towards the building on his right. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and landed atop of the building. He stood in front of the real Sasuke with an expressionless mask on his face. Were you waiting for me to be killed before making a move? Sasuke shrugged. I wasn't even sure if you were the original, he responded indifferently. But I would not have complained if you fell for it. Naruto just shook his head. Sasuke was dead serious in his words. Well, it was not like there was any love lost between then. Naruto didn't care what Sasuke was doing, if the Uchiha stood in his way, he would be killed. Naruto was just most concerned about doing his things. Yet, it was perhaps a surprise to see the Uchiha in this village. He was here, fighting. Itachi would no doubt be proud. What would the Sandaime even say seeing the village in this state? Or his sensei? Jiraiya would have summoned the toads and do everything possible to get things in order. He would not have been standing here with indifference as he was. This is a rather cruel situation, Naruto said, turning away from Sasuke. He glanced at the streets once more. Sasuke was not going to be the one to point out Naruto's indifference to the situation despite calling it cruel. He too had some indifference. If it was cruel, you wouldn't even be just standing here. Naruto shrugged. I don't particularly care for the villagers of this village, he then smiled bitterly. Not so much of the peace I preach. Then again, I have not claimed to be peaceful myself. If I did, I must have been sarcastic about it. You should leave if you did not come here to help, Naruto, Sasuke said. But I figure if people know more about it, they'd only grow to hate more of you. I'm sure you don't want that. With what you are planning at least. Naruto shrugged. Konoha is not the center of the world, so I can do what I want even when this village loathes my existence, the blonde said carelessly. But I guess I should help out. It will do well for my name in the other villages who look up to me, he said smiling. Taju Kage Bunshine on Jutsu. 1,000 of Kage Bunshines appeared in a puff of smoke. The power of the Kyuubi was not visible, but you could see it in the eyes of the clones that they were using the Kyuubi's chakra. You know what to do, he said to the clones. Yes sir. They all disappeared into different directions. Naruto said nothing further to Sasuke. He just put his hands inside his pockets and then jumped to the next building. He watched things for a minute before vanishing out of sight. When he appeared atop of the Hokage tower, he found Tsunade surrounded by a squad of Onbu, a pillar of chakra visible around her body. It was an impressive amount of chakra, he mused. And she was using it to help with the healing process by Katsuyu to be able to limit causalities. The Onbu did not move, they kept at their guard. But it was clear. One wrong move and they would pounce. Naruto just rounded them and stopped at the edge. He looked down at the streets with an expressionless mask. This was what happened in this world of shinobi. The person responsible for this was not human. Zetsu did not even qualify to be called a person. That tree wanted chaos and destruction. People were suffering. They were only going to learn to hate in their pain. No, Naruto shook his head. These people already know hatred. He had experienced it firsthand. But the mood could still change. Yes, things could change. In a couple of days, things would be back to normal. Those crying for their loved ones would cry and learn to live with the loss. Life continued even after those around you die. It should be over soon, Naruto said to Tsunade in a quiet tone. Tsunade did not miss the lack of emotion in Naruto's tone. But she was still glad that he had not ignored them. She was happy that he had come in the time of need. Despite everything, he was still her Naruto. But the loss will have been felt. In such a situation, you can only limit the damage. Because we are men, we have limits. Even when we want to protect everything, we do end up coming short, Naruto said in a measured tone. What brings death to a shinobi is the attempt to protect everything and everyone. Not everyone can live with the knowledge that they cannot protect everything they value, Tsunade responded. If people accepted those thoughts, some people would choose to stop caring for certain things and only carry the load they can protect. Sometimes you fail to even protect your own life, Naruto said. Tsunade frowned deeply, those who had been Jiraiya's worries regrets. He had failed to protect Minato. He had failed to protect the Sandaime and he had failed to stop Naruto from leaving Konoha. She had failed on her part but she had blamed Konoha for it. When did you become so realistic? When I grew, Naruto said. And looking at this situation makes you realize certain things. Perhaps the kind of world Jiraiya desired cannot be achieved. We cannot all understand each other. There will always be conflicts, but it is how we react and solve them that must change. What does that have to do with what you have done or what is happening here? Tsunade demanded in a hardened tone. What did that have to do with what he has done since he left Konoha? Specifically? Nothing. But the general idea was peace, and Naruto wanted peace. There was no peace in what was happening in this village. It was just chaos. The lack of a moral fiber. It was the case with all shinobi, wasn't it? I'm just looking at things, and I am thinking, where is the peace? Is it really even possible to achieve peace? What is peace anyway? You spent time with Jiraiya and abandoned everything saying you wanted peace, shouldn't you have all the answers? Tsunade asked in a bitter tone, her focus no longer on her distribution of chakra but on the person standing in front of her. Naruto glanced at the god Hokage for a moment. She was angry. She was bitter. He looked back at the streets and understood. Nothing ever worked according to plan in this world, but it did not mean you had to give up on those dreams you have. The nature of men was a problem, but people could be educated to live differently. One just had to find a way to go about things. Naruto was going to change things. He was going to change the shinobi world. And he would not die trying. He would die once he has changed this cursed world. I have not lived as many years as you have, but I have understood that you never stop learning. You never stop growing. There is always something to refine, something new to learn, Naruto said in a slow tone. I am learning things even today. But I was not wrong in leaving this village. This chaos only reinforces my desire. Congratulations on finding something to motivate you, Tsunade said sarcastically. Once more, Naruto glanced at the blonde Hokage before shaking his head. Once I have ascertained that there is no more danger, my clones will disappear. Are you leaving? Naruto did not respond to the question, he just disappeared from view. A couple of seconds later, he was hopping through the buildings. It took a minute, but he finally reached his former home. The place he'd spent so many miserable nights alone. The Sandaime had been cruel in hiding his parents from him. No one had the right to rob a child the legacy of his parents. But it had happened. And it was the past. This cold place was his past. For now, he had yet to gain a new home except for the ship located in the ocean where he did not want men to reach. Naruto walked towards his sofa. It was dusty. The furniture was worn out. He did not mind though. He simply sat down and closed his eyes. Passing sentiments? Kurama asked Naruto. Naruto did not offer an immediate response. He allowed himself to be absorbed in his thoughts before finally responding. Perhaps, he said quietly. It is disappointing that Black Zetsu has not appeared. He probably knows you are not going to let him leave as you did last time around, Kurama said. You have been preparing for it. A lot of people will be preparing for his death now, Naruto said. I doubt Konoha was the only village attacked. He paused. We will see the damage once we get to the Emperor's palace. The following morning. There was a bit of calmness around the village, but you could see the anger, the pain within the villagers. They were still reeling over what happened the night before. It was understandable, but Naruto had not much concern over it. Perhaps it was because of his mixed feelings when it came to the hidden leaf. He shook his head, his feelings were not mixed. He was certain. But it was at least good the most danger had been stopped. Black Zetsu would have won. He would have succeeded in bringing instability around the village and perhaps to other nations. Naruto Uzumaki was still a problem. He did not need another problem. After watching the streets for a couple of moments, Naruto disappeared off to the gravesite and stood before where Jiraiya was buried, his idealistic sensei. There was so much happening in this world, in his life, but Naruto could not deny that this man had been a big part of his life. There were so many things that went wrong for him. Although he had his faults, Jiraiya had still taught him some valuable life lessons and he would not forget them. Naruto stood there motionlessly for about 25 minutes before being joined by Kakashi. He was at least glad it was not Sasuke who had come here. No, he didn't sense the Uchiha's presence. It was likely that he had disappeared last night after discovering that Black Zetsu would not make an appearance. He had come here for this reason as well, but he had been disappointed. I'd always thought something was wrong with you when you spent time here, Naruto said to the Jonin in a quiet tone. Perhaps some come here for regrets, as you do. But there are times you just want to reminisce the good old days one spent with the dead. You can't forget the past, Kakashi responded after a couple of moments of silence. But you can't let it stop you from moving on with your life. Too much time we spend thinking about the past that our minds are still living in the past while our bodies move automatically presently, Naruto stated in a measured tone. Kakashi glanced at Naruto for a moment before speaking. You are no longer the same as you were back then. Perhaps my regret is that I could not offer you anything in growth. We don't always succeed in everything, Naruto said calmly. I wonder where my failures will be. I have come to realize that as much as we'd like, we can't do everything we can in the way we want. There will be some failures. He shook his head and asked. Tsunade looking for me? Kakashi nodded. I still didn't think that you'd come here though. But your presence here still helped us greatly. Things would not have worked out accordingly had you not been here. Konoha, thanks you for it. Naruto just shrugged. He'd not come here for this. He had not come here to save Konoha. The mission had been to stop Zetsu and to see if he could find the plant and kill him. He'd ended up in failure. He had not succeeded. Zetsu was still out there. He was still breathing. The situation was not solved. Chapter 22 Hope. Naruto stared through the window that Jiraiya once loved to sit on whenever he was in the office of the Hokage. Twice the perverted sensei of his had been approached to take this mantle of Hokage and twice he rejected it. Jiraiya had always felt that he was not worthy of many things because of his failures in the past. Perhaps because he had failed so much, he had decided to take things far and going to Iwagakure even though he had been warned against going. Yet, that was the past that occurred, and Naruto could not change it. He could have brought him back to life, but he did not. It was not in him to disturb a man who chose his own fate. Things could have been different though. He could have been different, but this was the path that he chose. But because he chose this path, he was here. He had trained so much and prepared to kill Shinobi, to be called a murderer. Naruto was still prepared for it all. But he had chosen to give this world a chance. Perhaps it was for the sake of his conscience. If he had gone straight into the battle formation he had chosen, it may have killed him from the inside. He turned toward his left. Tsunade was trying her best not to stare at him. How quickly things change in this world. Perhaps if he had not left this village, he would have been closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. He had the power to challenge his father for the honors of being Konoha's greatest Kage. Perhaps in another world. This Shinobi world had chosen for him a different path than he had once dreamt. Naivety had been the cause at that age, but he understood how the world operated now. Maybe in a year or two, I would have been finally walking on my dream of becoming Hokage, he said in a faraway tone. It is still possible, Shikamaru, staring at Naruto's back. The blonde eyed the Nara before looking outside once more. The Nara was not the only other person in the room, Kakashi was also present. Perhaps, Naruto said. But I have no interest in working on that path. Perhaps it does represent a greater possibility for my path given the position I am in. My dream could work. But? Tsunade stared at him. I don't see why you can't come back. You were here, helping the village. The civilians know that. In our time of need, you were here to help us. I is no longer even thinking about killing you. Things are safe now. Why can't you dream again? I am dreaming, it is just not a dream you'd like. To be honest, I have no regrets over my choice to leave Konoha and I don't intend on returning. I am content with how things are. There was just no way he was going to return to this village. He had already set up things for his return. He didn't care if things failed, he would be waiting. He would return to this world and become a demon that people would fear. He had given them a chance, if they don't use it, there would be death in the shinobi world. And yet you are here. You were here in the time of need, Kakashi said. Don't misunderstand my intentions. I'm afraid that the years have not left me without some scars and changes. I am not the same person I was back then. I don't care about a lot of things. Things could be burnt in this village and I would not have felt anything, but I did come here because the person who was behind the chaos is my target, Naruto explained lightly. If that was the case, you could have just looked for what you were looking for without offering help, Shikamaru said. Maybe you are right, you don't care anymore. But I don't think your actions that night were simply because you were just looking for a certain person. You cannot forget the good memories you shared in this village, that this was once your home. Naruto eyed Shikamaru once more, he smiled. You have always been smarter, Shikamaru. I hope for your sake and the sake of this shinobi world, you use that mind of yours to achieve greater things, he said. I'm afraid not all memories have been pleasant. There are unpleasant memories that make me angry at times. My childhood was rather unpleasant, just thinking about it really makes it even more worth the effort to leave this village. But I have not come here to talk about any possible return. It is not going to happen. If things don't go as planned, you may come to hate me, the shinobi world will come to hate me. But for now, things are stable. I still have all the Baijuas and they will not be used as weapons. Well, hopefully, nobody thinks of hunting them down anyway. If one starts, everyone will follow and it will be chaos. For now, danger has been averted. You must be pleased with yourself, Tsunade said with a stare. Not at all, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. This is really just the beginning. Depending on how things go from now here, there will be more of me in the near future, he said with a sad smile. Shikamaru frowned seeing that smile. He had a bad feeling about things. Naruto had worked hard to free the Baijuas, but his main goal was never to simply free the Baijuas. He had spoken about peace and greater cooperation with the great nations as well as the small nations. What did he even mean that they may come to hate him? Things looked like they could not go wrong as things stood, but what if something went wrong and the shinobi world got tangled in chaos? How would Naruto react to it? How was he even planning on achieving his grand dream? There was nothing stopping him from returning to Konoha now. The other Kages seemed share something with him. Onoki was the one who had serious doubts, but that was just him, and with developments in Iwa, things could change for the better. Yet, Naruto seemed to be taking actions with the future in mind. What was he planning? You said you didn't come here to talk about a possible return, Shikamaru said. Naruto nodded. Maybe you already know about it, but over the past years I have been working around the feudal lords of the small countries, and I have also managed to strike a connection with the lords of the great nations. That has been mainly because of my interests in the Uzumaki company. I see no need to change its name anyway. Now that there will not be fights, the greater plan of the company will finally come to life. With what I have negotiated with the feudal lords of the small countries, the company controls the trade borders. That simply means nothing moves through the borders of any country to any other nation without us knowing, because all great 5 nations are bordered by the small countries. That is not all, but the trains we have been building in the wave will finally start moving. We will connect all countries and change transportation methods in this world. The feudal lords saw an opportunity in this venture and decided to agree with it. We will manage trade borders, working with different merchants, collecting taxes for countries while running our transportation company. This world is not perfect, we expect dangers. For trains moving within the fire country, we would like to have at least 5 shinobi in each for safety purposes. There will also be train stations around the country, shinobi have to protect them, and the people within them. My agreement with the Fire Lord was that Leaf Shinobi would be requested for such missions. It would be good business for the Leaf. Shinobi would no longer depend on fighting to earn their money, but guarding the trains, the people on the trains, they would be able to make a living. Not only that, but with methods of transportation easier, even civilians who normally don't travel because of fear would not be able to travel. Tsunade could understand why the feudal lords would agree to this. For their countries, it made sense. Are the feudal lords getting a cut? Taxes, Naruto said. Trade and transportation, why does it look like you will have monopoly over those things? You will also heavily influence things beyond what a merchant would normally be able to do. With the trains, you could hold the shinobi world at ransom, and controlling trade borders means you decide what goes in where and when. You could starve a nation by ensuring that nothing gets in, Shikamaru said. I sense a far sinister motive here, Tsunade said. Naruto just smiled. I came to let you know that this will be happening. And if there is going to be problem, we can solve it now before my people come here to sign paperwork and work with people from this village to build rail tracks and stations. We have already agreed to having the trains built here and working in this village, Tsunade said. But it is the hidden motives in your company that makes me feel uneasy. You are planning something. You are also not mentioning that you control the Emperor's palace. Intel from that place is always spot on. You control information, you control people, and you know how people will react and when people will react. You control things from the shadows. Information is available to anyone who requests it for a price, Naruto simply said. Of course we have arrangements with those who don't want information about them to be released. We withhold that information, for a price. I see where the money to build all these that you want to build will be coming from, Shikamaru said. Naruto did not respond to Shikamaru's statement. It appears that there won't be any problems. We look forward to working with you people. But I must leave. I have to make arrangements as this with other nations before we begin working, he said, turning away from the window. If you don't mind, I would like to pass my sentiments before departing. Can I walk you out? Shikamaru was already on his feet as he spoke. Naruto did not offer a response to the Nara. He just walked out of the office with the black-haired following him from behind. What can I do for you, Shikamaru? I didn't say anything in there because I didn't want to worry them. Although Hokage-sama suspects something is up, I think it is much worse than she thinks, the Nara said. I also don't think you have any plans to use the company and its influence to run things from the shadows. You won't be running it after all, isn't it? You create a structure and have someone run it. I assume it is more or less the same with the Emperor's Palace. You created it, placed a good structure and a system that works in place. And you step away from it. Your goal is peace. This could help with stabilizing the borders between the countries. With the trains connecting the nations, there is a chance for greater cooperation between the nations. When something goes wrong, who hears it first? You control transport, you will hear everything happening, you control trade, and you will hear everything. All information will be centralized at the Emperor's Palace. If Konoha is planning on something bad, you are the first to hear about it and you will be able to do something about it, with your influence. Your trains will be running through our streets and you could have a chance to halt food supplies from getting in the village. If that was all it was, there would be no reason for you not to come back here. In fact, if you came back here, and became Hokage, your influence would even be greater. But influence isn't what you want. Being a cage would restrict your movements, and actions. I think that is why you won't even be leading the company. You said if things don't go as planned, we could end up hating you. What I have said so far is what you plan. But if something goes wrong, like nations feud and the company is unable to prevent it. If things go as far as to the point where the company is even threatened, you will step in. If the company is threatened, because of its influence, whoever threatens it will face many enemies. If it is one of the great 5 nations, there could be war. Admirable, Naruto said. You are there but not quite there. We don't necessarily collect information to use it for our advantage. The structure we have is based on rules, that cannot be broken, with the help of Fuinjutsu of course. If we heard that you were planning something, we would not necessarily do something about it. We would not even warn the other party because it is not our function. We would not even leak the information. We would lose business if we did that. You are correct to say that I don't run the Emperor's Palace. I created laws that govern things. The company, I created the structure and put someone in charge of it. I will be disappearing from this world for a little while longer playing the role of an observer. Maybe I will play dead. I want to see, what will happen when Naruto is dead? Will my company operate? Will the Great 5 hold themselves and not go after Baijuas? He paused for a moment before gave Shikamaru a look. You are not going to tell, are you? If you are, I can help you forget and put trigger so that you know when things are bad, that we had this conversation. I would rather you not. Naruto's smile dropped. I think it would be better that way, he said. Don't worry, if things go right, it won't matter. But if they go wrong, you will remember this, maybe serve as a reminder to me that I am not crazy. Minutes later. Ino stared, unmoving, at the person who was walking towards her. She had been calling for him in her heart. She wanted to see him so dearly. She had missed his embrace, his firm, yet warm hands. She had missed everything about him. She wanted to run towards him, jump on him and hug him until the feelings she felt inside of her died. She was even suppressing the smile she had on her lips. It threatened to break out though. But she chained it inside, twisting her lips upside down and blocking any happiness from showing in her face. She folded her hands across her bust, and continued to stare. So, you finally decided that I am now worth seeing, Ino said, her tone stern, eyes trying hard not to blink. Naruto just smiled. The night he came here, he hadn't seen her. He could have. He should have. He had even spoken to Kakashi. But he had not seen her. He had avoided her at all costs. That aside, it was not like he could act as he would in private, not when there were other people around. Their relationship had been secret. It still was. Well, there was nothing happening now because he had taken a pause. Don't be like that, Ino. You know the situation was bad that night and I was busy looking for someone or something, Naruto explained in a light tone. She was standing by the door of her house, leaning against the door frame. No one home, right? No, she shook her head. You say that, but you still had time to move around and those were just clones. You could have just said hello. Now, I am here, aren't I? Naruto said, holding out both his hands. He was inviting her for a hug, but she did not budge. He was certain even if tried to kiss her, she wouldn't move. What a troublesome situation. Then? Ino asked with a raised eyebrow. I came to see you, dear. I am dear now, Ino responded in a flat tone. I was not when you decided to leave me and run wild, even when I had said that I would willing to walk with you. She had said that. Love was something else, wasn't it? Naruto shook his head. How long are you to keep this up? He did know her well enough to read her moods. She was playing tough now and he had decided to indulge her, but it did have to end, didn't it? Until I am satisfied, Ino said. Naruto sighed and placed his right hand on her shoulder. Just like that, they were gone in the blink of an eye. Ino felt a cold breeze washing over her. She looked around and saw that they were surrounded by vast amount of waters. It looked like they were right at the belly of the sea. The surface she stood on was steel, and the thing was not a ship. It was something else. She eyed Naruto, who laid down on the flat surface, resting his head on his hands. This is where I hide, Naruto started in a calm tone. This thing is a relic of the Sky Nation. I had it improved to suit my needs. I keep it here to be away from the Shinobi world. This is where I will also be spending most of my time for the foreseeable future. I don't like those words, Ino said before sitting beside the Uzumaki. Where does that leave us? Naruto smiled. You are not going to leave that, are you? I could ask you to come live with me, but I don't want to be the reason your parents lose their daughter. I grew up without parents, it would not be right for me to take you away from your family. A girl has to grow. Even daddy's little girl? Naruto asked with an amused look on his face. Ino hit him on the side of his chest. Forgive me for loving my father. But you know, I can't help it. I am their only child, she said with a small smile. My mother would be sad. I can imagine, Naruto said. I will have to teach you a jutsu you'll use to come to me. I don't plan on going to Konoha again. I want to avoid Shinobi as much as possible because I will be playing dead. Ino stared at him with a questioning look. Why? And I am not going to spend my time in this place. I want to go on dates, watch a movie, visit the hot springs. It will only be for 2 or 3 years. And if things go right, you get to show me off to your friends and introduce me to your parents as your boyfriend. Ino rested her head on Naruto's upper body and placed her hands on his chest. She tried listening for his heartbeat. Naruto had his left hand wrap around her before putting on a smile on his lips. I really do think I love you, he said. You only say that now? Ino asked. But I don't hate hearing those words. I am happy you do because I do too. There was silence that lasted for a couple of minutes before Naruto broke it. It seems appropriate. And if you want to go on dates, we will go. But nobody has to know it is me. You asked why I had to play dead, well it is because I am a dreamer. I have always been a dreamer. When we were still children, I used to dream of being Hokage. My dreams are always high up. I may have mocked you then and called you an idiot, but had you stayed, you could have become Hokage, Ino said confidently. What is your dream, now, Naruto? You said something about peace. Yes, peace with costs. Perhaps what I really desire is chaos and destruction, Naruto said with a sad smile. I might end up bringing that to this world. Is that why you wanted me to stay away from you? Yes, Naruto said. I have lost a bit of my kindness and my heart has become slightly cold. If I set forth for destruction, it will occur. Many people will die. I will be doing it for peace, but the world will not know that. I will be just a madman. Of course there is a chance that things don't go to that path. If wars don't happen, I will be happy. And if they happen? Disappointed, but what I do will depend on certain factors. I want peace, but I am not naive enough to think that people cannot have conflicts. People are not the same, and because we fundamentally differ means that ideas will clash. But that should not always result in war. Arguments can come, but the spilling of blood must not be a normal thing. I want a world that does not think the only way to solve problems is through war. I don't want a world where people only think about their villages and give a helping hand to others without expecting something in return. Let us hope your dream comes to life. I don't want to be separated from you. Emperor's Palace. The experiment of this place certainly worked. When there are rules that need to be followed, Shinobi will follow them, as long as there are consequences for discarding those rules. To teach men the moral conscience seems something like one would need to do through genjutsu. Normal means could not work. Men did not appear to do right because of moral conscience but because of fear of consequences that follows when you don't do what is right. If Naruto had not come to learn this, he would have driven a more naive agenda that would have resulted in epic failure. The methods now accounted for the kind of world they were living in. In due time, the Shinobi world would need rules that would have consequences should one break them. People could do wrong and get away with it. Iwa could try to invade another nation and get away with it because other nations would not care too much to get involved in anything that would not benefit them. Others with a conscience would just be too afraid to do anything because they do not have the power. They know if they say something, they will get destroyed. Naruto was at least content that things were working well now. And yet you don't seem overly happy, Kurama said as Naruto walked through the passages of the Emperor's palace. The blonde stopped by a metal door and knocked. Someone peeked through a small hole in the door and then opened to let him in. He greeted the man quietly before looking at the men and women sitting on stools by the counter, some sitting on comfortable sofas while drinking. The VIP club. Whatever was said in here stayed in here. Husbands could cheat on their wives with neighbors. And nobody would know. The palace employed people to ensure that secrets were kept. There were even seals put on people to ensure they could not say things that were not supposed to say. As he walked in the sides, heading towards another setting, Naruto responded to Kurama. Perhaps I am a little disappointed that I do not get to go loose. I think a mad part of me is hoping that this plan fails. I thought you were completely sold on the idea of happiness sold to you by that woman, the Baijuu said. Naruto shrugged. Maybe a little. Her words to me made me alter so much of my plans. Regardless, this is the right thing to do. Whether I am fully happy with it should not matter. I must not be selfish. I thought you've always been a little selfish, Kurama said. Well, I am forcing my ideals on people, Naruto said. Let us just see how things end up with the structure that I have developed. It is truly filling me with lust now that I have the shinobi world in my grasp. Just don't go mad with power. I am going away because of it. I already have much physical strength. Political and economical strength will add to it and changing this world will become very possible. He entered a round chamber with a small bar on the right side from the entrance. There were single sofas set around a small round table. There were 6 of them, and 2 people occupied 2 sofas. It was the Earth and Fire Lords. Naruto greeted them with respect before settling down. I hope you have not been waiting too long for me, he said. We have just been talking amongst ourselves about the future, the Fire Lord said calmly. I must not stay too long. The people at the palace will start asking too many questions that I would rather not indulge. People are curious by nature, Naruto said with a slight wave of his right hand. But please let us talk business. I also have somewhere I must visit before the day ends. We have been talking about this and it came to our attention that you've had the small nations build their own trains and then sell them to you, the Earth Lord started in a calm tone. What of the trains that will be running through our countries? Feudal lords were truly greedy. It was all about power and control with them. But it was because they were like that it was much easy to negotiate with them. That agreement was because I wanted them to gain something with the trains. I had to show them that they could benefit by doing things my way. You already know of the benefits, do you still need more? We just want to share, they both said. I'm afraid I cannot offer you the same deal as I did with the small nations. I have already agreed to pay you 25% in taxes every month for the profits we make on train fares. This technology comes from the springs, they want their share. The company must also make its own share. However, I am willing to allow you to each make 25% of the trains we will be making in your respective countries. That sounds fair, no? Fair enough, the Fire Lord said. Have you spoken to Konoha? Yes, Naruto said. We are in agreement. Things should work well. He turned toward the Earth Daimyo. On your side? As agreed, I made the pressure and Onoki has agreed to step away from his position as Tsuchikage, the man said. Naruto smiled upon hearing that. Then all systems should be ready to go. Guren will be meeting with you to sign further agreements as head of the company. I have spoken to the lords of the smaller nations, and they want a non-aggression pact with all great nations. Their concern is that when great nations fight, it is their countries that become battlegrounds. Agreements have always been torn apart, so they also want me to act as a guardian to this agreement. If any nation breaks it, I must deliver the agreed consequence upon the aggressor. Do we get the same deal? Of course, I am that fair of a person. I am not allied to any nation, so I am expected to act impartial, and if you can prove I am acting otherwise, you are not obligated to follow any agreement I have made with you. I have been thinking that we make a court of feudal lords that will be the judge of the agreements we have and will sign. If someone breaks something, all the lords will sit and discuss about it before making a decision. What are the others saying? I have yet to speak with them, but I have made arrangements to do so. But as I have said, the lords of the small nations would like for this to happen, Naruto said. We will gather the others and speak to them about it before making a decision. I do not want anyone interfering in how I run my country. The intention is never that, Naruto said firmly. This structure only applies to our shared interests and to the hope of a more civilized and diplomatic method of handling our conflicts. It is weird seeing you there while also talking to you inside of me, Naruto said to the QB. He was standing in the middle of all 9 Baijuas, eyes firmly on the one with 9 tails. He was standing before all of them for the last time, he hoped. He had given them their freedom even though some of them did not want it, he had forced for the better working of his desired world. Things could work out for the best and no child would ever be made a Jinchuriki. If he could achieve this, then Naruto would be satisfied with his life. Yet, despite it all, he would be the only Jinchuriki to live until he decides to end his silent life of being an observer. His clone would still be around though. It would exist for all eternity until it came across an opponent who could destroy it. Perhaps he could introduce the feudal lords to his clone, mask it and tell them that it was his subordinate. It had taken time to finally make it, and saying clone was a little misleading. They shared a DNA but were not similar in thoughts. He had put in the chakra of different Baijuas, his and natural energy into the clone to avoid the chakra signature being similar to his. For now, the clone would act as a guardian to the company and to Guren. Get used to it, Kurama said. Naruto just shook his head and looked around to all the other Baijuas. I know some of you are not happy with me or how I have handled things. But it is my desire that there be no more Jinchurikis and that you are not used as weapons. Perhaps at some age, people will try to hunt you. I am not naive to think that it is only hidden villages who will be after your power. But there are evil people out there who also desire to have your power and will no doubt try to have you. But I will stop them. I will not let anyone have you. I have some of your chakra, all of you, so I maintain a connection with all of you. I am now going to send you into different locations, away from humans. Hopefully, you will enjoy your freedom and live in your own peace. I will be happy, as long as I am in the desert, but if any human comes after me for my power, I will kill them, Shukaku said. You can do as you like. I have not freed you to control you. But of course, any unprovoked attack will be resisted, Naruto said that in a hardened tone. He then created 8 clones and they each jumped on 1 to 8. Only Kurama remained. Afterwards, the Baijuas disappeared. That ends this chapter, the blonde said to the other half. Do you think the sage would approve? I don't know, but this is better than sealing all Baijuas in Chibaku Tensei and sending them to orbit the moon, is it not? Naruto smiled. That was just a thought of a more sinister plot on my part, the blonde said. Are you satisfied with your location? Yes, Kurama said. Naruto nodded and turned away from the Baiju. He did not say anything but just started walking away. He walked for a long distance before finally reaching the land of Iwagakure, his beloved, yet ruined ancestral home. This was a place he could have lived. Or maybe not. But had the village not been destroyed, he would have been sent back home to his grandparents, to avoid the hatred in Konoha, and then maybe he would have grown up being loved. Iwagakure. Kurotsuchi threw herself to her bed after another long and tiring day. With her grandfather transferring power to her, she has been forced to carry out some duties she normally would not. She had yet to become Yondaime Tsuchikage, but it was no longer a matter of if but when it would officially be made. There were still things to do, but the work was too much. There was too much to handle. And her grandfather had held on to the position for many years. She could not imagine it. It would be too much for her. Or perhaps things would change in due time. He was still not pleased that he was being forced to resign though. He still wandered into the office and she had to send him away. He should be resting, having led this village through wars and difficult times. Kurotsuchi looked to her window when she sensed a chakra signature. She frowned when she saw the person. Considering what happened last time he was here, she was not going to invite him to come in. She stared at her bed for a long minute while ignoring Naruto's presence. After a couple of moments, she got up and stared at the window once more. He was still there, waiting patiently for her. She sighed and walked towards him. She got out through window without saying anything and jumped over to the roof. She had felt like a little girl as she got out through the window. It was like when your parents didn't want you to go out and you were forced to sneak out because you really wanted to go out and have fun with friends. The outside was a little dark. It was night. She glanced at Naruto as he sat beside her, looking up. You must be happy that you got your wish, she said. It is good to see you too, Kurotsuchi, Naruto said with a smile on his lips. You have been unwell, apparently. But I have no reasons to complain about my life. All seems to be going well. Kurotsuchi glared at him before releasing a long breath when he only smiled in response to her glare. I have had too much to do with my new responsibilities. I guess I can thank you for this, he said. Fresh leaders are stepping into the picture. I wonder what kind of world you will lead. Your predecessors went to war. I wonder if you will one day march out for war or if you will one day lead forces to an invasion, Naruto said without responding to Kuro. Are you purposefully ignoring everything I say? Maybe, Naruto said with a small smile. It is to be expected that you would have much to do. You have yet to settle in your new position, but once you settle, you will be fine. You don't need to thank me, I have not done anything. But you must agree with me that change was needed, right? Kurotsuchi would deny that. Her grandfather had ruled for far too long. Of course, some of the thinking she had been doing had come because of Naruto. He had been slowly poisoning her against the old man. She would have never questioned his decisions. He always did what was best for this village, she knew that better than her father. But Naruto had come in, pointing at the flaws in her grandfather's thinking. Well, it was no matter now, she was going to lead this village now and to the best of her ability. Maybe, and this is a dream come true for me, Kuro said with a small smile. I still don't like that he was forced out though. Naruto shrugged. It was for the best. Accept it and lead this village into prosperity without crushing another, he said in a firm tone. Because you are going to be there to stop things from happening, aren't you? Kuro said. She had a feeling he would. He had already said he would be protecting his allies, the small countries. Of course, Naruto said. But I will not be appearing in the scenes as much as I have been over the next couple of months. I will disappear to the background and maybe completely to give people a breathing chance. Why would you want to disappear? Because people still fear my power. It is possible that some people won't be calm as long as I maintain the front page. If I can disappear for a little while, even when I mysteriously appear from somewhere, it won't be problem. Some people would have cooled down on their fears of me, Naruto explained lightly before smiling. What? You don't want me to disappear? You gonna miss me? Kurotsuchi scoffed. Don't fool yourself, she said in a flat tone. Though things won't be the same without your frustrating appearances. I can still secretly see you. I don't want that, Kuro said quickly. I love my village and will do everything to protect it. Though I figure, villages won't be making the same moves they used to do in the past without getting past you. But I wonder how you plan on doing that if you are planning on disappearing. I have something in mind, Naruto said. But a certain part of me was planning on just letting things be. Admittedly, that is a part of me that wishes for things to fail. That aside, I want to believe that people will behave. If they don't, that is when I will be forced to step into action. Kurotsuchi stared at him through the corner of her eyes as she spoke. It's hard to believe that I once saw you as the enemy that must be destroyed. Here I am with you. But I must still wonder if you really have good intentions. Good intentions can even lead to bad actions, Naruto said those words in a hardened tone. But just watch. So far I have not betrayed anything I have said to you, have I? It could be that you want me to lower my guard, Kurotsuchi said. There is that chance, Naruto seemed to agree with Kuro's thoughts. If he were to turn evil and seek destruction, would things change? People like Shikamaru would probably know, Mei and Ino would stick with him, but what about this one? Kurotsuchi would be disappointed. If she learns to trust him and he turns on her, would she ever trust anyone? He would have deceived her, not only her but the Raikage as well. If those two were filled with anger, even in his death, they would turn on those who supported him. He had to be careful from now on. He could not ignore things as he said to Shikamaru. Besides, if he does ignore things, he would be breaking his promises to the people who trusted him to protect them. He had to make this work or fail trying, and then he could wear the other mask. He was still not going to take the lead in the Uzumaki company. But my commitment is never to betray your trust unless I go crazy. I was honest with you, and I shall continue to do so. If that is the case, admit that it was you who had the daimyo pressure my grandfather into retiring, Kurotsuchi said. I have a business arrangement with the Feudal Lord. I did not force him. I expressed my concerns and we were in agreement that to enter the new world we are heading into, a change was needed. But you also agree with that. You may not want to admit it, but that is the truth, Naruto said. Kurotsuchi refused to respond to this. But asked one more question. What is your goal with the Uzumaki company? I just want to create a barrier that will stop people from acting irrationally. When there are no severe consequences for an action, people will do anything. The case to point being how your grandfather did things. He had no problem invading another nation because he knew no one would do anything and Iwo would not suffer for it. But that was wrong. Borders have to be respected, and we will try to bring the respect to these borders that have been trampled upon. You might have the military force to launch an invasion, but if there is a barrier that stops you from moving your forces, you have no other choice but to seek alternative means to handle things. That is some ambition, but how are you going to stop an army? Do you forget who you are talking to? Naruto asked with a small smile on his lips. He was not a normal person and he was an army on his own. Kurotsuchi frowned. That is just going to make things difficult, she said. Well, as long as you don't get in the way of things, I won't complain. Just so long as you don't violate other countries' border, I won't complain either, Naruto said. It is my desire that you work well with other Kages. Your grandfather was not able to do this in his time as Tsuchikage, but hopefully, the new generation will be able to foster good relations. You are really bent on having good relationships, aren't you? But you do know that not everyone will get along. Naturally, that is part of being alive. But just because we don't agree on certain things doesn't mean we must kill each other, Naruto said before getting up. I just came to check up on you. It is not my intention to keep making appearances before leaders, he said with a small smile. But hopefully when we meet again, you will not have returned to where you were before we started our discussions. And if I have? We will see how I re-educate you. If I can't, there are other methods to make things okay. Did you just threaten me? Kurotsuchi asked in a stern tone, narrowed eyes. Because if you are, there will be consequences for that. I do not take threats very lightly. Who knows? Naruto said, smiling. But if you plan on flaring your chakra just to alert people, I will tell everyone your little secret. What secret? That you are having an affair with me. I'm not. You just forced yourself onto me that day. I should have killed you then. Naruto just laughed. You seem to like it though. When Kuro glared at him, just waved his right hand. I will see you and I wish you success. Iwagakure. We have come a long way, have we not, Kurama? Naruto said as he walked through the streets of the Hidden Mist, heading towards Mei's house. He could safely walk, it was night. The people already knew him, he was not sneaking around as he would in the Hidden Stone. We have, Kurama admitted. I came from wanting to kill you to choosing to assist you in your goal. I had my reasons at first, but along the way, things changed. Well, it has been a number of years since we left Konoha. I grew from being a teenage child into an adult. Naruto responded calmly. Things have worked better than expected. Yet, though we want peace, it does appear that we must be willing to use other measures to make things fall in line. You truly cannot expect all people to fall in line. We have always been prepared to do it all, Kurama said. But now you can finally sit and relax. Perhaps even enjoy your miserable life. You were willing to die in misery anyway. Naruto smiled. Yes, before then, he had been willing to walk a dangerous path, to do things that would not give him the peace of mind. He has killed people without even flinching. He had been preparing himself for genocide. But perhaps meeting Mei changed things. He had ran from the things he was connected to and just went straight into the embrace of another. It was no bad, nevertheless. Naruto had no regrets. He didn't regret meeting Mei. She had given him a chance of happiness, a chance to finally enjoy a life that has always been filled with pain and misery. If we fail in this way, will I survive cutting off my connections with these people? Will they even survive? Naruto asked quietly. I know they'll want to stick with me, but can I bring myself to invite the hatred that I could experience in their lives? I have been miserable, I don't want these people to suffer. If you didn't want them to suffer, you should have waited for the plan to succeed. Besides, isn't it ironic coming from you? Naruto laughed. Well, I was promised happiness, and I ran towards it. You know, my heart has always been looking for an opportunity to take a different method that would save my sanity. This has saved things from becoming dangerous. Ironic? Yes. I am a hypocrite for saying such things when I plan to make others suffer by killing their loved ones. I guess I am at a fundamental level the same with everyone else. I will not turn a blind eye to those close to me, but when others are suffering the same pain, I pretend not to care. Isn't this what I taught Guren not to do and then continuously preached to Kurotsuchi until she finally stood? As long as nobody knows. Yes, it would have been treacherous had we been exposed. I truly hope that it does not happen, Naruto said in thought. He stopped his conversation with the Kyuubi once entering Mei's house. He went straight to the living room and found the goddamn Mizukage in a blue nightgown, lying on a couch with a book over her chest. He smiled, she appeared asleep. It must have been a long day for her as well. Everyone was busy at work these days. He rounded her, and stopped by the side of her head. He just stared at her until she opened her eyes. "And I was waiting for you to wake me up with a kiss," Mei said with a disappointed look on her face. "If I had known, I would have tried harder to sneak up on you," Naruto said before snatching the book on the Mizukage's chest. He went over to sit on the other side, across her. "Romance? I love romance. You know, I did say that I imagined getting married one day," Mei said as she sat up straight on the couch. Marriage? Had he ever thought of it when he was younger? No, his miserable self had been too worried about trying to make friends to even think about that. He could not even get himself someone to love his sorry Jinchuriki behind. And he had loved Sakura. That girl who had hopelessly loved Sasuke, and quite possibly still did. Naruto was glad that he had stopped caring. It has been over 8 years anyway. That is something else. I never imagined what it would be like. But when the time is right, we can get married, Naruto said with a smile on his lips. Mei did not hide her excitement. But she then stopped and frowned. "What will your girlfriend say about it?" she asked with narrowed eyes. He had admitted that he had a girl back in Konoha. She had yet to meet the girl. And she really wanted to see her. "I have not spoken to her about it, but I imagine she will be quite displeased," Naruto said in thought. Knowing Ino, she was going to tell him that if he was going to marry, she would be first because their relationship came first. Mei sighed tiredly. "Let us not go there. It will ruin the day," she said. "How did things go on your part?" "All things are set. I have spoken to the Feudal Lords about a change in things and the agreements. They still need to discuss things amongst themselves, but I expect everything to be in order soon enough. Kurotsuchi is taking over Iwagakure and Tsunade is planning to hang her gloves. I don't know when the Raikage will give up on power, but it doesn't matter at this point. I have also given Guren the go-ahead to begin everything. I have just about wrapped everything else." Mei smiled. "Can we plan about the future without holding back? No one is going to be chasing after you. And please don't tell me that you want to wait and see if this will hold, because it will hold, as long as you enforce the agreements and stay impartial while giving the daimyos their desired control over things. If you keep thinking things will fail, when a little thing goes wrong, you'll be quick to point out that you were waiting for it. And you might even turn a blind eye just to be proved right. Just have a little bit of faith in people, will you?" Alright guys, that's it for this one. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Once again, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, and I'm extremely grateful for all the love and engagement you guys keep showing. Anyways y'all, have a wonderful day, and until next time, peace.